This arrogant brat named 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 boasted a massive level and jaw-dropping stats, but his absolute favorite hobby? Crushing weaker players just to stroke his fragile ego. So when he challenged our main character to a duel based on his ridiculously low level, let us just say reality hit him like a freight train. The brat unleashed his absolute strongest ultimate attack to open the battle. Yet our boy casually blocked the devastating strike without losing a single drop of health. All thanks to a god-tier passive skill that completely nullifies the very first hit. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 stood there, completely paralyzed by shock. A rule-breaking skill like that? He had never even heard of such a thing existing in the system. But before his shattered brain could even process the situation, 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 had already charged up his counterattack. He stacked his skills to double his attack power, completely ignoring every single ounce of the enemy defense. The terrifying aura radiating from the strike made 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 literally beg for his life. But mercy was off the table. Our protagonist smashed him directly into the ground with such overwhelming force that the very earth shattered into pieces. 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 is quite literally a walking cheat code. Despite his pathetic level, he possesses an arsenal of over 200 different skills. The defeated bully could only lay there crying about how unfair this world was, crying over his wasted grinding efforts. You see, this whole crazy reality of levels, overpowered skills, and bloodthirsty monsters all started the day the labyrinth descended upon humanity. The system offered 4 distinct difficulties: easy, normal, hard, and the legendary solo mode. The higher the difficulty you survived, the more insane the system rewards and level-ups became. Our main character managed to clear the labyrinth on easy mode. By exploring every hidden corner, he became the only player to unlock every single obtainable skill. However, the system-cruel joke meant his base stats and level remained absolute trash compared to the elite players. And when he finally returned to Earth, there was no hero welcome. Apocalyptic waves of monsters continuously flooded the planet, completely wiping out entire nations and wiping cities off the map. So now, the absolute strongest remaining survivors find themselves cornered in a ruined town, holding their breath and bracing for the next catastrophic monster wave. Right after teaching that high-leveled brat a brutal lesson, 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 received an exclusive summon. It was from 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐭, the one and only absolute monster who cleared solo mode, and undeniably the strongest human alive. When these two anomalies finally crossed paths, she casually suggested he find a hobby to pass the time. He just waved her off, telling her he might consider it once he finishes surviving the apocalypse. Honestly, he cared a lot more about why the strongest player summoned him. She cut right to the chase. Whispers were spreading that an easy-mode weakling just decimated a hard-mode veteran. It was mathematically impossible for a bottom-tier player to pull that off. To prove her point, she manifested her status window. A terrifying level exceeding 250. Her health and mana pools were vast oceans, accompanied by attack and defense stats that defied all system logic. To put it simply, she was a walking, breathing, invincible fortress. Yet, hiding beneath those godlike numbers, a faint trace of absolute terror lingered in her eyes. Our boy fully knew she was just flexing her power, but he could not care less. He casually flashed his own pathetic status window, a meager level hovering barely above 50. His health and mana were painfully average, even though he was currently at his absolute peak condition. 𝐊𝐢𝐭 took one look at his screen and spat out the brutal truth. He was incredibly weak, but he could sense the battle-hungry aura leaking from her. She was itching for a fight. Let us pause for a quick system explanation about the labyrinth cruel design. The moment a player clears their chosen difficulty, their growth is permanently locked. That is exactly why the power gap between the different modes is so astronomically unfair. A hard mode player boasts base stats 10 times higher than our protagonist, and yet not a single one of them can survive his strikes. The secret lies entirely within his infinite arsenal of overpowered skills. 𝐊𝐢𝐭 decided to test that ridiculous theory herself. With lethal precision, she launched a sudden, blinding strike. But instead of crushing his skull, her devastating blow merely pulverized the poor wall standing behind him. Our main character did not even blink. He effortlessly nullified the supreme attack, brushing it off like a gentle spring breeze. 𝐊𝐢𝐭 had no choice but to swallow her pride. She openly admitted that his skill matrix was absolutely utterly insane. Over 200 unique abilities, all claimed by obsessively mapping out every inch of the easy-mode labyrinth. Bitter regret washed over her for not grinding the same way. But in her eyes, the game was far from over. Still, she acknowledged his terrifying potential. confessing that if a monster like him had challenged solo mode instead, humanity might have actually won this catastrophic war. But reality was harsh. His skill collection might rival the gods, but nearly all system abilities scale directly with stats, meaning he could not even properly activate half of his overpowered arsenal. Of course, our protagonist had zero time to drown in past regrets. He instantly shifted the focus, demanding the intel from her latest scouting mission. Her expression darkened as she delivered the grim system update. The next apocalyptic wave was about to trigger. Our boy knew exactly what that meant. Total, unavoidable annihilation. The first monster wave had instantly reduced the capital to smoking ruins. The second wave mercilessly slaughtered half of the elite hard mode players. By the third wave, bleeding humanity was desperately clinging to a single surviving city. And now, the fourth wave was violently knocking on death's door. He calmly asked for the enemy kill count. 2 S-rank disasters, dozens of A-rank nightmares, hundreds of B-rank grunts, and worst of all, a literal apostle of the system. A heavy silence fell over him. Even the mighty 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 barely survived fighting a single S-rank monster, and they severely lacked players strong enough to hold back the A-rank horde. As for the apostle, that divine entity stood in a realm far above S-rank. Long story short, humanity was completely and utterly doomed. But 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠's burning eyes refused to surrender. She looked at our main character and ordered him to assassinate the S-rank disasters. He immediately realized she was tossing him straight into a suicide mission. But her brutal logic was flawless. If she locked into a deathmatch with the apostle, he was the only player left who could stall the S-ranks. He heavily sighed, complaining that the system rewards for this impossible quest were absolute garbage, before turning around to alert the rest of the survivors. But 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 quickly blocked his path. In her cold, calculating mind, hiding this despair-inducing truth from the others was the optimal strategy. However, our protagonist despised that flawless logic and walked away without looking back. As his footsteps faded, she tightly clutched a mysterious glowing stone in her trembling hand, cursing herself as a pathetic coward. Meanwhile, outside, 𝐒𝐭𝐫 let out a long sigh, fully embracing his impending doom. The surrounding players were sobbing uncontrollably, mourning as if it were their final day on this dying earth. And to be brutally fair, it probably was. But at least 𝐒𝐭𝐫 was facing the Grim Reaper with a calm smile. He and our boy exchanged a deep, knowing glance. They both knew this battle would be an absolute massacre. Yet hilariously, neither of them could stop feeling a tiny bit of pity for the arrogant Trang Chun. But let us be completely honest here. Our protagonist was the one truly getting screwed over by the system cruelty. And 𝐒𝐭𝐫 understood that unfair reality better than anyone. If these crying fools possessed even half of his god-tier skills, they would not be standing helplessly at death's door right now. And speaking of the Grim Reaper, deafening thunder suddenly shattered the sky as the massive dimensional gate ripped open. From the gaping abyss, an endless sea of demonic monsters began to pour out. 𝐒𝐭𝐫 offered a final, bittersweet farewell to our protagonist, praying they would reunite in the afterlife. Our boy had zero time for such meaningless, tear-jerking drama. His aura exploded as he launched himself high into the chaotic sky, his cold eyes scanning the blood-soaked battlefield below. Through his glowing system window, he instantly locked onto the colossal S-rank disasters. The moment his boots slammed back into the earth, he forcefully activated his mental fortitude skills, ensuring the sheer terror of war would not consume his sanity. Deep within him, an indomitable power had been sleeping. And now, he was ready to unleash hell. Our main character stared down the S-rank monsters, praying to the heavens they weren't defense types. But his scouting skill confirmed his absolute worst nightmare. That colossal mushroom beast, a pure tank, packing a completely ridiculous health pool. The monstrosity buried its roots deep into the earth, glaring at our boy, practically daring him to make the first move. He knew he could spend an entire lifetime chipping away at its armor, but its overwhelming power made that a fool's errand. So, he shifted his killing intent toward the second target, a massive tentacle abomination. It was a long-range striker with beefy stats, but still manageable. At least, according to the theory. He dashed forward like a lightning bolt, slicing clean through its writhing limbs. But reality hit hard. His basic attacks weren't doing nearly enough damage. Time for Plan B. He aimed straight for the monster's ugly head. He launched himself at the beast, only to be blasted backward by a devastating energy beam. He quickly triggered his nullification skill. But the true horror? This freak of nature had literally zero cooldown. He knew dodging forever was a death sentence. His only path to survival was reading its attack patterns before they even happened. but every second wasted dragged his win rate closer to absolute zero. Pushing his speed to the absolute limit, he blew past the storm of tentacles and charged for a head-on collision. His nullification skill barely kept him alive, but the monster thrashed in an absolute frenzy. Just as he prepared to strike, he realized the mushroom tank was actively shielding the attacker. Unfortunately for them, our boy was no amateur. He slammed his weapon into the colossal tank and forcibly activated the dual skill. A blinding holy circle locked around the defense beast. For the next 1 minute, the absolute laws of the system dictated it could only target our main character. The ranged beast desperately tried to break the barrier, but system rules were absolute. If 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 were here, he bet she would have completely ignored the tank and blitzed the attacker in pure berserker style. But that kind of reckless glory was a privilege reserved for players with overwhelming stats and legendary gear. For an underdog like him, one clean sweep from these titans would send him straight to the afterlife. Left with no other choice, he triggered his designated refresh skill. Sacrificing his ability to use it for an entire month, he multiplied his attack power to astronomical levels. He poured every ounce of his soul into striking the tank, but the beast barely even flinched. Refusing to back down, he cloned his own attack to double the sheer destruction. A terrifying shockwave shattered the battlefield, and finally, the colossal mushroom collapsed. But before he could even catch his breath, the tentacle nightmare retaliated with a lethal blindside. Struggling to stay on his feet, our boy had to trigger his ultimate trump card. His absolute final line of defense, attack nullification. For a few precious heart-stopping seconds, every ounce of incoming damage was reduced to absolute zero. The monster coiled its limbs, waiting for the perfect moment to crush him into paste. Our hero knew the play. Hit, run, and survive. It sounded incredibly simple, except for one massive, glaring problem. His mana pool was as dry as a desert wasteland. Now, he had to finish this brutal deathmatch by swinging his weapon on pure instinct and praying the heavens were on his side. The gruesome battle dragged on and on. Each heavy slash carved away massive chunks of the beast's health. He pushed his battered body to keep striking, until suddenly, a brilliant light ignited within him. His mind and body synchronized in absolute perfection, and in that fleeting moment, a miraculous, godlike power surged through his veins. A legendary soul skill carved itself deep into his very ego, drastically amplifying his spiritual attacks. But the absolute disrespect. The system casually announced the skill was sealed because he left the labyrinth. He didn't even have the luxury of time to scream out in rage. Right now, all he wanted was for that useless system to shut its mouth and let him finish the damn job. The monster shrieked in soul-crushing agony, but our boy had completely run out of mercy. Driving his blade forward in one final, fatal thrust, he permanently silenced the creature's misery. The system immediately spammed his vision, raving about how gods from every dimension were trembling at his impossible feat. Yeah, that sounded incredibly epic. But where was all this divine intervention when he was a literal second away from becoming Monster Chow? He didn't even know how long this bloody crusade had lasted. His fractured mind felt like an entire month had passed. Despite his downright pathetic stats, sheer willpower forced his legs to keep moving. The once proud city had been reduced to an apocalyptic graveyard. Smoking debris and absolute devastation choked the air. And scattered among the ruins, he recognized the corpses of the elite hard mode players. The very fools who wasted their lives boasting. Yet here he was, a supposedly weak easy mode player, standing triumphant over the ashes. But then, his blood ran cold. He spotted the lifeless body of 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠, and right beside him, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠, humanity's absolute apex predator. The singular legend who conquered the solo mode, had fallen in combat. Before his shattered mind could even process the tragedy, a vile presence slithered towards 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠's remains. A monstrous apostle sneered, mocking our hero with the promise of a gruesome death. But he was so profoundly sick of this apocalyptic nightmare. He glared daggers at the twisted entity, his total exhaustion failing to mask the absolute disgust burning in his eyes. Summoning the very last embers of his stubborn life force, he charged, but the apostle completely blitzed him, unleashing an overwhelming shockwave of energy that instantly blasted through his chest and sent him rocketing through the air. As our boy smashed brutally into the shattered earth, he knew this was the end of the line. The cold system window popped up, confirming his health points had hit rock bottom. 0. But instead of letting him fade away into the void like a normal human, the cruel system decided to forcefully tether his soul to his body for exactly 1 more minute. Our tragic hero was completely paralyzed from the waist down. Even the sadistic apostle seemed to realize he was already a corpse, merely waiting for his agonizing timer to hit 0. A bitter wave of regret washed over him. He should have just chosen the normal difficulty, instead of taking this so-called easy path. Thunder cracked furiously in the bleeding sky, as the true nightmare stepped closer and closer. Digging his bloody fingernails into the dirt, he cursed the other players with everything he had. Those arrogant geniuses who picked the hardest difficulties, only to be completely useless when the world actually needed them. But screaming into the void wouldn't magically rewind his own fatal mistakes. He closed his eyes, finally ready to embrace the end, when suddenly, a faint glimmer caught his attention. Resting quietly in 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠's lifeless hand, a mysterious stone was softly pulsing with light. Dragging his shattered body through the dirt, he crawled desperately toward it, completely ignoring the roaring bloodlust of the apostle. As his absolute final trump card, he activated his ultimate skill, freezing time itself within a 100-meter radius for 2 agonizingly long minutes. With the entire world locked in complete stasis, his bloody fingers wrapped around the legendary relic, the 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 stomach pebble, a divine artifact holding the absolute power to rewind time exactly once for a single soul. Gripping the mythical stone with everything he had left, he watched in sheer awe as the final boss violently tore through the heavens and stepped into the frozen world. The blinding light consumed him whole. When his vision finally cleared, a ghost from the past stood before him. It was his younger self, enduring cruel curses simply for existing. His own parents had treated him like a worthless punching bag. They shattered his spirit piece by piece until he truly believed he was nothing but trash. That very despair had once driven him to choose easy mode. But in this second life, he was playing a completely different game. His eyes snapped open in his rundown apartment. Heart pounding, he snatched his phone to verify the impossible. The glowing screen confirmed his wildest theory. It was the final day of the year. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. He had actually regressed through time. As the impossible truth settled in his mind, a dark memory resurfaced. The moment the clock struck midnight, this entire world would be swallowed by an apocalyptic sea of hellfire. But before facing the end of the world, he had a much more important mission: finishing his greasy slice of pizza. After surviving for years on tasteless roots and the wretched meat of demonic beasts, this cheap, greasy cheese felt like a divine 5-star feast. Wiping his mouth, his thoughts drifted to a certain holy relic, the one his former guildmate possessed in his past life, and the mystery of why she never activated it. Knowing her selfish nature all too well, she had probably fled halfway across the globe the exact second the apocalypse began. He stepped out onto the chilly balcony. His phone screen pierced the darkness like a countdown timer. Only a few precious minutes remained until the midnight hour. The vibrant streets below were overflowing with life. Clueless citizens were laughing, texting, and eagerly counting down, completely blind to the absolute nightmare descending upon them. Suddenly, ethereal streaks of light began tearing through the night sky. The foolish crowd cheered in awe, mistaking the cosmic phenomenon for a spectacular fireworks display. But our regressor main character knew the chilling truth. The second the clock struck 12, the heavens groaned and ripped wide open. A grotesque, towering monstrosity descended from the void. Joyous cheers instantly morphed into blood-curdling screams, as pure, unadulterated panic engulfed the city like wildfire. In his first life, he had cowered in terror just like the rest of them. But now, his battle-hardened eyes calmly analyzed the towering beast. It was nothing more than a pathetic rank B monster. Ding! A glowing blue status window materialized before his eyes, appearing to every doomed soul on Earth simultaneously. The merciless system announced that the invasion had begun, and their world was destined for ruin. But it also offered a twisted glimmer of hope. Reinforcements were supposedly on the way. However, this so-called salvation was a cruel cosmic joke. Humanity would be forced to enter a brutal survival game. Only by clearing the tutorial modes would players awaken the power to fight back. While the world below descended into absolute slaughter, our overpowered main character stood unbothered. His cold gaze remained fixed on the glowing difficulty options. Unlike the panicking masses, he did not waste a single second in hesitation. He already knew the golden rule of this apocalypse. Inside the labyrinth, your entire destiny was bound by the difficulty you selected. Easy mode was practically a luxurious vacation. Healing potions and food drops spawned in abundance. Cozy, safe zones awaited around every single corner. Even the most cowardly players could crawl their way to glory with minimal effort. Then came normal mode, where the cruel reality of the system kicked in. Rations became incredibly scarce, and finding a safe place to rest your head was like searching for an oasis in a desert. Yet, as long as a player possessed a shred of mental fortitude, survival was still within the realm of possibility. But hard mode? That was where the true bloodbath began. In that hellscape, food was nothing but an urban legend, and safe zones were practically wiped from existence. The demonic beasts did not merely attack, they hunted with extreme prejudice, driven by a maddening bloodlust to slaughter every last human. And finally, the legendary solo mode. It was the absolute pinnacle of despair. No trusted allies to watch your back. No friendly faces to share the crushing burden. Only an endless, suffocating parade of lethal monsters, treacherous enemies, and twisted NPCs who were basically villains in disguise. Even the merciless system itself plastered warning signs, explicitly telling players to avoid it, unless they were begging for a gruesome death. Yet, a confident smirk crossed our protagonist's face as his finger locked in the ultimate suicide mission. Flash! As the teleportation light faded, he surveyed his new surroundings. A bizarre cocktail of sweet nostalgia and bitter annoyance washed over him. He had truly returned to the starting line. He immediately summoned the community board. This rare interdimensional chat room connected players across all difficulties. His eyes narrowed at a trending post from a guy named 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭. Our main character had no memory of this extra, but the guy was apparently flexing his rapid progress for all to see. This triggered a memory from his past life. The elite pioneers who first cleared the labyrinth had openly shared game-breaking survival tips here. Silently wishing the doomed rookies good luck, he dismissed the holographic window. It was time to verify a much more dangerous theory. He recalled a crucial conversation with his old comrade regarding the local NPCs. In easy mode, those characters were nothing but lifeless, robotic husks, blindly repeating the same generic dialogue loops over and over. But that woman had sworn on her life that the entities lurking within solo mode were entirely different. They possessed genuine sentience, human-like reasoning, and absolute freedom to move and kill as they pleased. If her theory held any weight, our overpowered hero knew he was walking into a beautifully twisted trap. The moment he approached the grand entrance of the labyrinth, his gaze fell upon a mysterious figure dozing against the colossal gates. In his previous regression through easy mode, that spot was occupied by a frail, pathetic old man, a textbook background character with zero significance. But the second this new gatekeeper slowly peeled his eyes open, an overwhelming aura of pure terror washed over the area. Our protagonist's combat instincts flared. This monster was leagues above his former elite guildmates. The imposing figure introduced himself with a hollow voice. He was the fallen sovereign, the absolute guardian of the labyrinth. That tragic title was a permanent scar, a punishment for attempting to conquer this very abyss and suffering a crushing defeat. Now, he was cursed to stand guard for eternity, forced to watch countless other challengers march to their gruesome deaths. The Guardian immediately launched into a grand, scripted monologue. He preached about this glorious opportunity for the chosen ones to become saviors of their dying world. But our regressor main character internally scoffed at the pathetic propaganda. He knew the bloody truth all too well. This was no noble crusade for justice. It was a twisted, sadistic slaughterhouse, disguised as a divine trial. The fallen sovereign paused, utterly bewildered by the boy's icy composure. Challengers dragged from peaceful, modern dimensions were supposed to be shivering in a puddle of their own tears by now. Irritated by our protagonist's absolute lack of fear, the Guardian briefly considered snapping the boy's legs just to hear him scream, but he held back his vicious urge, deciding instead to dump the core mechanics of this hellhole. This demonic tower spanned exactly 100 floors. With every 10th floor they breached, the difficulty would undergo a terrifying spike. As for survival, the boy was completely on his own for food, and when it came to finding a safe zone, the Guardian simply flashed a sinister, mocking grin and wished him good luck. And that was the extent of the almighty tutorial. The arrogant gatekeeper was simply too lazy to elaborate any further. Our hero remembered a chilling rumor from his past life. This very same NPC had nearly slaughtered a top-tier ranker before she even stepped foot inside the dungeon. Choosing his battles wisely, the protagonist kept his mouth firmly shut. Testing the boy's nerve, the fallen sovereign materialized a massive blade and swung it with deadly precision, stopping mere millimeters from his face. The gale force wind whipped through his hair, yet our main character did not blink a single time. A spark of genuine amusement flashed in the Guardian's eyes. Chuckling darkly, he tossed over a pitiful starter kit. It consisted of spectacularly garbage-tier loot. A shredded leather chest piece dangling by threads, a rusted, chipped longsword on the verge of shattering, and a decaying relic bracelet that might, if blessed by the heavens, deflect a single beast's fang. Oh, the overwhelming generosity of the system. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the towering gatekeeper shooed the boy away like an annoying fly, lazily shouting that he would have to awaken his own combat skills through blood and sweat. As the heavy stone doors swallowed our protagonist's silhouette, the fallen sovereign stared into the abyss, feeling a strange shiver down his spine. Over the centuries, he had watched countless arrogant prodigies march through those gates, only to be reduced to scattered bones. But this kid felt entirely different. It wasn't just the quiet, lethal confidence in his stride. Beneath that icy exterior, the Guardian sensed something far more terrifying, a monstrous, unyielding obsession with survival that defied all logic. As his boots hit the cold dungeon floor, a golden system notification expanded, revealing the ancient lore of the abyss. Eons ago, a transcendent sorcerer had forged this demonic realm, and the ultimate reward for the one who reached the summit? The absolute power to grant a single, reality-bending wish. But naturally, surviving long enough to claim it was an entirely different beast. This twisted labyrinth was a breeding ground for unimaginable horrors, a hellscape crawling with monsters born for one single purpose: to slaughter players. Yet, as our protagonist stepped onto the first floor, supposedly the safest zone with the weakest trash mobs, a confident smirk played on his lips. The real tutorial was finally starting. His main quest? Obliterate the floor boss and secure a random stat enhancement potion. Plus, there was a hidden clear reward, an ultimate prize shrouded in absolute mystery. As he ventured deeper, Taehoon's warnings echoed in his mind. In easy mode, the mysterious merchant was just your average potion vendor. But in this brutal solo difficulty, the system flipped everything upside down. Taehoon had once bragged about an ancient bracelet, an absolute god-tier relic that literally slashed incoming damage in half. His Sunbae had snagged it from this very shop, and the shelves were packed with countless other game-breaking artifacts. She just lacked the gold to sweep the inventory. If our main character could hoard all those overpowered items, he would make top-tier players look like absolute beginners. Lost in his grand schemes, he suddenly halted before a heavy wooden door. Pushing it open, he came face to face with a hidden NPC. The fallen king. He offered a casual greeting. Meanwhile, the disgraced monarch stared in shock, surprised this human hadn't lost his sanity yet. After a brief introduction, he scanned the dusty shop, praying for a lucky find. But the shelves were totally barren. The fallen king refused to display a single piece of his legendary stash. If he laid those divine artifacts out in the open, the entire first floor would collapse under the sheer weight of their aura. The protagonist scoffed. What was the point of a merchant who refused to sell? Hearing this, the king erupted in blazing fury. He roared about traitorous scum stealing his glorious empire and damning him to this wretched abyss. Definitely not the lore drop our hero wanted. Well, at least one thing was crystal clear. This royal NPC was completely out of his mind. But despite his toxic attitude, the fallen monarch wasn't totally useless. His trembling finger pointed toward a dark, ominous stairwell plunging into the depths. The condition was simple: survive the abyss below, and they could talk business. The main character narrowed his eyes, double-checking if this suicide mission was truly the only way to unlock the shop. The fallen king found his fearless gaze unnatural, but gave a stiff nod. He did not need to conquer the labyrinth, just pass a brutal little survival test. Smirking at the challenge, the boy boldly stepped into the shadows. Meanwhile, the disgraced monarch watched him leave with eyes full of pity. As far as the system was concerned, this arrogant rookie was already a dead man walking. As he descended, the eerie corridors perfectly mirrored the easy mode layout, which meant safe zones were a total myth down here. Suddenly, a chilling scurry broke the silence. A monstrous rat burst from the darkness, launching itself right at his throat. He instantly recognized the beast. The terrifying Floor 5 boss from the easy tutorial was treated like absolute trash mob fodder in this hellhole. The mutant rodent snapped its vile jaws at his leg. His gamer instincts fired up. Its physical defense was pitiful, but its godlike agility made it an absolute nightmare. Back in the normal servers, entire raid parties had to drain its stamina just to land a single hit. But right now, He was completely solo with absolute garbage stats. To call this fight violently unfair would be the understatement of the century. Even veteran rankers like 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐨𝐧𝐠 would scream and run from this monstrosity. It was brutally obvious. The system never intended for a solo player to actually fight this freak on floor 1. However, he had completely hacked the labyrinth's twisted logic. The system absolutely craved anomalies, defy destiny, clear the impossible, and heaven itself would rain down legendary rewards. Unleashing his battle aura, he brought his blade crashing down. But the mutant beast blurred like a shadow, dodging with insulting ease. In a flash of lethal speed, it sank its razor-sharp fangs deep into his arm. Gritting his teeth through the searing pain, he forcefully kicked the monster away. If his physical agility was too pathetic to match it, he would just have to outplay it with pure, unadulterated combat IQ. His eyes turned sharp, reading its digital code. This beast was bound by its attack patterns. Its hind legs compressed, its chest violently expanded. It was the textbook telegraph of a critical dash attack. Reading the future like an open book, he struck the instant before it leaped. A glorious blue system window flashed. He had completely crushed its momentum, applying a devastating debuff to its threat perception. In simpler terms, the monster's already pathetic brain had just been thoroughly short-circuited by his sheer dominance. Calculating its crippled trajectory, he knew its pathetic jump could only reach his forearm. Like clockwork, the rat lunged for the bait. A demonic smirk stretched across his face as he drove his steel blade cleanly through its skull. A flawless one-hit kill. With the chaotic battle concluded, he casually harvested the monster meat. Time to return to the fallen king, eager to see what ridiculous system exploit he could trigger next. Meanwhile, on the global community forums, high-level rankers were absolutely raging about the impossible merchant mechanics. Even the legendary veterans were ready to smash their keyboards in pure frustration. Back in the hidden chamber, the fallen king's jaw literally dropped to the floor. The rookie had actually returned in one piece. But what truly shattered the monarch's reality was the impossible loot slapped onto his counter. Fresh, bleeding mutant rat meat. And not just some ragged, useless scraps. This was absolute supreme-grade material, harvested with terrifying perfection. Tossed right beside it was a monstrously thick and flawless rat pelt. The disgraced royal simply stood frozen, his brain glitching as he tried to process this absolute madness. 99% of players would have abandoned their quests and fled for their lives. Yet here stood this absolute madman, dripping with an undeniable aura of victory. Inspecting the pristine drops with shaking hands, he finally verified their god-tier quality. The fallen king snapped out of his trance, a new fire blazing in his eyes. The seal was broken. He officially opened his legendary shop inventory, a vault containing everything under the heavens. Not wasting a single heartbeat, our main character demanded a colossal tower shield, the perfect counter for exterminating those speed demon rodents. A wicked grin spread across the merchant's face. He absolutely loved that violent logic, triggering a hidden mechanism. A golden vault materialized from the shadows, revealing an impossibly heavy iron tower shield. Our protagonist was absolutely stunned. Securing equipment of this terrifying caliber before reaching floor 7? It was a literal glitch in the game's reality. There was just one tiny issue. He was flat broke, holding only half the required coins. He turned to go grind more mutant rats. But suddenly, the fallen king casually tossed him the massive shield for absolutely nothing. The boy blinked in pure shock. Free legendary gear? This was dangerously suspicious. But before he could even utter a single question, the crazy merchant started raining artifacts upon him. High-grade potions, enchanted jewelry, a lethal assassin's dagger, and stacks of armor pieces. The main character was completely paralyzed by the generosity. This completely defied all previous warnings about the stingy shopkeeper. The fallen king smirked, declaring this was merely a VIP investment in his survival. Our hero had zero clue what dark fate this implied. But you do not argue with the system when it literally throws free god-tier loot at your face. Scanning the glorious mountain of items, his eyes locked onto the glowing elixirs. Divine potions that instantly restored 50% stamina, and rare buffs that violently multiplied attack power and movement speed. These were absolute lifesavers in this brutal death game. Yet, with an icy calm, he stashed them into his inventory. These overpowered buffs were way too precious to waste now. He would save his trump cards for the true nightmares waiting on the upper floors. Survival instincts kicked in. He had seen enough death to recognize a trap when he saw one. Instead of taking the bait, he opted for something far more practical: a sturdy bow and a quiver full of arrows. In this brutal tutorial, ranged weapons were absolute lifesavers. After cashing in the giant rat's corpse, he immediately secured his new arsenal. The Lost King simply watched him with a satisfied smirk. Our main character still couldn't read the mysterious merchant. But one thing was crystal clear: this entity was far beyond an ordinary NPC. Just as he turned to leave, the enigmatic shopkeeper dropped a massive hint. A sanctuary known as the Spring of Life lay hidden on this floor. A place of infinite stamina recovery, conveniently marked right on his system map. Stepping back into the shadows, our protagonist couldn't shake off a nagging thought. Why did that merchant's attitude pull a complete 180-degree turn? Perhaps it was because Taejong had cowardly fled, while he had returned bathed in the blood of his enemies. Suddenly, the chilling screech of another giant rat shattered his thoughts. With a swift strike, he sent the beast to the afterlife. Yet, his mind was still a storm of unanswered questions. The biggest mystery of all? His newly awakened soul attack skill. Upon slaughtering that very first mutant rat, the system had rewarded him with something impossible. Skills that shouldn't even exist here. These were divine abilities only found on the 20th, or even the 40th floor of easy mode. Among these broken abilities was a soul-class skill sitting at an absolute 100% proficiency. The system notifications were clear. His soul had transcended mortal limits. With every kill, he would devour the very essence of his fallen foes. It sounded like the ultimate overpowered cheat, but a dark omen lingered beneath the surface. This was the exact same divine ability he had acquired moments before his brutal death in his past life. Back then, the power had been tragically sealed the moment he escaped the labyrinth. But now, the seal was utterly shattered, and the power was fully awakened. Somehow, defying the very laws of regression, this ancient power had traveled back through time with him. The mysteries were piling up like mountains, but he pushed them aside. He had only one absolute goal now: to become the most legendary player in history. Guided by the holographic map, he marched straight toward the Spring of Life. But as the damp corridor stretched on into an endless abyss, a sliver of doubt crept in. Was he walking straight into a deadly trap? Just as he calculated the remaining distance, a sinister rustling echoed from the shadows. The air grew incredibly heavy. He whipped around, only to be met by a sea of glowing, bloodthirsty eyes. This wasn't just one mutant rat. It wasn't even two. An entire monstrous swarm had cornered him. Our main character stood perfectly still in the gloomy dungeon, surrounded on all sides by terrifying beasts. Despite their low intelligence, these vile creatures knew one thing for certain: they had the absolute advantage in numbers. Yet, beneath their ferocious growls, he could smell their hesitation, the faint scent of fear radiating from the monsters. In stark contrast, our hero's demeanor was as calm as an undisturbed lake, but he knew better than to let arrogance cloud his judgment. He had seen too many cocky players meet pathetic, gruesome ends over the tiniest of mistakes. Suddenly, two beasts launched a deadly sneak attack from his blind spot. But with his newly awakened stats coursing through his veins, our protagonist moved like lightning. He casually deflected their fangs and sent them flying. As the final killing blow landed, the golden light of leveling up washed over him. The final rat's fighting spirit was entirely shattered. Our hero taunted the trembling creature, baiting its attack. The moment it lunged in desperation, he brought his heavy shield crashing down, a devastating punishment for a lowly beast that dared to challenge a god. With the slaughter concluded, our protagonist finally crossed the threshold into the labyrinth's resting area, a sacred safe zone where the horrors of the dungeon could not tread. The deceptive tranquility of this sanctuary was designed to lull weak-minded players into a false sense of security. But our veteran regressor? He wasn't about to drop his guard that easily. At the center of the room, the legendary Spring of Life glowed with a divine radiance, and because he was the very first player to discover it, the system generously rewarded him with a massive boost to his intelligence and mana stats. He cupped the glowing water and took a deep gulp. Instantly, a wave of pure vitality surged through his exhausted body. Yet, the heavy mental toll of regression still weighed on his mind. It was finally time to close his eyes and recover. The next morning, he pulled up the holographic community forum. The solo mode players, including Kangjun, Hook, Najon, and Lang, were already at each other's throats, bickering endlessly over whether to brave the dungeon or sit around praying for some imaginary savior. Meanwhile, over in the normal difficulty chat, Kang Dongrun was desperately begging for monster intel. searching frantically for any party willing to carry his dead weight through the first floor. The solo players were completely flooding the message boards. After all, this tiny digital window was their only remaining connection to human sanity. A cold smirk crept across our hero's face. Right there on the screen was a pathetic cry for help from 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠. The very same person crowned as the #1 player. His mind drifted back to her status window from his previous life. A screen that had completely exposed her overwhelming, suffocating cowardice. It seemed that no matter how much terrifying power the system handed her, she would never be able to escape her pathetic, cowardly nature. Deciding to play the merciful god, he drafted a post of his own, dropping a ridiculously generous, step-by-step survival guide for the first floor tutorial, throwing a lifeline to the terrified masses. Just as he predicted, the solo chat absolutely exploded. The desperate players couldn't believe an anonymous saint was handing out premium survival secrets for free. But our protagonist wasn't naive enough to think they would blindly trust him. And even if they did, surviving this hellish labyrinth required far more than just reading a tutorial guide. In his previous life, out of 1,000 desperate souls, only 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 had managed to crawl out of this bloodbath alive. Shaking off the dark memories, he shifted his focus and pulled a chunk of mutant rat meat from his inventory. The system graciously labeled this monstrosity as digestible. He took a hesitant bite, and instantly regretted every life choice he had ever made. A violently sickening wave of nausea crashed over him. He had been hit with severe food poisoning. The terrifying debuff window flashed red. His stats would plummet for 2 agonizing days, ultimately leading to a pathetic death, unless he burned through precious recovery or stamina potions. A normal player would have learned their lesson right then and there. But our insanely determined regressor? He was built entirely differently. He quickly chugged the divine spring water, instantly cleansing the lethal toxins from his veins. Then, with eyes full of madness, he took another massive bite. Miraculously, the system spared his life this time around. Surviving this death game meant facing a brutal reality. Real food was virtually non-existent, and emergency rations wouldn't last forever. Devouring the flesh of monsters wasn't just an option. It was an absolute necessity for survival. He gambled with death again, got poisoned, and immediately cleansed himself with the glowing water. He repeated this insane cycle of torment until the system itself practically surrendered. A glorious notification popped up. He had unlocked the disease resistance skill, granting him eternal immunity to all foodborne toxins. With a triumphant smirk on his face, his crazy stat farming session was complete. It was time to push the limits with his next dangerous experiment. He plunged his entire head beneath the spring's surface, forcefully holding his breath. His lungs screamed in absolute agony, but his iron will refused to break. The moment he burst from the water, gasping for life, the generous system showered him with 2 brand new skills. First was breath mastery, doubling his underwater endurance. But the second was the true jackpot, the boundary of life and death, a divine passive that granted him absolute intuition right before the Reaper's scythe could strike. But a chilling anomaly caught his eye. The proficiency for this life-saving skill was already sitting at a massive 50%. Every other skill had reset to level 1. This impossible glitch sent his mind racing. Even crazier, 50% was the exact proficiency he possessed seconds before his regression. Was this some mystical, reality-bending connection? Did mind-based abilities somehow transcend the boundaries of time itself? Honestly, he didn't have the luxury to care about the system's broken rules. With a flick of his wrist, his trusty blade materialized from thin air. Gripping his weapon tight, our overpowered regressor stepped boldly into the darkness ahead. Countless undiscovered skills still awaited him. And our protagonist? He had absolutely zero intention of slowing down. Meanwhile, over on the community boards, Junie was trembling too much to follow the survivor guide our main character posted. But did he care? Not in the slightest. It was their own funeral, and Junie wasn't alone in this cowardice. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 shared the exact same hesitation. Yet, they were utterly powerless to complain. Why? Because our main character was the only one leagues ahead of the entire player base. Back in the labyrinth, our guy was grinding his newly acquired breath-holding skill. In this system, skills had hidden combo routes. Executing specific strikes under perfect conditions could awaken absolute god-tier abilities. He practiced sealing his breath mid-strike. The result? He successfully doubled his maximum duration. There was just one catch. It only worked if he remained completely motionless. After an endless cycle of grueling practice, he finally gasped for air. Ding! The system rewarded his madness with a brand new special art, the breathless strike. With more than 10 techniques locked and loaded in his arsenal, he could finally call himself a true labyrinth veteran. A satisfied smirk crossed his face as he inspected his blade. Just as he had read the attack patterns of the giant rats, he realized a terrifying truth. Humans possessed their own predictable battle rhythms, and with his new breathless strike, he could shatter those rhythms at will. It was the ultimate trump card for surviving this hellish labyrinth. Glancing at his glowing status window, a triumphant grin appeared. His agility stat had already eclipsed 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽's, and that was her record after clearing the entire first floor. The warm-up was over. It was time to forge his ultimate core skill. Without a second thought, he stepped out of the safe zone. Core skills were the absolute holy grail of this game. A single one outclassed 10 basic skills combined. They granted divine authorities, like stacking attack multipliers, uncovering hidden dimensions, nullifying lethal damage, or even freezing time itself. But as with everything in this cursed system, nothing of value was ever handed out for free. Take the perfect reconnaissance skill, for example. A player had to painfully grind and evolve the clairvoyance trait multiple times just to unlock it. Our protagonist pondered deeply. Could he actually snag a core skill this early on the first floor? Preferably without selling his soul to the labyrinth in the process. But first, he had to deal with another uninvited guest. A massive rat lunged. He raised his shield, but the beast's razor-sharp fangs sank deep into his leg. The filthy monster probably felt incredibly smug. It thought our hero was trapped and helpless. But the truth? He was offering his flesh on purpose. He endured the agonizing pain just long enough, triggering the system's hidden pity mechanism. With an explosive shield bash, he sent the overgrown rodent flying back. Ding! The system rewarded his blood sacrifice. His proficiency in the boundary of life and death and frozen heart techniques skyrocketed. The rat charged again, blinded by fury. This time, he executed a flawless parry, awakening a brand new defensive aura. However, his excitement was short-lived. This shield art only nullified low-tier damage. It wasn't the absolute power he was hunting for. What he truly craved was the legendary indomitable skill, a god-tier passive that negated a fatal blow and granted temporary absolute immortality. In his past life, he was the sole master of this power. Even the mighty 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 and 𝐒𝐢𝐭 could only watch in pure awe. As for the secret to acquiring it, well, this labyrinth operated on its own twisted logic. According to the rules, techniques could be stolen from others. They could be earned by attempting the absolute impossible, or simply replicated, if you had a genius-level intellect. Our main character recalled his earlier grind. He learned breath-holding by literally suffocating himself. He awakened the special strike by spamming slashes without oxygen, applying that exact same crazy logic. He deliberately dropped his guard, letting the monster rip into him. Blood spilled as he danced on the edge of the abyss, flawlessly parrying only the most fatal, life-ending strikes. After an endless, agonizing cycle of near-death experiences, the system finally submitted to his sheer willpower. Ding! The indomitable skill was his. He let out a heavy sigh of relief, his heart pounding with pure satisfaction. A nostalgic chuckle escaped his lips. He remembered how 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 had stared at him like a total psychopath, back when he first explained this suicidal training method. But this was the labyrinth's brutal reality. You either risked your life to grasp true power, or remained weak and ended up as Monster Chow. Dragging his battered body back to the safe zone, he chugged some spring water and pulled up his system interface. Unsurprisingly, his notifications were blowing up with new abilities. By this point, his collection had surpassed a staggering 200 skills. But right as he was scrolling through his hard-earned loot, a shadowy figure materialized out of nowhere. Every muscle in his body instantly tensed. The towering man standing before him wasn't another survivor. It was a non-player character, and if the dark rumors were true, every single one of them in the solo difficulty was a complete, bloodthirsty lunatic. His mind raced, recalling fragments of 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽's past warnings. She had mentioned an eccentric old knight, a paladin of the highest order. But before he could piece the puzzle together, the old man vanished, closing the distance in a flash to deliver a devastating punch. Ding! The system warned that Knight 𝐊𝐲 had initiated a non-lethal strike. Caught completely off guard, our protagonist froze under the overwhelming pressure. His boundary of death, passive, screamed in his mind. Red alarms flashed, warning him that the Grim Reaper was knocking on his door. As 𝐊𝐲's iron fist tore through the air, he desperately raised his shield. Boom! The impact nearly shattered his bones. He gasped for breath, grinding his teeth, doing everything in his power just to keep his legs from collapsing under the crushing weight, but right at the absolute limit. An explosive, mountain-crushing surge of energy erupted from within his core. His physical stats forcefully multiplied, meeting the devastating strike head-on. Pushed to the brink, he tactically released his grip on the shield to evade. Ding! A brand new special technique unlocked, the repel counter. Yet, the gap in their levels was an absolute chasm. Dodging that monstrous attack completely was nothing but a pipe dream. The sheer shockwave caught him, blasting him across the room. Crash! He slammed into the stone wall, sending debris flying everywhere. The dust settled. And to Enza's utter disbelief, the boy standing in the rubble wasn't nearly as broken as he should have been. Thanks to his razor-sharp reflexes, our protagonist had perfectly nullified the lethal damage. Still violently coughing from the kinetic shockwave, he cursed inwardly. The solo difficulty really was a playground for absolute monsters. As for the old knight Enza, the veteran wasn't just surprised. He was profoundly impressed. In a fraction of a second, this rookie hadn't just blocked a paladin's strike. By perfectly timing the release of his shield, he had brilliantly and completely thrown off Enza's overwhelming momentum. A thrilling realization dawned on the veteran. This kid was no easy prey. Chuckling to himself, Enza quickly clarified the situation. He swore on his honor that he never intended to take the boy's life. It was simply an eccentric warrior's version of a friendly greeting, a non-lethal test of strength. In fact, the old knight boldly claimed that even if he had struck with killing intent, this monstrous rookie would have brushed it off using his absurd defensive arts. Extending a calloused hand, the old warrior pulled our battered hero from the rubble. Dusting himself off, our main character stabilized his breathing and intensely analyzed the situation before him. He knew the solo mode characters possessed high-level sentience, but hearing one casually analyze specific system skills, that was an absolute game-changer. Even the great 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐨𝐧𝐠 had never uncovered this hidden detail. Formal introductions were made, yet our protagonist's eyes remained sharp with suspicion. His mind flashed back to his past life. He vividly remembered 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽's catastrophic encounter with this exact same knight. And let us just say, her experience had played out completely differently from this bizarrely polite greeting. He launched a sudden, merciless strike against her. She just stood there, completely frozen like a deer caught in headlights. Enza did not even spare her a second glance. He spat out the word coward and abandoned her to the shadows. She never crossed paths with him again. Because of this brutal history, our main character knew better. He definitely was not expecting a warm and fuzzy welcome from this guy. His mind raced to understand the unprovoked attack. Did this guy just have a twisted hobby of crushing low-level players? But Enza quickly cleared the air. As a proud holy knight, he swore he would never trample on the weak. That explosive ambush? It was nothing but a brutal system test. A hidden trial to see if our boy possessed the grit to be deemed worthy. The pieces finally clicked into place for our hero. He had passed the hidden trial. This was not a life-or-death enemy encounter. It was just a notoriously aggressive non-player character who absolutely loved making a dramatic entrance. Shifting the focus, our protagonist asked about the deity Enza worshipped. He already knew the lore of the labyrinth gods, the divine beings who tested challengers and showered them with epic system rewards. While most players completely ignored the lore, our boy had absorbed a wealth of hidden knowledge, all thanks to the endless rambling of his past life companion, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠. Enza's eyes practically glowed with reverence. He spoke of 𝐊𝐢𝐺𝐻, the majestic goddess of love, the divine entity who connected soulmates. To this holy knight, she was the absolute pinnacle of perfection. But tragedy had struck his homeworld, reducing it to ashes. Since then, he had wandered blindly, desperately searching for his lost goddess. However, our main character actually knew her exact coordinates, and let us just say, it was far from a fairy tale ending. In his past life, the one who finally discovered her was none other than 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽. But she was not waiting on a divine throne. Her sacred body had been brutally ripped to shreds. The memory alone was absolute nightmare fuel. Our hero hesitated, the heavy burden of the horrific truth weighing heavily on his tongue. But before he could drop that devastating bombshell, Enza shifted the topic. He asked if the boy was rushing to clear the deeper floors. Our main character merely smirked. Speedrunning the labyrinth was never his actual goal. He was here to grind, adapt, and conquer. To evolve from a weakling into an absolute powerhouse. systematically wiping out every single piece of epic loot along the way. Still burdened by the guilt of his sudden ambush, 𝐿𝐲 made a game-changing offer. He proposed to teach our hero the divine skills of 𝐊𝐢𝐺𝐻 as a formal apology. Naturally, our main character instantly accepted. Only a fool would reject an overpowered system freebie. But knowing how tricky system quests could be, he carefully asked about hidden penalties. To his absolute shock, the knight demanded nothing in return. This was pure, unadulterated atonement. Our hero dryly pointed out that true atonement should not involve unprovoked violence, but the knight simply brushed it off. In his strict code, if the boy had been weak and unworthy, he would have just spat on his corpse and walked away. Wasting no more time, 𝐿𝐲 prepared to demonstrate the hidden skill. He commanded our hero to smash him with a shield. In this brutal labyrinth, weapons were not just hunks of metal. They were the literal keys to awakening true power. A basic sword slash, a standard shield bash, a simple spear thrust. At a quick glance, they seemed like ordinary combat mechanics. But as a warrior constantly grinds and levels up, these fundamental movements evolve into razor-sharp, lethal arts. Individually, they were just low-tier system attacks. But when fused together, they mutated into a catastrophic force. The legendary 𝐒𝐢𝐧𝐠 weapon technique, a deadly cocktail of supreme mastery that birthed an unstoppable juggernaut of destruction. 𝐿𝐻𝐲 was practically vibrating with excitement, eager to pass down this meta-breaking technique. But our main character? He just stood there, completely and utterly underwhelmed. To him, it sounded like absolute garbage. And honestly, you could not blame him. Merging basic weapon skills felt like triggering a useless system glitch rather than unlocking god-tier power. When pressed for an explanation, our boy bluntly stated the stats. His bonus attack power only went up by a pathetic single point. Added to his base attack, that was a grand total of 4 miserable damage points. Unfazed, 𝐿𝐻𝐲 challenged him to strike again. The knight activated his target lock, turning his body into a living damage sponge, ready to absorb the absolute worst. Our hero happily obliged, driving his heavy shield straight into 𝐿𝐻𝐲's skull. The sheer force of the impact caught the knight completely off guard. Wincing from the blinding pain, 𝐿𝐻𝐲 told him to throw a bare-handed punch instead. Not wanting to give the old man brain damage, our boy aimed his fist squarely at the chest. The result was mind-blowing. The damage output plummeted drastically. The truth finally hit him like a shockwave. Different weapon types triggered vastly different damage multipliers. 𝐿𝐻𝐲 explained the meta. Most adventurers fiercely stuck to a single weapon class to prevent their system stats from crashing. He laid out a basic system calculation. Imagine a heavy gauntlet boasting 50 attack power, paired with a light sword dealing only 20. Slashing with that sword would strictly lock the damage output at 20. It was basic game logic. If the stats completely stacked, players would look absolutely ridiculous, carrying enough weapons to supply an entire army. Our protagonist nodded along with the logic, but the Holy Knight was about to shatter his reality. 𝐿𝐻𝐲 passionately argued that combat was a bloody gamble, where a warrior wagers their very life. Every single muscle must be weaponized. It was never just about swinging a flashy sword or hiding behind a shield. That relentless philosophy birthed the 𝐒𝐢𝐧𝐠 weapon technique. This absolute game-changer forcibly fused the attack stats of every equipped weapon and armor piece. It bypassed system limits entirely, transforming the user into a walking, catastrophic weapon of mass destruction. And the ultimate cheat code, it amplified the physical body itself. A massive realization violently struck our hero. The sheer, limitless potential of this broken skill finally dawned on him. Suddenly, all those ignored, trash tier drops looked incredibly appealing. Until a few seconds ago, they were nothing but useless inventory clutter. But as he crushed harder labyrinths and hoarded top-tier legendary gear, this passive ability would rival an ultimate tier skill. Without hesitation, 𝐿𝐻𝐲 initiated the divine skill transfer. A massive surge of data flooded our hero's consciousness. It felt like a massive system patch was downloading directly into his neural network. Pure, intoxicating knowledge. However, there was a tiny catch. Since he was technically still a rookie, he would suffer a temporary debuff in base power until his mastery over the skill maxed out. To sweeten the deal, 𝐿𝐻𝐲 tossed him a rusty, tarnished ring. A piece of junk he would have instantly trashed yesterday. But today, it was an absolute treasure. Fired up, the knight immediately demanded a sparring session to test drive the new power. Our hero smirked and accepted the challenge, instantly summoning his massive, trusty tower shield. In this unforgiving labyrinth, no action was wasted. Even the most seemingly empty rooms held hidden system secrets. Every meticulous search, every hyper-focused scan, was a golden opportunity to violently grind his perception skills. And to this absolute madman of a grinder, absorbing attacks with his shield was not just desperate survival. It was the perfect exploit to turbo-level his defensive mastery. With every bone-rattling impact he blocked, his proficiency bar skyrocketed. It absolutely proved that clashing with overpowered enemies yielded the most insane system rewards. 2 grueling days later, utterly drained but grinning like a maniac, he unlocked a brand new passive, continuous combat. Back in his previous life, this ridiculous, game-breaking ability let him trade blows with an S-rank boss monster for days on end without collapsing. What made it truly priceless was that it could only be acquired through intense player-versus-player combat. A solo-leveling lone wolf like him never dreamed he would actually unlock it here. On the flip side, the Holy Knight was left completely speechless. 𝐿𝐬𝐧𝐠 marveled at our hero's terrifying combat instincts and explosive growth rate. The old warrior's heart swelled with absolute pride at this monstrous evolution. But the old master laid down one absolute condition. The main character was strictly forbidden from passing down the divine technique to anyone. Should he dare to teach it to the unworthy, 𝐿𝐬𝐧𝐠 promised to hunt him down and personally sever his head. Before their paths diverged, the ancient martial artist made one final request. He begged our protagonist to send word if he ever uncovered even a whisper about the goddess 𝐊𝐢𝐽. Our hero stood frozen, torn by a cruel reality. Even if 𝐿𝐬𝐧𝐠 managed to track down the divine being, the bitter truth was that she had likely faded into a mere fragment of memory, no longer a living, breathing entity. And if by some heaven-defying miracle her soul still lingered, well, it wouldn't shock our guy if some monstrous existence had already wiped her out ages ago. He found himself trapped in a maddening dilemma. Should he drop the devastating truth bomb right now, or swallow his words? The hesitation broke when he accidentally slipped that he knew her exact coordinates, a claim the old man brushed off as a tasteless joke. After all, the old master had wandered this hellish maze for what felt like an eternity, never stumbling upon a single clue about his beloved deity. And yet, our rookie main character, who had barely crossed the starting line of this nightmare, dared to declare he knew precisely where the goddess slumbered. But our overpowered hero had already calculated this exact reaction. He had a flawless alibi ready to deploy. He needed the old man's absolute trust. He spun a tale about his homeworld, claiming it possessed divine artifacts capable of reading the labyrinth's secrets. To 𝐿𝐬𝐧𝐠, it sounded like absolute garbage. A cheat map for a constantly shifting, unmappable abyss? The concept was purely laughable, but our hero doubled down. He explained that while standard layouts were impossible to track, unique entity radars absolutely existed, functioning much like the legendary magic flutes used to summon higher beings. With unflinching confidence, he lied that his noble clan had monopolized the research on these very items. That was how he pinpointed divine targets long before even stepping foot in the tutorial. Flashing back to a past life conversation with a veteran ranker, he recalled her bragging about legendary loot from the 89th floor. He had trashed the info back then as useless noise. But now, he weaponized that exact memory to declare 𝐊𝐢𝐽's location on the 78th floor, hidden away in the 24th secret vault of the Grand Library. 𝐿𝐬𝐧𝐠 had never scoured that specific sector. Overwhelmed by a tidal wave of hope, the old master grabbed our hero by the shoulders, his desperate gratitude bordering on sheer madness. The veteran vowed to prepare his ultimate arsenal before marching to that floor. He was dead set on uncovering whether the goddess truly awaited him, or if this cocky rookie was simply playing a dangerous game with his heart. But before charging into the unknown, he felt compelled to reward our hero's guidance, tossing him a mysterious bronze ring. Slipping the cold metal onto his finger, our guy watched 𝐿𝐬𝐧𝐠's fading silhouette. The old man's roars of devotion echoed through the corridors. As the shadows swallowed him, the protagonist couldn't help but wonder if 𝐿𝐬𝐧𝐠 would actually reach her, and if a living goddess would even be waiting. Whatever destiny had in store for them, one fact remained crystal clear. Our hero wouldn't be crossing paths with the old master anytime soon. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, our protagonist pushed forward. With his agility stats massively boosted, slaughtering the giant labyrinth rats had become an absolute joke. There was zero reason to linger in this low-level trash zone. He had utterly shattered the level cap of this floor. To awaken his true potential, ascension was his only option. But before kicking down the gates to floor 2, a critical side quest demanded his attention. This dungeon was packed with hidden chambers, with at least one secret vault buried on every single level. These hidden domains hoarded heaven-defying loot. We are talking about archmage staves, levitation rings, and mythical elixirs that permanently skyrocketed your base stats. Back in his easy mode past life, the bloodbath over these rooms was so chaotic that he usually just walked away. It relied way too much on pure luck, and frankly, he had far better ways to grind than gambling his life on random hidden doors. But in this life, every single hidden vault was already mapped out in his brain. He just needed to verify if the cruel system had scrambled their coordinates. Even though the hellish difficulty warped the dungeon's layout, the foundational architecture had to remain rigid. This meant the secret chambers were sitting exactly where he remembered. Trusting his god-tier memory, he stepped into a suspiciously cramped space. It was an oppressive, claustrophobic box, with nothing but a single door and dead, empty walls. 99% of players would ignore this dead end, cursing their bad luck. But our hero immediately went to work, his eyes scanning the stone surfaces. Every single brick looked like a carbon copy. So, he started knocking them out, ripping the stones free one by one, to analyze the hidden mechanics. Compared to his past life where he survived starving in a barren cell for 7 days straight, this puzzle was actually highly entertaining. As his hands moved with mechanical precision, the system chimed, signaling that his insight skill proficiency was rapidly leveling up. Bingo! He finally breached the illusion, instantly unlocking the rare adventurer title, alongside a massive, permanent boost to his intelligence stat. An ornate treasure chest sat ominously in the center. But he was a seasoned veteran, not some brain-dead rookie blinded by greed. The system never handed out free meals. His sharp eyes swept the shadows. Snatching a dead giant rat from his inventory, he hurled it toward the chest. The second the corpse kissed the floor, a high-velocity arrow materialized from nowhere, turning the rat into a bloody pincushion. Senses dialed to the max, he stepped into the kill zone. Another arrow hissed through the dark, but his hand blurred, snatching the lethal projectile right out of thin air. For any other floor one trash, that trap was an instant ticket to the afterlife. But for our overpowered maniac, it was just a free weapon supply drop, and another casual day at the office. He kept snatching arrows like he was plucking flies from the air, but the system was ramping up the difficulty. The fatal catch? Every single arrowhead was dripping with a high-grade paralytic toxin. Once his inventory was stacked with toxic ammo, he decided it was time to blitz the corridor. He exploded forward. A normal tank would have turtled up behind a massive tower shield, but this was extreme mode. Here, absolute perfection wasn't a flex. It was the bare minimum for survival. Unleashing his peerless martial arts, he shattered flying arrows with pinpoint kicks, crushing wooden shafts with his bare hands while dancing across the trigger plates. Then, his boot touched the dreaded 9th tile. Boom! 9 poisoned arrows erupted from his blind spots simultaneously. He triggered his breath-holding skill, his dynamic vision slowing the world to a crawl. Still, dodging all 9 was mathematically impossible. Pushing his mortal limits beyond the breaking point, the system rewarded him with a brand new ability. Sense amplification. He snapped the closest arrows, deflected the rest, but still took a few shallow grazing cuts. And that was when the true nightmare activated. The traditional trap pattern dictated a 10-arrow volley, but the system was a rigged, merciless god. Instead of 10, 15 venomous projectiles screamed toward his vital organs. There wasn't even a split second to curse the unfairness of this hellhole. His battle-hardened instincts screamed that blocking this iron storm was a physical impossibility. But in that microscopic window of time, his genius brain calculated that such a massive volley meant overlapping trajectories. He twisted his body, threading the needle through the storm of steel. But a few cruel tips still found their target. Toxic steel bit deep into his flesh. Hot blood painted the stone floor, as a soul-crushing, bone-melting agony hijacked his nervous system. It was the kind of mind-shattering pain that made men curse their very existence. But right in the epicenter of that absolute torment, a beautiful blue screen flickered to life. Ding! New skill unlocked. Pain mitigation. The agonizing, bone-crushing pain actually felt somewhat manageable now. Had he not endured far worse tortures in his past life, his consciousness would have instantly shattered. Sure, he could have played the punching bag to farm a few more system skills. But turning this trial into a masochistic bloodbath? Yeah. No thanks. He kicked open the treasure chest. Inside lay a flame staff, an absolute must-have artifact for novice mages, granting the wielder the iconic fireball spell. For an early-game magical artifact, Its hidden value was utterly off the charts. He smirked, remembering 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭. Since she practically ignored hidden dungeons, she could not tell a godly artifact from a shiny pebble if her life depended on it. If this was the standard loot for solo mode, then maybe the system was not completely merciless. Stepping out of the hidden chamber, a screeching horde of giant rats ambushed him. But with a single, casual swing of his arm, he completely obliterated the entire swarm. The sheer gap in their stats was laughable. Ding, the system chimed, rewarding his dominance with a brand new skill. Indomitable will. Reaching the safe zone, he cupped the glowing spring water to his lips. Instantly, a refreshing surge washed over his mind. It felt like he had just awakened from a century of peaceful slumber. Mind razor-sharp, he pulled up his status window to inspect his new powers. Pain resistance and enhanced senses were solid passive traits, but they required time to truly evolve into game-changers. Indomitable will, however, was an absolute masterpiece. It allowed him to temporarily ignore lethal damage entirely. The agonizing grind had paid off. Yet, the flame staff remained his ultimate jackpot. Now, it was time to conquer the second floor. The labyrinth design was brutally straightforward. A guardian boss blocked the descending stairs. Annihilate the boss, and the path forward reveals itself. Our main character hoped this clash would be as simple as the tutorial suggested. But let us face reality. This was solo mode, and the system never deals a fair hand. He kicked the massive iron doors wide open. In the suffocating darkness, a monstrous shadow towered over him. The giant Rat King, the absolute ruler of this floor. Back in easy mode, this abomination was the nightmare of the 10th floor. Memories flashed of countless players being ripped to bloody shreds by its colossal claws. Yet now, his eyes remained ice-cold and unfazed. This beast was no mere low-level mob. For the pathetic weaklings trapped on floor 1, it was the literal embodiment of despair. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 had realized this cruel truth early on. So, she exploited a fatal glitch in the system. Boss monsters could never cross their dungeon thresholds. She flooded the chamber with gasoline and turned the boss room into a blazing inferno. Honestly, a brilliantly ruthless strategy. Considering she was the sole survivor among the fools who challenged the first floor, her desperate tactic was the only proven path to victory. But our protagonist knew the dark truth. The labyrinth despised cowards. It craved the scent of blood, the agonizing struggle of life and death, and a flawless display of combat mastery. And he had returned to conquer it all. Gripping his staff tightly, mana surged through his veins as he blasted a blazing fireball straight at the monstrosity. The crimson flames engulfed the beast, inflicting a steady stream of burn damage. But chipping away its health was not enough. Swapping weapons in a flash, he unleashed a volley of venom-laced arrows. Yet, the monstrous titan barely flinched. Did our hero panic? Not even for a fraction of a second. He had fully anticipated this absurd defense mechanism. Pivoting his strategy, he loaded arrows coated in potent, paralyzing venom. Thwack! The colossal rat froze like a grotesque statue, completely immobilized for 10 seconds, or until the next strike landed. The main character seized the opening instantly. He rained down a relentless barrage of nerve-striking arrows, stacking deadly status effects with the cold precision of a battle demon. He was not just fighting the boss, he was surgically dismantling it. With its defenses utterly paralyzed, the beast health bar began to melt away. But his past life experience warned him. This cheap trick was about to expire. The moment its vitality plummeted below 20%, the dreaded system warning flashed. Warning! The boss has entered a berserk state. Memories of this chaotic nightmare surged from his previous life. Status effects were now completely useless. It was time to abandon the tricks and clash in absolute, brutal close-quarters combat. He slammed his massive tower shield into the earth, grounding his stance for the catastrophic impact. Boom. Even blocking the heavy strike shattered his health bar slightly, but it was all part of his grand design. His base strength was lacking, but his god-tier agility was his ultimate weapon. Deflecting the massive blow, he brutally smashed the edge of his shield into the beast joint, shattering its balance as he unleashed a storm of devastating counter-strikes. However, his stamina gauge was flashing a dangerous red. If this battle dragged on for another minute, he would be nothing but rat food. With a flash of light, he summoned his blade. Activating his breathless assault skill, he carved through the beast's thick hide with terrifyingly precise, lightning-fast slashes. Furious, the giant boss retaliated with a vicious swipe. Because what kind of epic boss raid would it be without a little blood? Knowing a single direct hit would spell game over, he flawlessly parried the monster lethal strikes. turning its own massive momentum against it, while keeping up his relentless barrage. Strike after strike, the cavern echoed with the symphony of steel and flesh, until with a final, earth-shattering thud, the colossal rat collapsed into dust. Victory belonged to him alone. As the chaotic dust settled, the glorious system notifications flooded his vision. Both his agility and mana stats had permanently leveled up. A golden light enveloped his body, instantly healing his battered muscles as he ascended to the next level. But the true spoils of war lay in the loot window. A random stat potion and a completely unexpected hidden reward. A targeted stat potion. Without hesitation, he downed both vials, feeling a godlike surge of energy incinerate his weakness. Checking his skill tree, his newly acquired counterattack ability caught his eye. Now, he could redirect an enemy absolute strongest blow and send it back with apocalyptic force. Before advancing deeper into the abyss, he swiped open the holographic community board to check on the survival guide he had anonymously uploaded for Floor 1. He had not expected much of a reaction, but his curiosity got the better of him. To his shock, the chat was exploding. Players were raving about the spring of life, frantically sharing his tips and forming survival strategies. It was a strangely heartwarming sight. That is, until the dark memories of his past regressions surfaced. Back then, this very forum had been a digital graveyard, drowning in the blood-curdling screams of doomed players. Eventually, even those cries of despair had gone completely silent. All except for one solitary survivor, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭. She had been the only flickering light in that deafening, apocalyptic wasteland. And now, as if bound by the threads of destiny, her familiar username flashed on the screen once more. But this time, she was desperately searching for him. Meanwhile, our protagonist was completely unbothered, casually tightening the combat gauntlets he had bought from the Forgotten King. He was fully primed to descend into the hellish lower levels, but that greedy phantom merchant was not satisfied with just trading for mere rat meat. The old specter demanded the boss rare Pelton Fangs as well. But hand over premium crafting materials for pocket change? Not a chance in hell. Reading his cold gaze, the ghostly monarch smirked, realizing the young warrior was searching for a specific target. And for once, the old ghost hit the bullseye. Our main character was hunting down Hafran, the legendary hidden blacksmith of the labyrinth. According to 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 past life logs, conquering the abyss was mathematically impossible without that old master divine craftsmanship. That single fact alone made tracking him down an absolute top priority. Exiting the shadowy merchant domain, he stepped back toward the labyrinth gateway. It was one of the few so-called safe zones, a pathetic hunting ground swarming with low-level trash mobs that barely possessed the will to fight back. But before long, he finally stepped onto the second floor. The tutorial was over, and the real death game had begun. Clearing this stage meant securing a beginner-tier mana potion, and lurking in the shadows, a hidden, unpredictable reward. His eyes gleamed with absolute hunger for that potion. Yet, just as he was about to make his move, the system ruthlessly bombarded him with a cascade of unread notifications. Mildly annoyed but deeply curious, he pulled up the community interface. The chat was completely flooded. Junie Tin and Soon were spamming his inbox like desperate mortals praying to a god. Before our overpowered protagonist could even pick a favorite to answer, a new alert flashed before his eyes. Junie was begging for an exclusive, one-on-one conversation. Entertaining the plea, our hero accepted the request. Turns out, Junie simply wanted to bask in his presence. Overcome with overwhelming emotion, the rookie confessed that our main character's strategy guide had become their sole beacon of hope in this hell. Thrown into the merciless labyrinth, Junie had endured agonizing starvation and soul-crushing isolation. His sanity had been hanging by a mere thread. Driven mad by absolute despair, he had even crawled to the fallen, begging the dead for scraps of food. That was the sheer, brutal reality of this realm. And right at the very moment he accepted his pathetic demise, boom, our main character dropped the ultimate first-floor survival manual. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 had been the very first player to conquer the trial. Witnessing a fragile human like her shatter the death trap had instantly reignited the dying flames of hope for everyone else. Through their exchange, our regressor learned a crucial piece of intel. So far, only Junie and 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 had successfully butchered the giant rat swarm. He had crossed paths with the girl before, but this Junie kid was a complete wildcard. Searching through the fragmented memories of his past life, Junie was a nobody. He had probably met a pathetic end, wiped out by some ridiculously impulsive, rookie mistake. Yet now, the butterfly effect of his forum post had kept the kid breathing. Junie had actually leveled up to match 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠's pace. This completely transformed him into a system anomaly, a survivor who, according to the original timeline, simply should not exist. Seeing that these fragile players were actually fighting tooth and nail against their fate, our absolute monarch decided to toss them one more golden lifeline. He dropped a severe warning about 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠, handing over the exact cheat codes needed to handle the tricky, non-playable character. If they played their cards perfectly and showed proper respect, 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠 would bless them with an incredibly high-tier item. He ordered Junie to pass this exclusive intel down to 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 as well. Thoroughly baffled, the rookie dared to question his savior. Why would a supreme player help them, when under the system's absolute laws, they were practically enemies destined to clash? Our hero mentally flicked the kid's forehead with a harsh dose of reality. He sharply reminded him that they were all born from the same dying planet, a world currently strapped to an express train headed straight for complete annihilation. This was not some pathetic display of merciful kindness. He simply refused to let his potential chess pieces get slaughtered like a bunch of brainless, clueless mobs. Shifting the narrative, he demanded an intelligence report on the community forum's current atmosphere. Junie delivered the grim news. Arrogant players had already started forming violent factions and inciting absolute chaos. Our main character smirked. The inevitable rise of the arrogant fools had officially kicked off. With that ominous confirmation, he instantly severed the connection and shifted his focus back to reality. Everything up until this very moment, just a pathetic child's tutorial. But here, on the bloody grounds of the second floor, the true labyrinth bared its fangs. Without a single drop of hesitation, our overpowered hero kicked the massive doors wide open. He walked in, radiating the dominant aura of a king returning to his throne room. Waiting in the shadows was a nasty ambush squad, goblins fully geared with deadly bows, heavy shields, and rusted blades. Unfazed, he drew his own bowstring back to its absolute limit. It was time to etch the absolute terror of humanity right into their monstrous souls. A single goblin was nothing but weak, insignificant trash. But when these vile creatures swarmed together, their collective, aggressive stupidity morphed into a genuinely lethal threat. Whoosh! Our hero released a devastating arrow that perfectly pierced the archer goblin, triggering instant paralysis. Seeing their comrade fall, the shield-bearing vanguard foolishly decided that this was their ultimate moment of glory. Big mistake. Our absolute menace brutally smashed his shield right into the creature's ugly face. In a flash of blue light, he summoned his trusty blade and impaled the monster straight through its vile heart. Before he could even exhale, two more green bastards launched a ferocious assault. One was wildly swinging a massive, intimidating greatsword. Our main character merely glanced at the heavy weapon, instantly swapped to his magic staff, and nuked the entire freaking blast zone. As the smoke cleared and the ashes settled, he calmly strolled into the crater and claimed his spoils. He gripped the fallen greatsword. It was completely covered in rust, but its base stats heavily outclassed his previous, pathetic beginner blade. Looting a sturdy wooden shield along the way, his offensive stats were officially boosted. With steady footsteps, he marched forward into the next chamber. Resting in the center was an ancient, terrifying altar dedicated to the dark god, 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠. Ding! The system generously rewarded his discovery, injecting a permanent boost directly into his mana pool and agility stats. As the power surged through his veins, old memories resurfaced. The supreme constellations of this labyrinth all possessed radically different, twisted temperaments. Some celestial beings were sickeningly benevolent, others were cold and completely indifferent, and a select few viewed human players as nothing more than disposable toys for their sadistic entertainment. 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠? He was the absolute sovereign of bloody conflict and inescapable death. To put it plainly, this twisted deity practically fed on human agony and despair. Standing dead center before the cursed altar, our hero was suddenly crushed by an overwhelmingly malevolent aura. The sheer suffocating pressure was infinitely heavier than any monster he had ever faced. In that chilling split second, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠's previous, cowardly retreat made absolute, perfect sense. Fleeing from this pure manifestation of death might have been the only genius move she had ever made in her life. Ding! A blood-red system alert shattered the heavy silence. The god 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠 demanded an absolute trial of survival. Emerge victorious, and a legendary reward would be his. Sounded like a straightforward death match. Our battle junkie hero accepted the quest without a second thought. After all, grinding for supreme power was his only agenda. His absolute lack of fear deeply amused the sadistic constellation watching from above. Bam! Without a shred of warning, the god's divine proxy, fake, materialized from the shadows. Encased in impenetrable, heavy plate armor, the executioner wasted 0 seconds. He charged like a runaway freight train, wielding a colossal broadsword that matched the ego of an arrogant warlord. Clang! The earth-shattering impact instantly spiderwebbed our hero's new wooden shield. Realizing that playing defense against this monstrous physical strength was pure suicide, he ruthlessly tossed the useless junk aside. It was time to completely switch up his combat style. Entering dual-wield mode, he simultaneously drew his old rusted blade and his newly looted greatsword. With explosive agility, he closed the gap and launched a fierce counter-assault straight at Fake. Boom! Their steel collided in a deafening symphony of destruction. The massive shockwave surged right up our hero's arms, making his bones violently tremble. In stark contrast, the armored juggernaut did not even flinch an inch. Our experienced regressor instantly calculated the grim reality. Matching raw, monstrous muscle with pure force was a complete dead end. Activating Plan B, he executed a flawless tactical retreat. He baited the massive brute forward, waiting for that perfect, split-second window to unleash his counter-slash. Slash! The strike perfectly hit the target, but the rusted blade violently jammed deep inside the heavy armor plating. A catastrophic miscalculation. Yet, relying on his absolute mastery of the ELAC martial arts, he aggressively pressed into the enemy's blind spot, totally shattering the giant's attack rhythm. This legendary technique had carried him through his past life, and its terrifying efficiency remained absolute. Following a relentless barrage of critical strikes, even the divine proxy seemed completely disoriented by the sheer pressure. Our main character smoothly dashed backward to reset his stance. He was absolutely convinced that the watching deity was thirsting for a spectacular, blood-soaked finale. But right on cue, 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠 decided to forcefully turn up the dramatic tension. The sadistic god forcibly activated his divine authority. The arena's boundaries violently shrank inward, imposing a suffocating spatial penalty on the battlefield. Under the god's direct blessing, Fake suddenly shed his mindless aggression. The proxy's glowing eyes locked onto our hero, coldly recalculating the entire flow of battle. Our seasoned survivor narrowed his eyes. What in the world was this sudden, terrifying phase transition? The divine executioner slowly dragged his massive blade across his steel armor. An incredibly violent, crimson aura erupted directly from the vibrating weapon. Swoosh! With the speed of a fired bullet, the proxy launched his deadly strike straight toward our main character. The mindless facade of the puppet instantly melted away. The very atmosphere of the arena thickened into absolute, suffocating dread. Alarm bells screamed inside our hero's mind. His previous hit-and-run tactics were now completely rendered useless against an entity with awakened combat intelligence. The proxy teleported right into his personal space. Our hero barely managed to cross his blades for a desperate guard. But the sheer explosive force still ripped through his defenses, drawing first blood. This was no longer a fight against a clumsy, slow-moving tank. The enemy's movements had mutated into something terrifyingly lethal. Every single strike was overwhelmingly agile, ruthlessly precise, and calculated to absolute perfection. The enemy's blade danced with devastating perfection. A single strike sent the main character crashing into the stone wall. This phantom moved with the lethal grace of a veteran knight. Our hero gritted his teeth, struggling just to stay on his feet. His grip on his weapons trembled. For the first time, the steel in his hands felt impossibly heavy and entirely out of his control. But the labyrinth system was always watching. Every single movement was being evaluated. Cross a certain threshold of mastery, and mere technique evolves into a system skill. If this phantom's sword art was truly that high tier, he was going to steal it. A blazing fire of ambition ignited within his eyes. Sure, he had to admit this corrupted servant possessed overwhelmingly superior swordsmanship. But our hero was no ordinary swordsman. He was a player, and a player always has more tricks up their sleeve than just swinging a blade. Mana surged as he manifested a blazing fireball. He hurled the roaring flames straight at the servant, but with one blinding flash of steel, the phantom cleanly sliced the inferno in half. However, as the embers scattered, the main character had completely vanished. The phantom barely had a fraction of a second to react before our hero unleashed a lethal strike from its blind spot. Yet the servant twisted its body with unnatural speed, bringing its blade crashing down. Our boy instantly activated his counter skill. Clang! Even with the block, The terrifying shockwave tore through his defenses, inflicting brutal internal damage. Refusing to back down, he triggered his breath control skill. Ignoring the agonizing pain ripping through his flesh, he launched an overwhelming barrage of relentless strikes. His absolute ferocity finally paid off. A golden notification popped up, rewarding him with the chain attack skill. But he swiped the window away without a second glance. His stamina was practically hitting zero. He could not afford to drag this deathmatch out for another second. Squeezing out the very last drop of his life force, he charged headfirst at the servant. In a mirror image of death, the phantom lunged right back at him. Right as he brought his weapons down, agony exploded through his entire being. The servant's cold steel had pierced straight through his chest. The damage output was absolutely catastrophic, but the word defeat was not in his vocabulary. He instantly triggered his tenacity skill, overriding the fatal blow with sheer, iron-willed determination. With a primal roar, he drove both of his blades deep into the gaps of the servant's neck armor. He pushed with explosive force, tearing through metal and bone until the phantom's head was cleanly severed from its shoulders. Gasping for breath, he stared down at the human face finally revealed beneath the heavy helm. But instead of carrying a grudge to the grave, the dying warrior offered a faint smile, leaving behind a rare compliment for his conqueror's absolute bravery. Ding! The system officially confirmed the servant's execution. A massive wave of experience points flooded in. His stats skyrocketed, his shattered body fully regenerated in a wash of golden light, and his soul strike passive awakened as a reward for this impossible solo victory. He pulled up his status window, smirking at his permanently increased health and mana pools. But his excitement flatlined when he realized there was zero loot dropped. Just then, an unexpected cosmic shift occurred. The god of carnage, 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠, was thoroughly entertained by the bloodbath and decided to bestow a divine reward. The very air tore open as a blade dripping with a sinister crimson aura materialized before the main character. This was no ordinary weapon. It was the legendary ceremonial sword of 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠. Its demonic hue was stained pitch black by the blood of countless ancient sacrifices. Our hero was absolutely stunned. Acquiring an artifact of this mythical caliber on merely the second floor, it was utterly unprecedented in the history of the system. For once, the goddess of luck was actually smiling down on him. But the system notifications were not done flashing. He was just granted the proof of conflict skill, an insanely overpowered passive that infinitely scaled his strength with every enemy he slaughtered. But right as he was drooling over his new cheat-like arsenal, the entire labyrinth violently quaked. A blinding red system alert shattered the darkness. The mighty god 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠 was officially offering him an apostle contract. Our boy had absolutely no clue what an apostle contract actually entailed, and the system certainly did not come with a handy tutorial manual. He collapsed onto the cold stone floor, his mind racing as he recalled how 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠 had recently eaten a divine penalty that severely nerfed his influence. It turned out that even omnipotent cosmic beings had to bow to the system's annoying restrictions. And yet, this battle-crazed deity was willing to tank a massive penalty, just for a chance to turn our hero into his personal avatar. It was an undeniably seductive proposition. There was just one glaring, massive red flag. 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠 was still a notoriously unpredictable god of carnage. The main character had always been a lone wolf, clearing quests on his own terms. Signing his soul away for a power boost felt like a guaranteed bad ending. The idea of being an eternal lapdog for some arrogant deity sounded absolutely miserable. So, with a smirk, he slammed the reject button. Miraculously, the god of carnage did not smite him with divine fury. Instead, a hidden subquest generated right before his eyes. The objective? Eradicate every single hostile entity across the second and third floors. The more he killed, the more legendary his final payout would be. Now, our hero was not stupid enough to blindly trust a cosmic entity with a history of backstabbing. But when that golden system window flashed again, displaying 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠's promise of astronomically high-tier loot, our boy finally caved in. He accepted the quest, praying to whatever higher power was listening that 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐠 would not twist this simple extermination job into a living nightmare. Before diving back into the bloodbath, he hit up the safe zone merchant to stock up on emergency health potions. The moment he walked in, the shopkeeper, 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠, instantly recognized the demonic aura radiating from his new ceremonial sword. The old merchant had his own dark history with the god of carnage. More accurately, he had watched countless heaven-defying geniuses meet gruesome, tragic ends. all because they became playthings for this twisted deity's amusement. The main character tried to pry him for intel regarding the apostle contract, but Losk immediately shut down, hiding behind his rigid merchant persona. His cold glare made it crystal clear. "Buy your items and get out." Our boy took the hint and backed off. Strolling back toward the danger zone, he scrolled through the holographic community board, curious to see if any other unlucky players had crossed paths with the Phantom Knight, Enza. Turns out, top rankers Junie and Tae Jiang had indeed triggered the boss encounter, but their experience was a total humiliation compared to his. Enza had literally spat in Junie's face. When the furious ranker tried to retaliate, his body was utterly paralyzed by fear, and he was obliterated in a single strike. Tae Jiang suffered the exact same pathetic fate. And now, those two arrogant elites were reduced to grinding low-level giant rats in the beginner zones, just like the rest of the worthless mob characters. Feeling a rare shred of pity, our boy dropped a few tactical hints in the forum about the giant rats' attack patterns. He warned them to watch their blind spots. As for how to actually survive and secure the kill, well, that sounds like a skill issue for them to figure out. Closing the chat interface with a smirk, he shifted his ultimate focus back to the real prize, his genocide-level subquest. Descending into the second floor's abyss, dozens of demonic goblins lurked in the pitch-black shadows, drooling over him like a walking buffet. But as the shrieking horde ambushed him from all sides, the main character did not even blink. A sinister grin spread across his face. He was absolutely dying to test drive his brand-new proof-of-conflict skill. He swung the ceremonial sword in a devastating arc. Blood sprayed as he carved through their monstrous ranks like butter. With every kill, his senses sharpened to an inhuman degree. His physical fatigue evaporated like mist, and his combat stats began violently skyrocketing. But the most terrifying part of this cheat skill, there was absolutely zero level cap. As long as the slaughter continued, his power would multiply toward infinity. This was instantly cemented as his absolute favorite cheat ability. The goblin horde fell like wheat before a scythe. Walking over their fading pixels, our overpowered hero soon arrived before a massive, ominous stone door. He kicked the heavy doors open, stepping into an ancient, dust-covered warrior's tomb. Ding! The first discovery bonus triggered instantly, permanently upgrading his intelligence and mana capacity. Bracing himself for a hidden trap, he cautiously reached out to touch the weathered sarcophagus. Suddenly, a blinding flash of spectral light erupted, making him jump. A translucent, ghostly apparition materialized in the air, offered a lightning-fast, overly casual greeting, and then completely phased back into the tomb. He stood there frozen, staring blankly at the stone coffin. Did an ancient ghost really just pop out to say hi and dip? Narrowing his eyes, he reached out and touched the stone a second time. Boom! The exact same ridiculous sequence played out. The spirit popped up, dropped a lazy greeting, and instantly evaporated. A vein bulged on his forehead. His annoyance was rapidly escalating into full-blown gamer rage. Did this transparent clown really think he was someone to be trolled? He tapped the tomb one more time. But the millisecond the ghost materialized, his hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the phantom right by its spectral throat. He viciously demanded a proper, high-tier, hidden quest instead of this glitchy nonsense. But the ancient spirit merely chuckled, effortlessly phasing right through his physical grasp, loudly mocking our hero for possessing such foolish audacity. Our main character instantly realized one thing. This phantom was no ordinary NPC. In fact, it was a massive headache. After enduring a mountain of useless rambling, the spirit finally revealed its true identity. A fallen warrior of the labyrinth. His sole purpose? Handing out hidden quests, but only to those he deemed worthy. And in this arrogant ghost size, our boy was absolute trash. He demanded a champion, someone who had cleared at least 30 floors. Not wasting another second, the protagonist turned his back. What a complete waste of time, entertaining a delusional spirit with a god complex. But just as he took a step, the phantom's gaze locked onto the ceremonial blade strapped to his back. The trial of Rosaratos. The moment the ghost recognized that legendary achievement, his arrogant attitude completely flipped. Suddenly, he was practically begging to hand over the quest. But our main character? He had already lost all interest in playing along. Yet this persistent phantom just would not shut up. He proudly declared himself a legendary warrior, the fastest conqueror in the history of the labyrinth, bragging about crushing monstrous foes, annihilating entire armies. He painted himself as the ultimate hero, or more accurately, the ultimate narcissist, the tragic end to his so-called epic tale? While resting on the 10th floor, a monster wielding true damage ambushed him in his sleep, snuffing out his glorious journey in an instant. Just recalling the memory made the spirit boil with absolute fury. He thirsted for brutal revenge, and that was where our protagonist came in. The system quest? Annihilate the 10th floor boss. As for the hidden reward, that entirely depended on this petty ghost's mood. But experience was experience. With a heavy sigh, our hero accepted the system prompt. Stepping out of the chamber, the phantom shamelessly floated right after him, planting itself directly on our boy's head. The protagonist groaned inwardly. He was now stuck with an overdramatic cheerleader, all the way to the 10th floor. But every encounter holds potential value. Maybe he could milk this spirit for exclusive intel. He broke the ice, probing into the ghost's past life. At first, the phantom played hard to get, acting as if his glorious history was too sacred for mortal ears. But with just a tiny push, he practically burst at the seams to brag, claiming he was making a special exception for our boy. Not that our hero cared in the slightest. Yet the fallen warrior kept running his spectral mouth, spewing his endless backstory. He boldly claimed to be the crown prince of the great 𝐒𝐫𝐫𝐧𝐠 empire, the absolute heir to the throne, unrivaled in both blade aura and military tactics. Crowds supposedly begged just to catch a glimpse of his shadow. Our main character listened, with a deadpan expression of zero interest. Let us be brutally honest here. This guy didn't sound like royalty. He sounded exactly like a street corner thug, desperately clinging to his glory days. The tall tale dragged on. An apocalyptic crisis. A brave sacrifice to enter the labyrinth and save humanity. And then, well, our protagonist already knew the pathetic punchline. Calling out the ghost's embarrassing defeat, the spirit glared daggers at him, admitting he absolutely loathed our boy's attitude. But his blazing hatred for the monster that killed him far outweighed his annoyance toward our hero. Just then, an ominous iron door blocked their path. Completely ignoring the phantom's endless nagging, the protagonist kicked it open, revealing a massive chamber swarming with vile goblins. In a flash, he drew his bow. A perfectly calculated shot paralyzed the closest target. Smoothly transitioning, he drew his blade, smashing another goblin into the dirt. Rinse and repeat. The phantom warrior watched in pure bewilderment, completely failing to grasp our boy's battle logic. Our hero didn't even bother to explain his strange farming method. But eventually, the rusted gears in the spirit's head clicked. The protagonist was manipulating the system. He was forcefully grinding for a hidden skill. However, the ghost fiercely mocked this ridiculous grinding method, claiming it was mathematically impossible. But those arrogant words sparked a brilliant scheme in our protagonist's mind. A dangerous smirk crept across his face. He proposed a high-stakes gamble. If the phantom was right, our boy would become his absolute puppet, following every single command without question. But if our protagonist successfully acquired the skill, the arrogant spirit had to answer every question with absolute truth. Blinded by his own overinflated ego, the phantom agreed without a second thought. The spectral warrior was practically drooling in anticipation, fantasizing about the glorious moment when this disrespectful brat would drop to his knees and beg for mercy. Unfortunately for him, reality was a cold, harsh slap to the face. Our hero was too busy choking the life out of a goblin to give a damn about the ghost's pathetic delusions, snapping back to the bloody reality of the dungeon. The ghost began ranting about the mechanics of the dueling skill, detailing how it completely isolated a one-on-one deathmatch, blocking out any external system interference. Our main character's eyes practically glowed at that description. It was exactly what he needed, after slaughtering countless enemies in forced one-on-one combat. Ding! The system chimed, granting him a brand new, overpowered ability. The forced duel skill. An absolute game-changer. Now, he was completely immune to annoying crowd control tactics. No more random poison debuffs. No more confusion status effects. Just pure, uninterrupted slaughter. He could finally revel in the absolute thrill of solitary combat. Our boy was riding a massive high. But the phantom? He looked like his soul had just been crushed all over again. The boastful warrior could only stare in wide-eyed horror, probably questioning his entire existence as a dungeon veteran. But our protagonist had no time to gloat. He mercilessly reminded the spirit about their little wager, effectively slamming the ghost's mouth shut. Well, at least for a solid minute. Desperately trying to save face, the phantom immediately started making pathetic excuses. But our main character wasn't here to babysit a bruised ego. He demanded his hard-earned answers. The spectral warrior cursed him out, acting like a sore loser. But our boy had already developed maximum immunity to his spectral whining. The ghost's endless complaints echoed down the dark corridors, until they suddenly stumbled upon another hidden vault. With a confident smirk, our hero dismantled the brickwork, blocking the entrance. Stepping into the shadows, his clairvoyance skill instantly flared to life. The system highlighted the entire death trap in glowing red, hidden arrow mechanisms lining the ceiling, pressure plates rigged across the floor, and massive, crushing walls grinding in the distance. For the first time ever, the Phantom offered a piece of genuinely solid advice. Run away immediately. Naturally, our absolute madman of a main character completely ignored him, dropping into a combat stance. His ceremonial blade became a blur of steel, deflecting a storm of deadly arrows with terrifying precision. He dashed through the floor traps like a ghost, wall running to evade a barrage of lethal spikes, before diving straight into the crushing embrace of the moving walls. The stone barriers threatened to flatten him into paste, but with a monstrous surge of aura, he threw a devastating punch, shattering the solid rock into a million pieces. Turns out, goblin-engineered architecture was absolute garbage against overwhelming strength. The Phantom warrior's jaw practically hit the floor. Utterly speechless, he finally chose to just shut up and watch. Having casually annihilated the death trap, the system rewarded our boy with a spring water ring, a rare artifact that massively boosted mana regeneration, while giving off a surprisingly refreshing scent. The arrogant spirit, still short-circuiting as he tried to process our hero's absurd, cheat-like abilities, finally swallowed his pride to ask one serious question. Just who the hell are you? Our protagonist just flashed a cool smirk, casually reminding the ghost that he had already introduced himself. But seeing the completely blank, idiotic expression on the spirit's face, the main character realized something crucial. This so-called legendary conqueror had absolutely no idea what he was talking about, and that single realization confirmed a massive piece of the puzzle. This ancient ghost was completely clueless about the Ouroboros stomach stone, which proved one undeniable fact: that legendary mythical item had to be buried somewhere far deeper than floor 85. Suddenly, it hit him. 10 agonizing days had already passed inside this hellish labyrinth. Opening the system interface, he scrolled through the community board. Total chaos had erupted. Players were losing their minds, desperately begging for a way to defeat the terrifying giant rat. Deciding it was time to step out of the shadows, the main character smoothly entered the chat. A player named 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐧𝐠 immediately reported the frontline status. Exactly half the survivors who reached the Spring of Life had successfully hunted the massive beast. He confidently declared that the remaining stragglers would somehow survive this brutal ordeal. But as for him and Taejang, yeah, right. The second that monstrous rodent bared its fangs, those two had scrambled away for their dear lives like terrified rabbits. Cutting through the useless chatter, our overpowered main character dropped the ultimate survival guide. The chat exploded with endless tears of gratitude. He decided to start with the most basic system ability, the absolute necessity for any weak to strong journey: pain resistance. The acquisition method? Pure, unadulterated madness. You just had to drive a blade straight through your own flesh. He casually instructed them to grab their rusty, jagged starting swords and plunge the steel deep into their arms until it scraped violently against the very bone. Reading the glowing screen, the rookies turned deathly pale. Cold sweat drenched their trembling bodies at the mere thought. But our main character just tilted his head in genuine confusion. Why on earth were they shaking over a tiny scratch? After all, the Spring of Life would instantly regenerate their torn tissue. A perfectly logical system exploit, right? To a hardened survivor, it was basic efficiency. But to the newbies, he sounded like a total psychopath. Ignoring their horror, he nonchalantly revealed the second hidden skill: breath holding. The requirements for this one were even more unhinged. Step 1. Plunge into the magical waters. Step 2. Suppress your breathing until your lungs practically explode from suffocation. And the ultimate bonus condition? Frantically swing your weapon underwater until complete and utter muscular failure. If they miraculously crawled out alive, the system would reward them with the lethal breath-holding strike. The chat box froze in absolute terror. To the terrified sheep, our mysterious guide was basically hosting a sadistic death game. Completely unfazed by their digital screams, the main character smoothly moved to the third brutal lesson: the legendary endurance skill. To unlock this hidden gem, one simply had to stand before a giant rat and absorb 30 bone-shattering strikes while completely drained of stamina. The players' faces darkened with sheer despair. Sure, these abilities were absolute lifesavers in this hellish dungeon, but the unlocking conditions were straight out of a nightmare. With a calm demeanor, the main character reminded them that the ultimate choice was theirs. No one was forcing them to walk the path of the strong. Deep down, he completely understood their pathetic hesitation. After all, these people were dragged straight out of a peaceful, modern society. A world where war was merely a boring chapter in a history textbook, and starvation meant complaining about what to order for dinner. Staring death in the face was never on their daily agenda. Getting violently teleported into this brutal fantasy maze wasn't going to magically forge them into fearless warriors overnight. Yet, against all logic and reason, a spark of courage ignited. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 and Junie nervously volunteered to test the suicidal methods. The cowardly masses desperately tried to talk them out of it, but Junie ruthlessly shut them down. His reasoning was as sharp as a newly forged blade. If this mysterious veteran was spouting lies, there was zero chance he could have survived this brutal labyrinth completely solo for so long. An absolutely flawless deduction. That undeniable logic instantly silenced the trembling crowd. A faint smile tugged at the main character's lips. Finally, some worthy players with the willpower to evolve. Stealing his resolve, Junie EX chose to tackle the terrifying breath-holding trial first. As the brave rookie went over the agonizing details with our overpowered guide, the rest of the lobby watched in sheer disbelief. They were absolutely convinced the poor guy had lost his sanity. Spouting heroic words was easy, but plunging into the abyss was an entirely different beast. Highly satisfied with his newly planted seeds of greatness, the main character logged off the interface. Suddenly, the spectral form of the ghost warrior materialized beside him, scoffing at his bizarre charity work. The spirit mocked him for wasting precious time on weaklings destined to die. But the solitary hunter's eyes remained cold and unwavering. If even a single soul crawled out of the abyss using the knowledge he freely provided, then his small act of mercy was worth every second. The philosophical debate ended as an ominous shadow fell over them. They had finally reached the towering doors of the boss room. Kicking the heavy gates open, the main character stepped into the massive lair. Waiting at the dead center was a sinister goblin shaman gripping a bone staff, completely surrounded by a vicious horde of lesser goblin minions. The monstrous boss screeched an ancient incantation. Like a swarm of rabid beasts, the green-skinned guards charged with absolute bloodlust. But our hero didn't even flinch. Meeting their frenzy head-on, he flawlessly raised his shield, parrying their rusty blades before blasting them aside with overwhelming force. Floating nearby, the ghost warrior furiously barked tactical advice, ordering him to assassinate the shaman first. But our battle-hardened rogue merely smirked. Did this ancient ghost really think he was some clueless novice? Suddenly, the shaman chanted a far darker curse. Vile, black mana coiled around the main character's ankles. In a split second, the dungeon walls melted away, violently dragging his consciousness into a nightmarish illusion. An endless ocean of rotting skeletons stretched before him, their hollow, burning eye sockets glaring directly into his very soul. A symphony of maddening whispers echoed in the void. Sinister voices dripped with venomous accusations and pure hatred. They cursed his very existence, condemning him for taking the easy way out and leaving them to rot in the mud. Suddenly, a decaying hand clamped around his leg like an iron vice. A painfully familiar voice pierced the terrifying darkness. It was 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠. Her spectral phantom wept tears of blood, screaming that his selfish arrogance had doomed her to die completely alone in the cold dark. The horrific illusion violently twisted. He was rapidly sinking into an abyss of crushing despair. Countless phantom hands clawed at his armor, ruthlessly dragging his suffocating body toward the pitch-black depths of hell. But honestly, our unyielding survivor didn't even bat an eye. Compared to the real-life hell he had already crawled through, these cheap parlor tricks were incredibly boring. Meanwhile, the ghost warrior watching his paralyzed physical body bitterly shook his head, assuming the young hero was already dead. Cackling with absolute victory, the shaman raised its staff to deliver a gruesome finishing blow. But right at that exact microsecond, the main character's fingers twitched. Boom! The mental energy shattered like fragile glass as he swung his blade. He casually stared down the terrified boss, completely and utterly unharmed. The ghost warrior's spectral jaw practically dropped to the floor. How did a mere mortal casually break a high-tier mental curse? Desperate and panicking, the shaman shrieked, firing off dark magic spells in a chaotic frenzy. But it was hopelessly useless against a walking cheat code steadily advancing forward. Pushed to the absolute brink of despair, The vile monster sacrificed everything to cast an ultimate death curse. The dark energy collided and faded into absolutely nothing. Not even a single scratch. Ding! The sweet sound of system notifications chimed in the air. He had just casually unlocked mental resistance and magic resistance. Smiling like a true demon, he effortlessly hoisted the shaman by its scrawny neck, plunged his steel right through its putrid heart, and brutally ended the boss raid in an instant. The ancient ghost, who had arrogantly plotted to manipulate this young rookie, felt a cold sweat run down his phantom spine. This kid wasn't just a survivor. He was a total, unhinged madman. And the most terrifying part? His monstrous battle instincts were absolutely flawless. Downing a glowing beginner mana potion, our overpowered hero let out a satisfied breath as magical energy surged through his veins. Sifting through the boss loot, his eyes locked onto a rusted, yet incredibly valuable item. A lowly thief's toolkit. The absolute perfect cheat item for dismantling hidden traps and picking dungeon locks. Basking in the sweet glory of his overwhelming victory, and casually ignoring the ghost's endless nagging, he easily advanced to the terrifying third floor. The system's basic milestone reward? A standard beginner health potion dropped neatly into his inventory. However, the legendary hidden reward was still shrouded in absolute mystery. Shifting his focus, he boldly stepped into the mysterious floor shop. But the moment he walked through the door, the atmosphere instantly froze, feeling exactly like the most awkward family reunion in history. No, it was a million times worse. The ghost warrior locked eyes with the enigmatic Lost King. A suffocating aura of ancient rivalry violently erupted in the tiny room. Breaking the deadly silence, the Lost King immediately issued a grim warning. He ordered our hero to never trust the manipulative phantom lingering by his side. Naturally, that incredibly disrespectful comment ignited a massive screaming match. Just perfectly brilliant, right? When our battle-hardened hero desperately needed to restock, these two legendary, mythical entities started throwing petty insults at each other like angry toddlers. Our deeply annoyed protagonist tried to respectfully intervene, but the ancient legends were completely lost in their own toxic drama, hurling centuries-old insults back and forth without taking a single breath. Having absolutely zero patience for this nonsense, he snapped his fingers. Boom! A literal mountain of looted weapons crashed onto the floor, successfully shattering their argument. He calmly announced his intent to sell. Instantly blinded by the massive mountain of high-grade loot, the greedy Lost King completely forgot his burning rage, his jaw hanging open in pure, unadulterated shock. Ignoring their utterly dumbfounded expressions, our unstoppable hoarder calmly selected his required upgrades. A pair of brutal spiked gauntlets, a sturdy bronze shield, a polished metal ring, a menacing ring of thorns, and the ultimate prize, a glowing necklace enchanted with raw, monstrous strength. The two ancient spirits stared at him with wide eyes, as if he had just performed a divine miracle right in front of them. But our pragmatic main character? His tolerance for their mythical melodrama was firmly at 0%. Securing his newly acquired gear, he decisively turned his back and marched toward the exit. However, as he stepped back into the dark corridors, a tiny spark of curiosity finally broke through his cold exterior. Glancing at the floating phantom, he casually asked what kind of epic blood feud existed between him and the mysterious merchant king. But instead of reciting an epic tale of historical betrayal, the ghost warrior's phantom eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. His voice dropped to an icy whisper, sternly commanding the young hunter to never, ever put his trust in the Lost King's hands. Arching an eyebrow, our overpowered protagonist mentally filed away the grave warning. For an ancient spirit of war, the guy probably knew exactly what kind of monster lurked behind that shop counter. But before he could dive any deeper into the dungeon's dark lore, a fresh mob of ugly goblins blocked his path, smirking with an arrogant confidence that hilariously mismatched their pathetic power levels. Our protagonist unleashed a devastating punch. He tossed the weakling monsters aside like absolute trash. The power gap was almost unfair. Even his spectral companion, the ghost warrior, remained utterly unimpressed. 2 entire dungeon rooms had been wiped out in mere minutes. At this ridiculous grinding speed, clearing the zone would be a total breeze. The phantom veteran urged him to rush forward, but our overpowered main character reminded him of a crucial detail. He had an active, divine quest from the god Roseratos to annihilate every single monster on Floor 2 and Floor 3. While casually slaughtering another pack of vile goblins, our hero shifted the conversation. He wanted to uncover the hidden truths behind the Apostle contract. The spectral veteran finally decided to be useful. He explained that the gods governing this labyrinth ruled over distinct, cosmic domains, such as the concepts of ultimate victory and crushing defeat. However, Rosiratos was a completely different beast, dipping his hands into countless other authorities. Unlike the minor deities from their homeworld, these ancient beings literally engineered the labyrinth itself. According to ancient lore, a supremely powerful mage from a forgotten era proposed this twisted game to the absolute being. The gods were absolutely thrilled by the concept. When their own mortal time ran out, they entrenched themselves deep within the abyss, waiting to pass judgment on any pitiful soul foolish enough to enter their domain. An apostle contract was essentially an exclusive, high-tier pass. It granted unimaginable stats, legendary rewards, and divine abilities. The catch? The contractor was permanently bound by the gods' absolute laws, no matter how ridiculous they might be. Not to mention, signing the dotted line painted a massive target on your back. You would instantly inherit an entire army of divine enemies, since Rosiratos was heavily despised by the rest of the pantheon. The deeper our hero descended, the more catastrophic things would become. Absorbing this heavy truth, our main character realized he needed to weigh his options carefully before making any reckless leaps of faith. One specific detail caught his full attention. Conquering the labyrinth supposedly granted a single, omnipotent wish. This was a massive secret that 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 had completely left out of her warnings. Had she already used her divine wish to obtain the legendary Ouroboros stomach stone? But wait, if she could wish for absolutely anything, choosing a mere item seemed completely absurd. The sharp and calculating 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 he knew would never waste a golden opportunity like that. Scratching his head in sheer frustration, our protagonist found himself drowning in an ocean of unanswered questions. If daring adventurers willingly threw themselves into this hellscape for a miracle wish, what about the innocent people back on their home planet? The mysteries were piling up, but he had to focus on the immediate grind. Our hero blitzed through the floor, relentlessly dismantling deadly trap after deadly trap. Finally, the system chimed, rewarding him with a brand new skill called Trap Dismantling. Overflowing with gamer confidence, he immediately tested his new power on the next hazard, and he failed miserably. The ghost warrior completely lost his temper. He threw a massive tantrum, screaming that our boy was wasting precious time grinding a skill he clearly had zero talent for. Why not just spam his usual ocular abilities to farm secret rooms? But our main character marched to the beat of his own drum. He was an absolute hoarder for skills, knowing that even trash-tier abilities could become lifesavers later. The Phantom could only seethe in absolute helplessness. A while later, our hero stretched his muscles with pure satisfaction. His proficiency had leveled up, and as a sweet bonus drop, he acquired a rare compression ring. With that, every hidden chamber on floor 3 was officially looted clean. Only the final boss remained. He kicked open the massive doors to the boss room, considering the entire floor was infested with goblins. It did not take a genius to figure out the monster's identity. And right on cue, the monstrous entity stood waiting in the shadows. A goblin chieftain. The ghost warrior tried to hype up the danger, warning that the boss was radiating pure bloodlust after its entire army got butchered. But our unbothered protagonist just shrugged. He had better things to do than worry. Wasting zero time, the chieftain unleashed a devastating shockwave attack. Our hero sidestepped the blast with effortless grace. He immediately countered by casting a potent confusion spell. The debuff actually landed, but the effect barely lasted a single second. The enraged chieftain snapped out of it, furiously swinging its massive staff. Our boy launched himself into the air, parrying the brutal strike head-on. Hovering nearby, the Phantom Warrior found this whole skirmish dreadfully boring. This so-called boss was offering absolutely zero challenge to their overpowered stats. In a flash of steel, our main character pinned the grotesque monster to the ground. The battle ended in a flawlessly easy victory. As the glowing blue system panels flooded his vision, he eagerly scooped up his hard-earned loot. Among the drops were a basic rookie health potion and something truly extraordinary. A weathered wooden staff, radiating a faint but undeniable magical aura. Gripping the ancient weapon, our hero felt a literal shockwave course through his mind. He had always assumed magic was heavily restricted to consumable artifacts. Yet here he was, holding a magical catalyst that would allow him to cast spells with his own 2 hands. Even 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 could not manifest spells without a proper staff. Floating beside him, the ghost warrior explained the absolute laws of the system. Magic could only be mastered in 2 ways: through sudden, divine enlightenment, or by having it directly inherited from a master. Unlocking it through sheer enlightenment was practically impossible for mortals. But the inheritance method? That offered a tiny glimmer of hope. Our boy's mind immediately jumped to hidden non-player characters. Those legendary class trainers supposedly only existed in single-player mode. But what if a Grandmaster was secretly hidden inside this very dungeon? It would perfectly explain why no other player had unlocked the Mage class yet. But that epic quest was a problem for another day. Before he could ascend to floor 4, he needed to clear out his quest log and report back to the god, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐧𝐠. Scouring his status window, he smiled at the sweet level-up notification. His soul attack stat had significantly spiked, accompanied by a hefty clear bonus for surviving floor 3. Wait a minute. There was 0 system reward for uncovering the hidden chamber. His gamer instincts flared. That could only mean one thing. A bigger secret was still lurking in the shadows. He interrogated the ghost warrior, but even the ancient spirit was completely clueless. Backtracking through the entire labyrinth seemed like a massive headache. He was just about to abandon the search when a chilling detail caught his eye. The gruesome murals painted on the stone walls, every single drawn eye was glaring at one specific spot. His sharp intuition screaming, he cautiously approached the focal point and activated his trap dismantling skill. Rumble! The ancient stone wall crumbled to dust, unveiling a terrifyingly deep, hidden abyss. Inside the gloomy depths, an unprecedented nightmare awaited him. A towering monstrosity, hovering with a bloody title reading Goblin Lord Hen, stood right in his path. This was his very first encounter with a Lord-class entity. A catastrophic mutant that had shattered its own biological limits, evolving into a killing machine far beyond the system's normal scaling. Hen slowly drew his colossal blade. Surprisingly, the beast showed 0 malice toward our main character. To this lord, slaughter was simply a system-mandated duty. He was programmed to be a monster, and our hero was just the next unfortunate challenger on the chopping block. The hulking Goblin Lord swung his greatsword, effortlessly obliterating a massive stone pillar. In a guttural, bone-chilling voice, he proudly declared that his absolute purpose was to harvest our boy's life. Our protagonist barely survived decapitation by instantly triggering his deflection skill. But Hen did not know the meaning of mercy. The monstrous boss launched another terrifying heavy strike, absolutely determined to grind our hero's bones into bloody dust. Refusing to back down, our boy charged forward. Steel roared against steel in a deafening symphony of destruction. The catastrophic raw power behind Hen's strikes was downright ridiculous, but our main character planted his feet and held his ground. Just as a spark of hope ignited in his mind, another devastating horizontal slash tore through the air. Forced onto the defensive, he frantically leaped backward, evading by a hair's breadth just to keep his head attached to his shoulders. Objectively speaking, his current stats were easily enough to speedrun floor 50 on easy mode. But trapped inside this hellish difficulty, the sheer, overwhelming gap in combat power was an absolute joke. Even the Phantom Warrior was sweating bullets. The boss charged in for another strike, and our main character desperately scanned the area for a battle plan. His opponent wielded a massive greatsword. That meant closing the distance could actually give our boy the upper hand in this deathmatch. He dashed forward, thinking he had outsmarted the monster. But the Dungeon Lord had the exact same brilliant idea. The boss spun his massive blade at the very last second, completely shutting down the main character's approach. Thank the heavens for his god-tier reflexes. He instantly activated his deflection skill once more. But the Lord was relentless, unleashing an absolutely devastating slam. This time, our boy just was not fast enough. The heavy strike hit him like a runaway freight train. He took massive system damage, and a brutal debuff slowed his movements for the next few agonized seconds. Retreating was completely out of the question. All he could do was grit his teeth, brace for impact, and pray to the system. His vision blurred heavily, turning dodging into a deadly guessing game. Left with 0 options, he activated his counterattack skill. He used martial fluidity, redirecting the Lord's own overwhelming strength right back at him. 5 agonizing seconds passed. The main character's balance was failing, and he desperately struggled just to stay on his feet. He spammed his deflection skill to parry the Lord's relentless barrage, but the chip damage was rapidly stacking up. Just as his bones felt like they would turn to dust, those brutal 10 seconds finally ended. He executed a swift tactical retreat right behind the Lord's colossal throne, gasping for a desperately needed breather. The Phantom Warrior checked his brutal status condition. The spirit suggested the only logical choice, run away now and return when he leveled up. But our hero instantly refused. Because common sense was only meant for losers. The Phantom desperately tried to talk him out of it. But our boy was absolutely right. Epic tier rewards never came without a brush with death. If he advanced to the next floor without achieving a perfect clear on this one, his loot drops would be slashed to 1/5 of their value. And that hidden special reward? It would vanish forever. He forced his battered body to stand tall, ignoring the heavy and frustrated sighs of the Phantom Warrior. But the main character did not care, because every single struggle he had faced had perfectly built up to this very moment. He did not push past his absolute limits just to tuck his tail and run away. He came to this dungeon to conquer, not just to survive. Every choice he made was a heavily calculated risk designed to maximize his success rate. Or at least, that is what he confidently told himself. That absolute sheer will actually paid off. His fighting spirit, his unwavering resolve, and even his base stats experienced a massive spike. The system even rewarded him with a special passive ability. Eyes that could pierce through an opponent's fatal flaws. This new skill was about to change the entire tide of battle. There was absolutely no way the system would throw an unbeatable boss at him this early on. Scanning for a critical opening, he finally spotted the glaring weakness. The Dungeon Lord had not moved a single inch from its throne. That is when the realization struck him like lightning. This monster did not even have legs. He seized this golden, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and dropped into a combat stance. The Lord, seemingly impressed by his cockroach-like resilience, or perhaps just highly amused, finally decided to take this battle seriously. Our hero instantly activated his pressure skill. Channeling every ounce of his aura, he delivered a bone-shattering punch straight into a nearby pillar. The massive stone structure completely crumbled, raining heavy debris down upon the arena. Wasting zero time, he cast a high-tier confusion spell on the Lord, following up with a brutal barrage of blazing fireballs and sharp arrows. But it was utterly useless. The Lord sliced through his magic attacks like a hot knife through butter. It was almost insulting how easily the boss brushed off his heavy assault. His ranged attacks had completely failed, but our boy still held one final trump card. He pointed his ceremonial blade right at the dungeon boss, before swiftly taking cover behind the giant throne. Then, he triggered his ultimate force duel skill. A massive arena barrier formed. Now, absolutely nothing in the environment could interfere with their clash. Stripped of everything except weapons and summons, the Lord acknowledged the main character as a worthy final opponent. The true bloodbath had finally begun. For the very first time, the Phantom Warrior felt something other than annoyance. He felt absolute hope. Up until this exact moment, the spirit had only watched our boy steamroll through fights using nothing but pure, overpowered raw stats. But this time, the stakes were entirely different. He was facing a monstrous enemy that legitimately had the power to end his life. Meanwhile, our main character had zero time for deep, philosophical thoughts. A deafening explosion instantly shattered the Lord's colossal throne. Yet, the monster barely even flinched. It arrogantly mocked our hero, declaring that long-range tactics would never bring it down. The Dungeon Lord then swung its gigantic blade with terrifying force, absolutely determined to keep our main character at a fatal distance. However, our hero seamlessly slipped right through the deadly attack patterns. He was moving with such unnatural, ghostly fluidity, it sent shivers straight down the Phantom Warrior's spine. He tanked a few critically dangerous hits, but right before his health bar hit zero, he popped his endurance skill. It completely nullified the incoming damage, granting him pure immortality for just a fraction of a millisecond. And honestly, that split second was all he needed. With ice-cold, ruthless precision, he plunged his ceremonial sword deep into the Dungeon Lord's armor. He stabbed again, and again, and again. In its final, fading moments, the Lord actually smiled. It offered our hero a warrior's compliment before finally collapsing into dust. With the legendary victory secured, our boy reaped a harvest of bonus skills and instantly jumped up 2 entire levels. He immediately pulled up his glowing status window. He had unlocked a brand new active skill, Fierce Assault, an absolute game-changer that massively multiplied his attack power, along with a speed boost skill that practically turned him into a living, breathing bullet, acting as a hidden achievement reward. He also scored a rare proficiency-boosting potion, which he strategically decided to stash in his inventory for later. The system also gifted him the exclusive Master's Necklace. It was not until that very moment that he realized the Phantom Warrior had gone completely silent. The usually annoying, loud-mouthed spirit could not utter a single word. But our main character did not bother fishing for a reaction. The Phantom looked like he desperately wanted to praise him, but swallowed his pride instead. With the brutal quest officially cleared, the main character returned to the grand tomb of 𝐊𝐲𝐳𝐳. There, the legendary being offered him the apostle contract once more, and exactly as anyone would expect, our hero rejected the godlike offer without a single second of hesitation. Amused, 𝐊𝐲𝐳𝐳 then rewarded him with an epic barrier skill for achieving a flawless quest completion. This insane new skill absorbed incoming damage and actually amplified his raw power based on his remaining health. To him, it felt exactly like unlocking a massive second health bar. He was now one step closer to pure, absolute immortality. With that epic transaction complete, 𝐊𝐲𝐳𝐳 bid our hero a final farewell. The Phantom Warrior, who had spent the entire time cowering behind the main character's back, finally let out a massive sigh of relief. After securely stashing his godly new loot into his inventory, they marched straight toward the dreaded 4th floor. A mysterious gray bracelet and an ultra-rare hidden reward were waiting for them in the darkness. He sharply recalled a grim warning from the past. This specific floor was ruled by the Oros clan, extremely resilient, highly intelligent monsters who fought like true, battle-hardened veterans. The moment he stepped through the massive dungeon gates, our main character found himself standing right before the sacred altar of MANHWA. It was an intricately crafted shrine built by absolute religious fanatics, serving as a direct, terrifying bridge to the deity itself. The spectral warrior's voice echoed with ancient weight. He revealed the true nature of MANHWA, a god of absolute victory. Neither a champion of light nor a demon of darkness. This deity only hungered for one thing: the ultimate triumph. Now, that very god had locked his piercing gaze onto our main character. The system pulsed violently as a divine trial descended upon him. Our protagonist hesitated for a split second. The memories of his last divine trial were still dripping with fresh dread. That brutal encounter with 𝐊𝐲𝐳𝐳 had nearly ripped him to shreds, but the ghost warrior stood firmly by his side. His spectral mentor pushed him forward, believing deep down that our hero had the raw power to shatter this hurdle. The gears turned rapidly in his head. A fierce spark ignited in his eyes. He accepted the terrifying challenge. The god of victory immediately restricted the trial zone. A system prompt demanded a vote from the monsters of the 4th and 5th floors. 20 votes in favor, only one blank ballot. Suddenly, the entire dungeon violently quaked. The ground roared like a catastrophic earthquake had struck the realm. Our main character braced his stance. He sensed a massive, unnatural shift in the dungeon's very fabric. Throwing the heavy doors open, he stepped outside. The twisting, endless maze had completely vanished. In its place stretched a singular, dead-straight corridor of doom. The ghost warrior floated beside him, nodding in realization. MANHWA had directly warped the architecture of the dungeon. It was a shocking display of divine interference, but within the ruthless rules of the system, it was entirely possible. Staring at the altered walls would not give him any answers. Our hero refused to waste another breath standing still. He activated his footwork and dashed down the ominous hall. It was time to scout out this new death trap. Kicking open the first chamber, a massive orc gladiator stood waiting. A vicious greatsword rested heavily in its grip. The moment the monster locked eyes with him, it shifted into a flawless combat stance. In that terrifying instant, the reality of the monster vote clicked in his mind. He did not back down. Gripping his ceremonial blade, he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Steel screamed against steel in a deafening clash, but the beast's colossal weapon held a devastating weight advantage. The sheer physical gap was absolutely overwhelming. A heavy strike slammed into our main character. Thankfully, his magical barrier shattered, completely absorbing the lethal impact. Instantly adapting his footwork, he pivoted sharply. He launched into the air and brought his blade crashing down into the monster's massive shoulder. The feedback from his sword sent brutal shockwaves up his arm. He instantly realized these beasts were vastly tougher than the lower floors. It hit him like a lightning bolt. Raw strength was no longer enough. The true difference here was pure martial technique. These orcs were not just swinging clubs like mindless grunts. They were executing highly refined, systematic weapon arts. Merely copying their movements would lead to a swift death. He needed to completely absorb and master their martial skills through the system. The ghost warrior watched carefully from the shadows. He saw the sheer hunger for swordsmanship burning in our hero's eyes. But instead of offering any legendary wisdom, the spectral mentor lazily pointed toward the next door, leaving our main character to carve his own path in blood. He tore through the 7th, 8th, and 9th chambers like an unstoppable storm. Finally, he stood before the menacing gates of the boss room. Right before crossing the threshold, a crucial thought crossed his mind. Where exactly was the hidden chamber on this floor? He glanced at the ghost warrior, hoping for a system exploit, but as usual, the spirit was completely clueless and utterly useless. Shrugging off the mystery, our hero focused on the immediate, deadly threat. The boss had to die first. Stepping into the vast arena, a terrifying aura washed over him. Standing at the center was the legendary orc champion itself. He prepared to draw his blade, but a sudden sound broke his absolute focus. A desperate, piercing scream for help echoed through the grim chamber. Whipping his head around, he spotted a terrified girl sobbing in the corner. The ghost warrior's spectral jaw dropped in absolute shock. He actually knew her, and could not believe she was still breathing. The mysterious girl also recognized the ghostly entity. Like a drowning victim, she frantically lunged toward our protagonist, begging to be saved. The divine structural shift of the dungeon had completely messed up her coordinates. The system had violently glitched her out of her safe zone. By the time she opened her eyes in pure panic, the monstrous boss was breathing right down her neck. The ghost warrior burst into a fit of booming laughter. With zero hesitation, he gleefully ratted out our hero, cheerful announcing that this entire catastrophic death trap was the main character's fault. The girl stared at him in sheer disbelief. This guy looked like a complete low-level rookie who just entered the dungeon. How could a total beginner trigger a massive reality-bending event? The puzzle pieces suddenly locked together in his mind. The hidden reward on this floor was never a secret room. Realizing he just hit the jackpot, his eyes locked back onto the boss monster. He calmly ordered the trembling girl to stay put. The spectral mentor confidently assured her she was in safe hands. Our main character rapidly analyzed the battlefield. The massive beast had completely ignored the defenseless girl. Its bloodthirsty system aggro was entirely locked onto him alone. His agility stats exploded. He became a deadly blur of motion, rocketing straight at the towering monster. His blade flashed with devastating, ruinous energy. In one clean, brutal strike, he completely severed the beast's massive leg. The champion roared in agonizing fury, desperately trying to trigger its berserk phase. But our overpowered protagonist was already 10 steps ahead. Before the system could even register its buff, he vanished again. A second arc of lethal light flashed, and the monster's remaining leg hit the bloody floor. And just like that, the chaotic battle ended in an instant. The glorious notification bell chimed for another level up. The girl's jaw hit the floor in absolute awe. Taking down an elite boss monster of that caliber should have been a waking nightmare. Yet this terrifying swordsman had effortlessly dismantled it like a light morning warm-up. Still trembling from the shockwave of his power, she softly stammered, demanding to know his true identity. A cool smirk played on his lips as he dodged her question. Instead, he simply asked for her name. Glancing at the floating ghost for a sliver of comfort, she finally spoke. She revealed herself as Lilith, a devoted seeker who endlessly prayed to the heavens for magical mastery. Her tragic backstory unspooled before them. She had braved this nightmarish dungeon solely in pursuit of forbidden knowledge, desperately hoping to unlock the secrets of spellcasting, even though she was cursed with absolutely zero natural talent. She had literally gambled her entire existence on an impossible dream. Overwhelmed with profound gratitude for her savior, she bowed her head, deeply thanking our hero. But her voice was laced with shame, having absolutely zero loot or gold to offer in return. But our main character's eyes glinted with sharp calculation. He knew exactly what kind of hidden treasure she possessed, something infinitely more valuable than a mountain of gold. With her vast accumulated knowledge, she could finally unlock his magic skill tree. Lilith had dedicated her entire life to mastering arcane theory, so when he boldly demanded her to become his magic tutor, she just stared at him with a blank, dumbfounded expression. It took her decades of blood and sweat to grasp even the basics. How could she possibly teach a warrior such insanely complex magical arts? But before our protagonist could trigger a persuasion check, the ghost warrior dramatically floated right between them. The spirit smoothly laid out the brutal reality of the dungeon. She had only barely scraped by up to the 9th floor. Progressing any further down without an escort would mean an absolute, gruesome death. But by partying up with this overpowered rookie, her survival rate would infinitely skyrocket. The ghost did not stop there. He shamelessly hyped up our main character's stats to absolute legendary proportions. Against all odds, the spectral wingman's silver tongue actually worked. Lilith slowly nodded, fully agreeing to the party contract. But there was one massive system glitch. Because she had been forcefully teleported by the dungeon, All her spellbooks and gear were left behind, making it utterly impossible to teach our hero any skills right in this very moment. However, she quickly formulated a brilliant backup quest. The 6th floor was also a designated orc territory. It would likely have the exact same layout. She promised to set up a hidden sanctuary in the very next chamber of that level, and wait for our hero to clear the bloody path. He accepted the quest terms without hesitation. With a sharp, magical snap of her fingers, she vanished into thin air like an absolute phantom. Even with his heightened senses, our protagonist could not detect a single trace of her mana. He smirked at the empty space. Her stealth abilities were not just excellent, they were practically supreme, max-level tier. He then turned his cold gaze back to his spectral companion, demanding to know why the grumpy ghost had suddenly played the role of a saint. The proud warrior instantly flared up, screaming wildly in his face for daring to complain about his free help. But our main character was no fool. He had noticed a massive shift in the ghost's behavior ever since he brutally slaughtered the dungeon lord. The hidden lore behind this change still remained a total mystery. Avoiding eye contact, the spirit muttered a vague excuse about limitless potential, and quietly whispered something deep about ancient atonement. Deciding to ignore the cryptic lore drop for now, he needed to recover his stamina. He pulled out some rations to recharge his hunger bar. While resting, he swiped open the glowing system community forum. It looked like Junie and 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 had finally cleared the 1st floor tutorial. Amazingly, they were the only other survivors actively grinding to learn new system skills. With his stamina restored, it was finally time for the absolute best part: looting his hidden stage rewards. The inventory interface glowed with epic drops. A gray-tier artifact bracelet boosting his defensive stats. A rare runic spell scroll designed for extreme weapon enchantment. But his eyes fiercely locked onto the final glowing item, the single most legendary drop he had ever pulled. The main character quickly realized that simply crossing paths with Lilith registered as discovering a hidden floor secret. And in this system, secrets always meant one thing: extra loot. Without hesitating, he slapped an enchantment scroll onto his ceremonial sword. The blade pulsed with a dark aura, dramatically boosting its attack power and granting him a sweet lifesteal effect with every successful kill. On top of that, his strikes now carried enough blunt force to blast enemies backward. Smirking at his upgraded weapon, he shifted his focus to floor 5, where the base clear reward was a magnificent sword and a tantalizing, undisclosed secret gift. Stopping by the system shop to offload some of his monster drops, a peculiar item caught his eye. Nestled among the generic trash was a tiny, unassuming vial. He demanded a closer look. The system listed it as a luck powder forged from fairy dust, surrounded by mythical rumors that it could bless the user with incredible fortune. However, the Lost King scoffed at such exaggerated claims. Legends spoke of a desperate fool who bathed in this very powder to court Lady Luck, only to immediately slip and crack his skull due to overwhelming misfortune. Meanwhile, other players had sprinkled it on their weapons, but the only miraculous effect was making the steel a little shinier. Our overpowered protagonist turned to the Ghost Warrior for a second opinion, but the spectral veteran was completely clueless. Not that it mattered. Our boy already knew the hidden truth. In his past life, players had dumped absolute fortunes into this item before writing it off as complete garbage. But he had uncovered its true, game-breaking nature. This powder possessed a subtle yet terrifyingly powerful effect. It could passively manipulate probability itself. Knowing this, he instantly bought out all 3 vials in stock. Stepping away, a glowing system prompt materialized. The god Vantaha was incredibly amused by his performance and wished to bestow a divine reward. He took that as the god's subtle way of commanding him to absolutely obliterate floor 5. The Ghost Warrior gasped, pointing out that the supreme beings were actively adjusting their intervention zones just to keep their eyes on our hero. This was an earth-shattering revelation, as gods rarely paid such close attention to even their most fanatical believers. But our main character? He could not care less about divine politics. He was not here to impress the heavens. He was here to grind monsters and skyrocket his level. Kicking open the doors to the first room of floor 5, he instantly locked eyes with a massive orc vanguard. He exploded into motion, launching a devastating barrage of heavy strikes and lightning-fast combos that overwhelmed the beast. His ceremonial sword became a blur of deadly steel as he pierced its thick hide over and over. With a final, crushing blow, the monstrous vanguard collapsed. A rush of pure, addictive adrenaline surged through his veins. Stronger enemies meant greater rewards, and he was just getting started. By the time he swept through the 5th room, the intense physical toll was starting to heavily weigh on our hero. The increasingly vicious monster waves were pushing his limits, but the burning desire for the ultimate clear rewards fueled his unstoppable rampage. After all, conquering this floor would not just yield epic gear, it would finally unlock his ability to wield magic. Catching his breath, he asked the ghost warrior about his history with the mysterious 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠. The spirit revealed a tragic truth. She had been wandering this hellish labyrinth since he first arrived, over a century ago. Just like our protagonist, the ghost had once saved her from a brutal orc ambush. But unlike our rapidly evolving main character, 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 had never managed to break past floor 10. For 100 grueling years, she had been trapped, utterly incapable of grasping even the most basic magical spells. She had entered the maze with grand dreams of becoming an omnipotent mage. But devoid of any talent, she was instead cursed with a century-long nightmare of endless, suffocating despair. The ghost warrior admitted he had only helped her out of pity, fully expecting her to perish shortly after. Yet, by some absolute miracle, she was still breathing. Hearing this, our hero realized this labyrinth was actually populated by fixed, non-playable characters. Meanwhile, in another sector, a rusted door creaked open, sending pebbles scattering across the dark floor. A curious goblin followed the sound, stepping right into the open. Waiting in the cold shadows beside the entrance was 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭. The absolute second the goblin emerged, she clamped her hand over its mouth and buried her blade deep into its ribs. The creature thrashed wildly, but the life quickly faded from its eyes. With cold, calculated precision, she was luring them out and executing them one by one. Scrolling through the community board, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 left a comment praising her flawless, cold-blooded tactics. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 himself was currently standing before the altar of god, Reincarnates. Remembering our protagonist's stern warning to avoid this specific deity, he wisely stepped away. At the exact same time, an easy mode player named 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 started throwing a massive tantrum on the server. The arrogant fool was sick and tired of solo mode players like 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 constantly warning everyone about how terrifying the monsters actually were. His pathetic lackeys immediately chimed in to stroke his ego, sparking a toxic flame war across the chat. Our main character skimmed the board, noting that an entire month had already passed inside the labyrinth, and rather than focusing on their own survival, these absolute clowns were busy tearing each other apart over pure ego. He figured the easy and normal mode players had finally adapted to the system. If they just played smart, they would not die. But apparently, common sense had completely left the chat. Instead of directing their frustration at the deadly labyrinth trapping them, they cowardly chose to bully the isolated solo mode players. Watching this pathetic drama unfold, our hero realized how drastically the timeline had changed. In his past life, things never got this chaotic because he had personally kept the arrogant 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐽 on a very tight leash. But with our overpowered protagonist busy grinding in the shadows, 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐽 had seized the opportunity to form a massive guild. The tyrant had essentially conquered easy mode and decided to use the solo players as his personal punching bags for entertainment. The catch was, the labyrinth's ironclad system rules completely prevented players from different difficulties from physically crossing paths. Furthermore, if a solo mode player tried to explain that the monsters were genuinely as brutal as they looked, it was dismissed entirely, because clearing it seemed mathematically impossible to the weaklings. Safe behind his system-protected wall, 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐽 honestly believed he could do whatever he wanted without consequence. But that pathetic loser had absolutely no idea what kind of apocalyptic wrath was heading his way. Our hero simply typed out a chilling comment stating he would be coming for them in exactly 1 month, and closed the interface. With that settled, he marched straight into the final room of the floor. Waiting in the heavy darkness was the floor's ultimate nightmare. The orc tribe leader, 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠. The hulking behemoth analyzed our protagonist, immediately recognizing his terrifying thirst for blood. Through his endless slaughter, the main character had realized a chilling fact about the orc race. Not a single one of them feared the Reaper. They welcomed death with arrogant, prideful grins, entirely intoxicated by the sheer euphoria of a life-or-death battle, rather than simply trying to secure a kill. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 scoffed, stating the bitter truth that his tribe was permanently chained to this labyrinth with zero hope of salvation. But if he was destined to rot here, he at least wanted a legendary battle that would ignite his warrior soul. The monstrous boss unleashed an ear-shattering roar. Violent energy erupted from his massive frame as the system frantically flashed red, warning that 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠's stats had skyrocketed to an extreme threat level. But our protagonist merely smirked, totally ready for the clash. Cut to the very next second, and the all-powerful Rei-chan was face-planted on the cold stone floor, utterly defeated and desperately trying to comprehend what in the world just hit him. He never expected our main character to be this monstrously strong. The guy had absolutely zero foundational knowledge of swordsmanship, yet he fought like an absolute grandmaster. Rahan couldn't help but wonder about this monster's true identity. But even in the bitter face of defeat, a twisted sense of satisfaction washed over him. If he had to taste the dirt, at least it was after an unforgettable, blood-pumping clash of steel. His only lingering hope was that our hero would show no mercy and ruthlessly finish the massacre he had just started. Fast forward to today, and our overpowered main character effortlessly crushed God Vantasaha's trial, reaping some seriously broken rewards. First up was the combat spirit belt. This beauty didn't just passively buff his attack and defense. It literally regenerated his stamina and energy after every single victory. It was basically a shameless survival cheat code. Next in the loot pool was the Certificate of Victory, an absolute game-changer of a skill that allowed him to infinitely stack upgrades onto a single chosen stat. Knowing the meta, our boy instantly dumped everything into energy. Impressed by his absurd growth, the mighty god Vantasaha personally offered him a prestigious apostle contract. And our hero? He flat-out rejected the divine entity without a second thought. Moving deeper into the abyss, the legendary loot kept raining down. For completely dominating the floor, the system rewarded him with the dazzlingly radiant ornamental sword. But the real prize was waiting in the hidden chamber. There, he claimed the terrifying self-destructing blade. This cursed weapon violently drained the user's life force, but allowed them to stockpile that dark energy for a massive future burst. Curious, he tested the edge against his own forearm, watching in cold fascination as his vital stats instantly plummeted. Nodding in approval, he tossed the deadly trump card into his inventory for a rainy day. The final drop from his legendary haul was the Cloak of Shadows. This rare artifact granted the wearer a brief, tactical window of absolute invisibility. He threw it over his shoulders, blinking out of existence for a split second before fading back into reality. As he pressed forward, the imposing ghost warrior locked eyes on his dual blades. The spectral veteran noted that his own legendary martial path was carved using that exact same combat style. The ancient phantom proudly revealed his past. He had personally forged and perfected an ultimate sword school, born from the supreme martial arts of the fallen Kaba Empire, a peerless technique that had once crowned him with the supreme title of Sword Saint. Hearing that lore drop, our main character's eyes practically glowed with the desire to steal those overpowered skills. But the ghost warrior immediately shot down his ambitions, bluntly warning that at his current, pathetic level, attempting to learn it would literally shatter his soul. Instead, the phantom issued a brutal ultimatum: descend deeper into the nightmarish labyrinth, shatter his current limits, and prove his absolute worth before they ever spoke of it again. With that new impossible milestone etched into his mind, our unstoppable hero casually strolled down into the hellish depths of floor number 6. The grand prize waiting at the end of this zone was an ancient, deeply engraved magic scroll. Suddenly, a memory clicked. A former ally had warned him that this specific floor was a soul-crushing nightmare, entirely submerged in a toxic, endless swamp. The worst part of this environmental trap? The local monsters could glide through the muck with terrifying speed, while players were left violently struggling through waist-deep sludge. Right on cue, a mutated, bloodthirsty lizard man lunged from the shadows. Without blinking, our main character whipped out a magic staff and instantly incinerated the beast into a pile of smoking ash. As he systematically purged the murky waters, his clairvoyance skill practically shattered its own limits, leveling up beautifully. Another frenzied lizard man ambushed him, only to be met with a bone-crushing kick to the skull. He mercilessly ended its life, grinning as the system notification pinged, permanently increasing his total mana pool. After wiping out the rest of the scaly ambushers like minor pests, he casually resumed his dungeon diving. His enhanced senses quickly caught a suspiciously loose brick protruding from the ancient dungeon wall, and he decisively shoved it into the stone. A hidden staircase rumbled into existence, revealing Lilith waiting at the very top with the most obnoxiously smug smirk imaginable. She was casually lounging on the steps like some omnipotent, all-knowing sage, while our main character found himself forced onto one knee below her. She was absolutely drinking in this glorious moment of absolute superiority. But thankfully, her ego trip was short-lived, and she cut straight to the lore-heavy exposition. According to her arrogant lecture, true magic wasn't some cheap loot you could just pick up off the ground. It had to be divinely gifted, or forcefully conquered. That fundamental law was exactly why magic could warp reality, birthing infernos from thin air, slicing through the very fabric of space, or even violently bending the laws of time itself. And naturally, that overwhelming, reality-breaking power was exactly why true mages sat at the absolute pinnacle of this world's hierarchy. Crossing her arms, she demanded that our boy speak to her with the utmost reverence, boldly claiming him as her newest, lowly disciple. He agreed, without a single ounce of hesitation. Let's be real. Throwing away his pride to call her master was a ridiculously cheap price to pay for unlocking reality-bending magic. To prove her point, she casually manifested a rudimentary fire spell. But to our overpowered main character's critical eyes, it honestly just looked like a pathetic, everyday campfire trick. Apparently, completely missing the awe-inspiring nature of mana was incredibly common for outsiders dragged from a magicless, modern world. Getting down to business, she explained that mastering true sorcery was theoretically simple. You just had to forge a soul-binding contract directly with the god of magic. However, remembering the Ghost Warrior's earlier warnings, these divine beings didn't just hand out power to random adventurers. The only reason Lilith wielded such terrifying spells was because she was an absolutely unhinged, borderline psychotic fanatic of her deity. Having already blatantly disrespected and rejected countless apostle contracts, our main character wasn't exactly thrilled at the idea of signing his soul away to another arrogant god. But before his mind could spiral into a tactical panic, Lilith completely bypassed the system. She forcefully channeled her own pure magical essence straight into his body. It turns out, within the chaotic, rule-breaking domain of the labyrinth, overwhelming arcane power could be directly forcefully transplanted into an empty vessel. The immediate result? Our boy miraculously sparked a tiny, flickering flame at his fingertips. Sure, it wasn't exactly a heaven-shattering, world-ending inferno just yet, but the seeds of absolute destruction had officially been planted. 2 glorious new system notifications suddenly flashed before his eyes. He had successfully awakened the insanely overpowered abilities, Magic Grant and Magic Extraction. Instantly, his vision shifted, allowing him to perceive the terrifying depth of Lilith's aura in a completely revolutionary way. In his tragic past life, he had been completely blind to this hidden, mystical undercurrent of the world. Meanwhile, Lilith was practically buzzing with chaotic excitement, fully prepared to mold this raw talent into an apocalyptic class mage. Lilith enthusiastically explained that the ultimate cheat code to learning new spells was violently extracting them straight out of enchanted artifacts, like ancient staves or cursed tools. And as luck would have it, our notorious loot goblin already had a stash waiting to be harvested. Unleashing his newly acquired magic extraction skill, he ruthlessly stripped 2 spells from his gear. The system generously rewarded him with a destructive basic fireball and a delightfully chaotic, randomized mental attack skill. He immediately test-fired the fireball, watching the violent, roaring flames erupt from his palm, genuinely impressed by the raw, destructive feedback. Lilith then revealed the secondary path to supreme power. One could either absorb knowledge directly from a living master, or offer highly valued tributes straight to a divine entity. Unfortunately, that direct line to the divine was strictly locked behind an apostle status, and considering our main character had basically blacklisted himself from every god's VIP list, that route was dead. However, the cunning Lilith had a brilliant, system-breaking loophole ready to go. She proposed a flawless proxy strategy. She would personally offer the tribute to her god, learn the catastrophic spell herself, and then directly download the magical data straight into his brain. All he had to do was foot the bill and supply the sacrificial loot. Our main character instantly agreed, sending Lilith into an absolute frenzy of excitement. Seizing the moment, he smoothly asked if she could casually teach him a game-breaking invisibility spell, but she shut that dream down with ruthless efficiency. The brutal truth was that she hadn't actually mastered the underlying theory of her own magic. She was merely gifted the authority to use it. That harsh limitation meant she couldn't just hand out legendary stealth spells like free trial samples at a market. To forcefully share that restricted power, she needed to bribe the god of magic with a secondary, high-tier tribute, just to secure the transfer permit. Long story short, if our overpowered hero wanted that god-tier stealth, he was going to get taxed twice. Once for the greedy divine, and once for his smug new master. To make matters worse, the tribute couldn't just be random trash. It had to be a weapon or artifact overflowing with genuine, terrifying value. Desperate for power, our main character aggressively dumped a mountain of glittering loot right at her feet, praying at least one piece would trigger the system's approval. but Lilith merely scoffed at the glowing pile of mediocrity. The cosmic entities didn't care about a horde of garbage numbers. They demanded absolute, world-shaking quality. Gritting his teeth, he finally pulled out the breathtakingly beautiful Master's necklace. She coldly inspected it, declaring the priceless artifact was barely worth a single, pathetic beginner spell. Pushed to the brink, our hero reluctantly unsheathed the majestic ceremonial sword. Lilith immediately went pale, frantically warning him about the apocalyptic curses that would fall upon them if they dared to insult a deity with inadequate trash. Sighing, he finally tossed a seemingly ancient, weather-beaten wooden staff into her hands, and to his absolute shock, Lilith's eyes lit up with fanatic approval. He handed over the god-tier relic without a second thought. With the tribute finally accepted, Lilith locked eyes with him and asked what kind of destruction he wanted to unleash. The starter menu was brutally basic. He could choose the raging fireball he literally just unlocked, or a freezing ice arrow, which was exactly the same thing, just with a touch of frostbite. The basic heartbeat skill acted as a living monster radar. The cloaking veil could turn him into a mere shadow, and the food creation skill yielded basic water and porridge, a meal that Lilith claimed tasted exactly like pure sadness. The main character made the ultimate survival choice, selecting the food creation skill. The Phantom Warrior, still traumatized by the foul stench of goblin meat, looked at his new master with absolute pride. Lilith began her divine chant. Instantly, an overwhelming, godlike pressure crashed down upon our hero. But defying all logic, the god of magic bestowed the spell without demanding a single trial. Lilith was left completely speechless. She knew this deity as an arrogant and ridiculously picky control freak. Even the legendary Phantom Warrior had to cough up blood just to earn a shred of his magic. But our overpowered protagonist? He practically won the god's favor just by breathing the same air. With the blessing secured, he vowed to return later, carrying top-tier offerings to hoard even more spells. Wasting no time, he pressed forward into the abyss. Armed with his newly acquired magic, he could now incinerate any monster in his path with absolute ease. The Phantom Warrior advised him to keep pushing, suggesting they offer any rare loot to Lilith. But our hero's eyes were completely glued to his glowing system window. His shield durability had skyrocketed to a massive new level. It was an absolute game-changer. However, the battle-hungry Phantom couldn't care less about system stats and urged him to keep moving. And then, in a move that defied all mortal logic, our main character began stripping off his heavy armor. And if that wasn't crazy enough, he dropped his pants next. The Phantom Warrior instantly went into a full-blown mental breakdown. But just before the ancient spirit lost his remaining shreds of sanity, the boy casually dressed himself back up as if nothing happened. Even so, the ghostly veteran was severely traumatized. What in the world was this kid thinking? But our confident protagonist merely smirked. He told the old ghost to just sit back and watch the show. Lurking in the shadows of a massive tree, a vicious lizard man spotted our hero. Seeing the human standing completely off guard, the monster grinned, thinking it had found the perfect prey. It launched a lethal ambush, but the beast was snatched right out of thin air. Its attack landed directly, yet it didn't leave a single scratch. Ding! A system prompt appeared. New skill acquired, absolute hardening. Because his health bar hadn't dropped by a single point, the system rewarded his flawless defense again. Ding! Passive skill acquired. First attack nullification. Furious, the lizard man lunged forward for a second strike. Our hero flawlessly activated his new power. He casually grabbed the squirming monster by the throat and hurled it into oblivion, ending its miserable life in a single breath. Memories of his past life flooded his mind. Battles against nightmarish S-rank beasts. He specifically remembered the terrifying nullification skill. This wasn't just blocking or dodging. It literally erased an attack from existence, leaving the enemy completely powerless and confused. Watching from the sidelines, the Phantom Warrior shuddered. He knew exactly how much bone-crushing agony the boy had endured to unlock such a broken ability. Now, our crazy protagonist drew his cursed blade, inflicting damage upon himself just to regenerate his shields. His new absolute hardening skill was already cutting incoming damage in half. But for an overpowered gamer like him, that simply wasn't enough. He hungered for even more nullification stacks. The Phantom Warrior watched in absolute horror, and his fear was completely justified. Our hero had already taken a near-fatal beating just to secure that first tier. His shield durability was now blinking red, barely clinging to 30 points. 2 more solid hits, and his game would be permanently over. But did our guy look scared? Not even a little. He pulled out his secret weapon, the Divine Blessing Powder. This was his ultimate, system-breaking cheat code. He shamelessly dumped 3 entire vials of the sacred dust over himself. Fully buffed, he kicked open the door to the next zone. The very second he stepped inside, a savage lizard man locked onto him and lunged with a lethal thrust. Flash! Our main character triggered his nullification passive. The deadly strike dissolved into thin air as if it never existed. Frantic, the monster slashed a second time. Our hero managed to dodge, but the shockwave still chipped away at his health. His already dying shield, originally sitting at a fragile 35 points, instantly plummeted down to 18. The dungeon system was a ruthless calculator. It measured damage using accuracy, evasion, defense, and the most crucial stat of all, luck. Furthermore, every single hit carried a 10% damage variance, relying purely on chance. So, if an incoming strike was meant to deal 30 damage, the final blow could land anywhere between 27 and 33. It was a literal roll of the dice with fate. Luckily, the Divine Blessing Powder heavily rigged those invisible dice in our hero's favor. And the most brilliant part? Stacking more than 3 vials mathematically guaranteed he would take the lowest possible damage. The lizard man unleashed another ferocious combo. Crack! Our protagonist's shield finally shattered into glowing blue pixels, but a sinister smirk crossed his face. This was exactly what he wanted. Ding! In exchange for his broken defense, he flawlessly secured his second tier of absolute nullification. With his master plan complete, he ruthlessly executed the beast. He delivered a devastating kick, launching the monster into the ceiling like a rugby ball. Keeping the adrenaline pumping, he charged deeper into the dungeon. He instantly dispatched another lizard man, driving his blade straight through its heart, targeting its critical weak point. Ding! Yet another system reward echoed in his mind. New skill unlocked. Fatal weak point attack. Having ruthlessly farmed almost the entire floor, he finally decided to take a breather before facing the ultimate boss. He collapsed against a cold stone wall and forced down the most tragically bland meal in human history. It tasted like unseasoned, depressing porridge. But hey, stamina recovery was stamina recovery. Between forced bites, he turned to the Phantom Warrior. He started theory crafting about his random mental attack skill, wondering if he could break the system by stacking its psychological damage. The ancient spirit quickly shut that idea down. He explained the harsh rules of dungeon magic. An active spell's duration had to completely expire before it could be cast a second time. But our protagonist's genius brain was already turning. He recalled Lilith mentioning that magical spells were classified as fluid abilities within the labyrinth. Channeling his mana, he tried to compress a raw fireball into a piercing arrow. Poof! It fizzled out in a humiliating failure. The Phantom Warrior just sweat dropped. Watching his master desperately try to manifest advanced tier magic was almost painful. Yet, the burning determination in our hero's eyes proved he wasn't about to quit. Changing his approach, he summoned 3 blazing spheres of mana. With a powerful swing, he hurled them across the room, igniting a massive inferno in the distance. Suddenly, a brilliant light bulb went off in his head. If the system granted him passive skills for physically simulating certain conditions, wouldn't the exact same loophole apply to magic? It was time to push this crazy hypothesis to the limit. He already knew that merging raw mana spheres in his bare hands was physically impossible. But the very second the flame left his fingertips, the elemental properties completely shifted. The projectile's energy signature felt entirely unbound. Ready to test his insane theory, he chugged a glowing blue mana potion. He instantly materialized a second blazing sphere and launched it directly into the exact same trajectory. Exploding with speed, he dashed right behind his own spell. He sparked a fresh orb of fire and forcefully slammed it into the flying projectile. Keeping Lilith's magical theories in mind, he repeated the insane process. He leaped into the air, summoned a third flame, and violently fused it into the rapidly expanding miniature sun. Again and again, he repeated this god-tier juggling act. He violently compressed layer upon layer of raw mana, until the gargantuan meteor of fire finally annihilated the dungeon wall in a deafening explosion. Ding! The system practically screamed as it unlocked an advanced spell. The blazing sphere. Armed with his new weapon of mass destruction, our overpowered protagonist finally kicked open the boss room, stepping up to face the terrifying lizardman champion of the 6th floor. Without a single word of greeting, he chucked a massive blazing sphere straight at its ugly face. Boom! But the elite boss actually managed to block the fiery devastation. Unfazed, our brilliant hero instantly switched up his tactics. He started bombarding the beast with psychological curses of absolute despair and total madness. Catching the boss completely off guard, he followed up with yet another monstrous blazing sphere. The poor, pathetic creature was left reeling, completely bombarded by an overwhelming sense of helplessness as our hero systematically dismantled it. Even the spectral warrior felt a pang of pity for the fallen lizardman champion. But sympathy cannot reverse the cold hands of death. Moments later, the once proud boss breathed his last and crumbled into digital dust. The system chimed, rewarding our overpowered protagonist with an ancient inscribed magic scroll. However, it was the hidden loot drop that truly caught his gamer attention. It was a mystic staff that heavily reduced mana consumption for spellcasting. A top-tier artifact indeed, but he casually tossed it into his spatial inventory for later use. Among the glowing loot was the champion's necklace. Yet, with a single glance at its system stats, he realized his current overlord's pendant completely outclassed it. He contemplated using it as sacrificial material to awaken a new magic tier. Shortly after, Lilith grabbed the pendant and began chanting an ancient incantation. Just like that, our main character effortlessly acquired the Frost Arrow skill. While scanning the dungeon room, he noticed tiny system safe zones materializing now that the floor was cleared. He immediately started analyzing his new frost magic with the spectral warrior. The two muttered together like conspiring masterminds, leaving Lilith utterly bewildered by their bizarre dynamic. When she demanded to know what on earth was going on, they decided to step outside the dungeon first. Once under the open sky, our guy casually summoned a blazing fireball, and Lilith's jaw utterly dropped. Her eyes practically bulged out of her skull in pure shock, while the ghost warrior smugly bragged about the protagonist's godly learning speed. It had taken Lilith a grueling 100 years to master basic invisibility. Meanwhile, our overpowered rookie, completely oblivious to magical common sense, was tossing around high-tier spells like it was absolute child's play. Naturally, her towering pride as a veteran mage was shattered into a million pieces. She went on a massive rant about the heaven and earth difference between magic tiers. She explained that apprentice-level spells required true mana fusion, totally unlike basic spells that you just spam through a wooden staff. Mid-rant, she dramatically collapsed to her knees, cursing the heavens for this monstrous unfairness. She demanded his secret to mastering it so effortlessly, but to our overpowered protagonist, it was just another Tuesday. His nonchalant attitude nearly made her cough up blood from pure frustration. Minutes later, Lilith was sprawled on the floor like a dying fish, completely drained of mana after trying to copy his technique. Since mages notoriously possessed the physical stamina of a wet paper towel, her core energy was absolutely depleted. Despite the humiliation, she swallowed her pride and thanked him. Witnessing his godly talent made her realize the infinite heights she still had to climb. Parting ways, our unstoppable rookie marched straight into the abyss of the next floor. As he walked, he summoned his system status window. A smirk played on his lips. His stats were already monstrous, with some attributes completely eclipsing his peak power from his past life. He breached the 7th floor, greeted by a system notification declaring the clear reward as the Defiler's Pendant. Here, the spectral warrior promised to pass down his empire's legendary swordsmanship. But first, it was time for a dramatic lore dump. In his original dimension, absolute power dictated everything. The weak were nothing but mere stepping stones for the strong, an ironclad rule of survival that even the royal bloodline could not escape. To seize the supreme throne, he was forced to bathe his blade in the blood of his own brothers. It was a path of absolute carnage that he could never turn back from. Passing down his ultimate martial art to a successor was his only hope for redemption. Truly a tragic, heart-wrenching tale of a fallen king. Except, our purely pragmatic main character only cared about one thing. Was this skill actually overpowered? Spotting a massive boss room, he deemed it the perfect training ground to test this new power. The spectral warrior's aura flared as he revealed the core philosophy of his art. There was zero defense. It was an absolute, all-out offensive barrage designed for pure annihilation. The secret lay in reading the enemy's intent and delivering a fatal strike before they could even twitch. However, our sharp-witted protagonist immediately pointed out a fatal flaw. What about massive area of effect attacks that simply cannot be dodged? That definitely made this glass cannon technique incredibly risky. But the Ghost Warrior aggressively doubled down on its invincible destructive power. Shrugging it off, our main character figured free overpowered skills were always welcome in his arsenal. The spectral entity placed a ghostly hand on his shoulder. A surge of ancient knowledge flooded the protagonist's mind, unlocking the high-tier skill, Storm Swordsmanship. The system interface popped up. Our guy checked the skill details, only to be greeted by a massive, glaring 0% in weapon proficiency. It turns out spiritual inheritances only transfer the blueprint, not the muscle memory. He would have to grind the proficiency himself. The ghostly mentor tried breaking down the stances, but our normally overpowered hero was completely fumbling the execution. He was supposed to target the heart, pivot his wrist, shift left, and unleash explosive kinetic energy. Instead, he just embarrassingly tangled his limbs in his own combat gear. Sweating ghost drops, the warrior struggled to put his supreme martial arts into mere words. Still, he desperately reassured the kid that he wasn't trash, he just lacked the battlefield grind to awaken the art. A system light bulb went off in our protagonist's head. He quickly asked if base proficiency simply equaled combat experience points. The Spectral King confirmed that mastering it required endless oceans of sweat and blood. But wait, our system-blessed rookie remembered the proficiency elixir he looted from a previous boss. Chugging the magical liquid in one go, the system roared as his Storm mastery skyrocketed instantly. With his muscles now humming with artificial experience, he moved. Following the Phantom's guidance, his blade danced through the air, perfectly replicating the legendary Emperor's signature strike in pristine detail. Suddenly, our protagonist pulled out a rusted, garbage-tier sword from the system shop. The fallen Spectral King stared at him in utter disbelief. What kind of madness was this? It was the absolute furthest thing from a legendary divine weapon. But our pragmatic anti-hero wasn't trying to look cool or flex his wealth. He was here to grind survival mechanics to the extreme. The dungeon rumbled. A towering, bloodthirsty lizardman charged at him, and our guy met the monstrous beast, holding nothing but those crumbling, rusted iron blades. Just like the ghostly mentor preached, bathing in the blood of real combat was the only way to awaken the true Storm art. And what better handicap than a trash weapon? As the deathmatch raged on, a terrifying realization hit our protagonist. His dynamic vision had evolved. He could perfectly predict every single counter-trajectory of the lizardman's ferocious strikes. To his newly awakened eyes, the terrifying monster was moving in super slow motion. A barrage of slashes later, the monster collapsed in a geyser of blood. The system chimed again, showing his proficiency jumping higher. The Phantom Mentor barked out a correction, ordering him to loosen his wrists because his murderous flow was still way too rigid. Our insanely adaptable hero instantly recalibrated his stance. With every passing monster, his executions became utterly flawless and brutally fast. He absorbed the ghostly Emperor's teachings like a sponge. He provoked another lizardman. Then another. A relentless massacre of endless grinding ensued until the pitch-black dungeon night arrived. Finally collapsing to grab some sleep, he left the ancient ghost completely dumbfounded by his insane work ethic. The kid's daily routine was absolute psychopathic madness. 12 hours of non-stop blood-soaked combat, 6 grueling hours refining his lethal sword arts, and barely enough micro-sleep to stop his heart from giving out. But to our trauma-forged main character, this brutal hellish grind felt like absolute paradise compared to wandering aimlessly in a terrifying unknown universe. Even so, the ghostly Emperor firmly believed this kid had a screw loose. 3 brutal days vanished into the grind. Our hero's blade had grown so god-tier that he could read his enemies' souls before they even twitched. Yet, something still felt completely off. But before he could dive deeper into that ominous feeling, boom! The dungeon shook as another terrifying lizardman spawned from the shadows, hungry for blood. Instead of overthinking, he fell back on what he did best. Absolute, unadulterated combat. He completely synchronized his movements with the Ghost Warrior's ancient teachings. His footsteps were slow and deliberate. He emptied his mind, letting pure instinct take the wheel. The moment his blade slashed through the air, phantom wolves materialized out of nowhere, viciously tearing into the lizardman. The scaly monster did not even stand a chance to counterattack. As the dust settled on the one-sided massacre, a system notification chimed, announcing a massive spike in his skill proficiency. The spectral master revealed the name of this deadly art: Wolf Fang, the absolute first form of the Storm Scar sword style. However, the ghost was quick to keep our overpowered main character grounded in reality. There were far greater techniques waiting to be unlocked, but slaughtering mere weaklings would not cut it. The Phantom seriously doubted our hero could grasp the second form, even if he climbed all the way to floor 10. Still, credit had to be given where it was due. Our guy was now wielding a high-tier martial skill, boasting a proficiency rate sitting just above 10%. A terrifying start for a beginner. Meanwhile, In a completely different sector of the labyrinth, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 was fighting a losing battle of her own, forcing down a wretched meal of grilled goblin meat. Just the smell alone was enough to make anyone gag. But her system wallet was completely empty, and the prices in the survival shop were practically a death sentence. She chewed the rubbery flesh through tears of pure misery. Her mind drifted to heavenly thoughts of warm pizza, greasy street food, and literally anything that did not taste like toxic waste. Honestly, she just wanted to go back to Earth. Suddenly, the system relentlessly bombarded her vision with flashing red screens. A special quest had been triggered. The notification declared that everyone would return to their original world in exactly 1 week. But there was a deadly catch. They had to survive to re-enter the labyrinth. Rewards would be purely performance-based, and refusal was absolutely not an option. Panic set in instantly. She immediately shared the terrifying system alert to the community board, where John and Jung quickly jumped into the chaotic discussion. However, Junhyuk was not swept up in the foolish excitement of returning home. While the weak-minded masses celebrated, he forcefully reminded them of a tiny, forgotten detail. The entire reason they were thrown into this hellish tutorial was because their homeworld had already been overrun by apocalyptic monsters. A chilling silence fell over the chat. Just like that, the cozy dream of going home shattered into a waking nightmare. Our main character casually monitored the despair unfolding on the forums, all while effortlessly mastering the basic ice arrow spell. The ghost warrior noticed his host's wandering gaze, growing intensely curious about the digital drama. But our boy just smirked, telling the ancient spirit to grab some popcorn for the upcoming show. Right now, his absolute top priority was speedrunning this hellish dungeon. He ruthlessly swept through the hidden secret room on floor 7. Ripping open the treasure chest inside, he was instantly rewarded with an agility rune. A golden light bathed his body, permanently spiking his speed stats on the spot. He also looted mana-boosting earrings from a scum-class creature, alongside a secret reward, a sleek set of leather armor that massively upgraded both his defense and mobility. To top it off, he successfully acquired the basic detection spell, thanks to Lilith's divine guidance. Even though the sensory skill could only pinpoint hidden objects right now, his progression was terrifyingly smooth. Yet, our hero kept glancing at the community board, leaving the ghost warrior deeply confused by his obsession. It turned out he was keeping a very close eye on Junhyuk, that professional troublemaker, who usually took twisted pleasure in violently harassing the weaker players online. With this devastating plot twist, our main character knew for a fact that the arrogant troll was having a massive panic attack. And honestly, watching that absolute meltdown was going to be pure entertainment. Putting the drama aside, he finally stepped foot onto floor 8, a zone known for dropping Manas's rune as a standard clear reward. The very second he crossed the threshold, a screeching, bird-like monstrosity known as a Makonda ambushed him. Our boy did not even flinch. He launched himself into the air, brutally skewering the beast mid-flight. He quickly realized these low-tier creatures were pitifully easy to farm, driven by nothing but mindless instinct. There was absolutely zero need to waste his breathtaking, high-tier sword arts on such trash mobs. The ghost warrior chimed in, noting that true swordsmanship was forged to cut down human masters, not to swat away wild beasts. Taking that as the perfect excuse to grind his magic mastery, our overpowered hero transformed into a walking natural disaster. He mercilessly incinerated the flying creatures with barrages of blazing fireballs. After leaving behind a trail of ashes, he eventually stumbled upon the ancient, imposing altar of Oman. The phantom explained the lore behind this sacred ground. Oman, the god of trials, took absolute delight in throwing lethal tests at arrogant adventurers, just to watch them struggle and break their own limits. According to the ghost, this deity was the absolute perfect match for our main character's current growth phase. Our fearless protagonist accepted the divine challenge without a single second of hesitation. Instantly, a towering, impenetrable wall of water sealed off his escape route. From the dark depths of the altar, a pitch-black phantom violently erupted, charging straight for his neck. He casually took a step back, sharply analyzing the enemy's attack pattern. A smirk crossed his face. The shadow's movements were laughably sluggish. With a single, effortless flick of his rusty blade, he cleaved the phantom in two. A sweet system chime rang out, blessing him with a permanent agility buff. The second shadow spawned with much faster speed, but it was still light years away from touching him. Another effortless execution, another free stat boost. The Ghost Warrior pointed out that these initial trials merely mirrored the pathetic combat power of Floor 1 and 2 novices. In system terms, this was basically just a warm-up tutorial. Our hero saw this endless wave of enemies as an all-you-can-eat buffet for stat farming, and greedily pushed forward. The third trial practically handed him a free intelligence boost. The fourth stage spiked his agility once again, while the fifth trial packed his muscles with raw, unadulterated strength. By round 6, the Phantom finally started utilizing combat skills. It lunged with a devastating, high-speed thrust. But our main character ruthlessly countered. A point-blank ice arrow shattered its guard, wiping it from existence and granting a massive mana buff. The next shadow did not even get a chance to draw its weapon before he completely obliterated it with an explosive fireball, reaping an even juicier surge of power. Finally, the altar manifested a pitch-black entity that perfectly matched his own monstrous, current level. This time, he went for a deadly combo. He instantly cast a mind-warping confusion spell, immediately following up with a brutal volley of piercing ice arrows. Another flawless, clean kill, another massive injection of raw mana. But then, an eerie silence swallowed the room. He stood ready, but the altar remained completely dead. The Ghost Warrior burst into roaring laughter. It turned out that the mighty god Omen was strictly bound by system rules, only allowed to summon phantoms scaled to the adventurer's current floor level. If our greedy protagonist wanted to push this trial any further, Oman would have to pay a massive cosmic penalty, and the divine being seemed extremely reluctant to open his wallet. Unlike the bloodthirsty constellations Roseratos and Vantazaha, who loved violently pushing our hero to the brink of death, Oman was actually hesitating. The Spectral Master found this divine cowardice incredibly amusing. It seemed that our main character's heaven-defying growth rate was making even the mighty gods sweat in fear. After waiting for a drop of action, our guy sighed and turned to leave. But the very second his foot pivoted, Oman swallowed his pride, paid the cosmic toll, and slammed a brand new trial into the arena. Our hero instantly realized the terrifying truth. From this moment on, every single phantom spawning from that altar would possess the stats of higher, uncleared floors. They were officially in nightmare territory. But instead of trembling in fear, a maniacal grin spread across his face. His blood was practically boiling with excitement. The very second the overpowered shadow stepped out of the void, his blade flashed, slicing it cleanly into oblivion. As the ultimate reward for shattering the system's limits, an earth-shattering wave of power coursed through his veins. His deflection skill evolved to a razor-sharp mastery, and his soul-piercing attack damage was amplified to godlike levels. He gladly absorbed every single ounce of this heaven-defying upgrade, yet a lingering question burned in his mind. What on earth was the true identity of these dark phantoms he was slaughtering? The Phantom Warrior revealed the dark truth. These shadows were once proud adventurers. They failed the brutal trials, made foolish deals with gods, or simply died and surrendered their souls forever. In short, they were the tragic remnants of history's ultimate failures. But to our main character, they were nothing more than perfect target practice. He unleashed a blazing fireball, followed immediately by a chaotic madness spell. Then he rained down ice arrows just to be absolutely brutal. The 10th trial ended, granting him yet another massive power boost. A chilling realization suddenly hit him. These entities were not just divine playthings. Every single shadow possessed a completely unique, deadly fighting style. Crossing into the 12th floor, the real entertainment began. The shadows spammed a flashy arsenal of skills, but their desperate need to show off made their movements painfully sloppy. However, the 15th floor changed the game entirely. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly heavy. These shadows now boasted combat stats that rivaled or even completely eclipsed his own. Too bad for them. Our overpowered protagonist had an endless bag of tricks. He chained blazing fireballs, explosive acceleration, and devastating critical strikes. One flawless, deadly combo later, and another ancient phantom bit the dust. His absolute strength, lightning agility, and endless mana reserves surged to new heights once again. These duels yielded 0 experience points. Yet, his soul-piercing damage and base stats absolutely skyrocketed. He was essentially breaking the system, ascending in raw power without ever actually leveling up. Then came the nightmare of the 18th floor. He swung his blade, expecting another easy, clean kill. But this shadow was different. It ruthlessly grabbed him, plunging a blade straight into his vulnerable back. Thankfully, our main character had precast an absolute nullification shield. He instantly flipped the script and obliterated the phantom. But there was zero time to breathe before the next disaster struck. A colossal shadow descended, swinging a massive battle axe. He crossed his twin blades, barely surviving the bone-crushing impact. The system flashed a brutal warning of an unbeatable enemy, but our fearless protagonist refused to step back. He had crawled through way too much absolute hell to surrender now. Defeat was simply not an option. The behemoth roared, triggering a berserker charge. It was a frantic, uncontrollable assault of pure destruction. But this suicide move came with one fatal flaw. Its back was left completely wide open. A true predator never misses an opening. He triggered maximum acceleration, vanishing into thin air. He reappeared directly behind the beast, ending its miserable existence with one cataclysmic, critical stab. Before the dust could even settle, the 20th floor boss manifested. It instantly activated the broken skill of absolute victory. But our guy countered with his unyielding spirit. The shadow blitzed forward, only to be flawlessly deflected. The rhythm of the battle was going perfectly, until that towering monster unleashed a devastating, bone-shattering punch. Desperate, he cast his chaotic madness spell. But the elite phantom brushed it off like a gentle breeze. With terrifying force, it slammed him mercilessly into the cold stone floor, battered but absolutely unbroken. He activated his cloak of darkness, melting seamlessly into the shadows. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind the boss. One clean, legendary strike was all it took to sever its life force. Clearing the 20th trial triggered a glorious system melody. His base stats and soul-piercing power erupted once more. He had officially transcended his limits, but before he could even catch his breath, an even darker presence emerged from the ancient altar. Our exhausted protagonist took one look at this terrifying, suffocating aura, and casually raised his hands in absolute surrender. Sometimes, you just have to know when to quit. The god Oman, who had been spectating the sheer madness, abruptly ended the trial in stunned silence. Pulling up his glowing system window, our hero smiled at his newly overpowered, rock-solid stats. Meanwhile, the Phantom Warrior's jaw was practically on the floor. He simply could not process this impossible reality. A mere 8th-floor adventurer had just violently conquered the 20th floor's hellish trials. Breaking his silence, the god Oman bestowed a divine extra reward. The legendary ring of proof descended into his palms. But that wasn't all. He also obtained the mythical token of broken limits. Naturally, just like every single divine being before him, Oman shamelessly offered an exclusive apostle contract. And true to his alpha nature, our protagonist rejected the god without a second thought. The petty god did not take the rejection well at all, throwing a literal temper tantrum and splashing him with water. Still, our hero walked away, dripping but triumphant. His mortal limits had officially shattered past the 20th floor. Feeling a little arrogant, he decided to flex on the entire universe. He opened the System Community Forum and dropped a casual, mind-blowing post about surviving the impossible trial. After looting a sturdy, high-tier ankle guard from the secret vault, it was time to face the 8th-floor boss, Ondalutia. With his brutally enhanced stats and lethal soul damage, the absolute slaughter began, completely crushing the boss into dust. The ghostly warrior, watching from the sidelines, trembled in sheer awe. He could literally see the protagonist's power levels exploding. The sheer density of his floor-clearing rewards was monstrous. The loot drops were insane. He secured the Marnia's rune, allowing him to enchant his weapons with raw elemental fury. But the true prize was the hidden skill of the Hand of Exploitation, a terrifying vampire ability that violently drained his enemy's life force with every single strike. With merely 4 days left until his inevitable return to Earth, he descended into the blood-soaked 9th floor. His welcoming party? A savage, terrifying horde of mutated hobgoblins. These weren't your average low-level trash mobs. These green-skinned monstrosities radiated unexpected, brutal strength. They were even more terrifying than the elite lizardmen he faced before. The Phantom Warrior analyzed their disciplined, military formations. Someone powerful was definitely training this army. At those words, a chilling name flashed through his mind. The former Goblin Lord himself. Since the old ruler was already dead and buried, a new Goblin Lord must have claimed the bloody throne. And that mastermind was undoubtedly waiting in the shadows ahead, plotting his demise. Fast forward to just 3 days before his departure. Our overpowering lead stood face to face with the towering hobgoblin chieftain. Draping himself in his jet-black cloak, he speed-blitzed the monster, executing a flawless, instant kill before moving on. After dismantling a labyrinth of deadly traps, the system unveiled yet another hidden chamber. Waiting inside was the architect of this green nightmare. The new Goblin Lord, Rudla. Rudla's eyes burned with heavy questions. Was this the human who slaughtered the previous lord? Our protagonist gave a cold, confirming nod. But he had a question of his own. Why did Rudla betray and usurp the former king? The answer was pure, unadulterated ambition. Rudla hungered for an eternal, undeniable legacy. He refused to die as just another pathetic, trampled monster in the dirt. He wanted to be remembered as a true sovereign. With that clash of ideals, the epic boss battle erupted. But reality is often utterly cruel. In mere seconds, the new Goblin Lord realized a despairing truth. The power gap between them was like heaven and earth. His desperate skills, clumsy footwork, and crude swordsmanship, none of it could touch our protagonist's god-tier mastery. Yet, the monster possessed a true warrior's spirit. Roaring to the heavens, Rudla unleashed absolutely everything he had. Respecting this blazing, sacrificial resolve, our main character decided to end things with absolute honor. He delivered a flawlessly devastating counterattack. Rudla collapsed into a pool of blood, but his eyes held absolutely zero regrets. In his final breath, the fallen king tossed his royal spear to the victor. It was the ultimate gesture of a warrior's respect. As the boss dissolved, a golden system prompt illuminated the dark. He had unlocked the legendary title of the Kingslayer. This was a completely game-breaking buff. Now, whenever he faced down a lord, king, or ancient monarch, his battle rewards and combat stats would multiply exponentially. Taking a brief detour, he met with Lilith to unlock a stealth masterpiece. He acquired the Veil of Concealment, granting him perfect, untraceable invisibility. Then he hit the system shop, casually dumping half his hard-earned gold on top-tier survival potions. The system rained down the floor-clearing loot. He secured the Boots of Agility as the base drop, and a chilling, magical ice blade as the hidden reward. Geared up and overpowered, it was finally time. Next stop, the dreaded 10th floor. The system updated with the warrior's final quest. Target, the entity that murdered him on this very floor. Sensing his journey drawing to a close, the spectral knight bowed his head. He offered his deepest gratitude to our main character for allowing a mere fragment of his existence to live on. The phantom even prepared his final farewells. But our overpowered hero, he just kept his thoughts to himself, letting his absolute silence do the talking. Soon enough, our protagonist stood before the so-called guardian of the 10th floor, a massive, terrifying ogre. The behemoth charged with earth-shattering force, but our boy didn't even break a sweat. He snatched the beast mid-air and obliterated it in the blink of an eye. With the trash taken care of, he strolled forward, casually dismantling a hidden room's trap to claim his rightful epic loot. A pristine blue ring. System reward secured. His next stop? The dreaded boss room. Naturally, the floor boss was nothing but a warm-up. Now, he stood before the true hidden chamber. It was time to face the mastermind responsible for the warrior's tragic demise. Slaying this bastard would finally clear the ghost's quest. But before bringing the hammer down, it was time for a system upgrade. He reinforced his frostblade using the ancient Marinius runes and an engraving scroll. The system chimed, granting the weapon a deadly lightning attribute. Now, every strike carried a chance to paralyze his enemies on contact. With his newly buffed legendary weapon in hand, he turned to his spectral companion, curious about the system's logic. Technically, this spirit was still an entity of the labyrinth, forever bound to his own grave. Yet, thanks to our hero's overwhelming power, the ghost had shattered those chains. He was now tethered to the main character through the absolute law of the quest system. A crazy thought crossed our boy's mind. If a conflict of absolute laws occurred, which system rule would take priority? The labyrinth's eternal curse, or the spirit's newfound bond with his master? The ghost warrior just stared back, utterly bewildered by the question. But before our hero could test this thrilling theory, the system alert flashed. The survival phase was over, and the surviving players were being teleported back to Earth. Our hero blinked against the sudden light. The fresh scent of grass hit his senses. He was finally back in the real world. But wait, he wasn't alone. The ancient ghost warrior was floating right beside him, looking absolutely lost in the modern era. First order of business, the main character headed straight for a convenience store. Though, to be fair, the place looked like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The air was thick with the foul stench of food that had rotted for 3 solid months. Definitely not the sweet welcome home he had been dreaming of. Scavenging some canned smoked meat and sweet corn, He casually used his divine sacrificial sword as a makeshift roasting spit. As he ate, he realized a loophole in the system. Labyrinth items belonged to the dungeon, but players could keep whatever they physically smuggled out. However, he couldn't help but wonder, did this inventory glitch apply to living souls too? Well, the massive ghost warrior standing in broad daylight was proof enough. As they walked the ruined streets, the ancient knight stared at the rusted cars and towering skyscrapers. He looked exactly like a time-traveling tourist having a massive culture shock. Our boy gave him a quick rundown of the apocalypse. But honestly, his eyes were locked on the colossal dimensional rift tearing across the sky. That was the very portal that dragged him into hell. And now it was bleeding into his home world. The ghost warrior sensed an ominous, otherworldly aura radiating from the crack, suggesting they investigate it further. But our overpowered hero shelved the doomsday research for later. Just then, a rogue monster ambushed him from his blind spot. Without even turning around, the main character snatched it mid-pounce, casually asking his spectral companion for a status scan. After a quick system analysis, the phantom warrior dropped a bombshell. The master controlling this vile creature possessed a ridiculous aura, an entity potentially even more terrifying than the legendary 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐧𝐠 himself. Unfazed by the absolute threat, our boy simply incinerated the monster into ashes and continued his stroll. The system's compass pointed to City Hall. The current objective was brutally simple: reach the destination. Condition: survive. In a cataclysm like this, basic non-player characters usually hide and pray for military rescue. But judging by the mountains of corpses painting the streets red, yeah, playing defensive was a guaranteed game over. Despite the chaotic wasteland, our hero walked with the swagger of a final boss. He was hunting for a specific target. The ghost assumed he was looking for his old comrades. But our protagonist had an entirely different player in mind. Speak of the devil! A familiar silhouette stepped into his field of vision. It was exactly the person our boy was tracking. And who might that be? None other than 𝐿𝐢𝐭 himself. What a crazy twist of fate. Or maybe not. Considering our overpowered hero had been treating this apocalypse like a casual Sunday stroll, 𝐿𝐢𝐭 immediately sent a party invite, suggesting they raid City Hall together. And with a hidden smirk, our boy gladly accepted the offer. 𝐿𝐢𝐭 led our hero back to his pathetic survivor camp. He introduced the ultimate powerhouse as just another run-of-the-mill, normal mode player. Meanwhile, our boy activated his gamer senses, scanning the miserable crowd. He didn't recognize a single face. They all reeked of easy or normal mode weakness. Basically, absolute dead weight who would scream and scatter at the first sign of aggro. On the bright side, none of these low-level scrubs had the perception stats to see the menacing ghost warrior floating right beside him. Ignorance really is bliss. Moments later, 𝐿𝐢𝐭 ordered the party to march forward. But the cowardly mob froze in terror, paralyzed by the fear of the monstrous shadows ahead. Stepping up like a classic righteous protagonist, 𝐿𝐢𝐭 swore to protect every single one of them. That empty promise was enough to win their blind faith. The ancient ghost warrior, however, he scoffed in pure disgust. To a veteran of countless wars, this group was nothing but a suicidal burden. Only 𝐿𝐢𝐭 showed even a sliver of combat potential. What truly baffled the spectral knight was why an absolute monster like his master would play along with these useless extras. Their pathetic march was suddenly interrupted when a survivor shrieked, pointing at an approaching beast. 𝐿𝐢𝐭 ordered the mob to fall back and bravely drew his weapon. Our hero casually glanced at the threat. It was a literal trash mob, the kind of low-level garbage even a tutorial player could one-shot. But the twisted rules of this apocalypse were brutal. In this harsh reality, only hard-mode survivors possessed the stats to pierce its defenses. To his credit, 𝐿𝐢𝐭 unleashed a clean strike, piercing the monster's core and dropping it instantly. And just like that, an unspoken system rule was established. Whenever a hostile target spawned, 𝐿𝐢𝐭 would charge in, while the rest of the worthless party cowered in the darkest corners. If a secondary mob ambushed them mid-fight, the cowards would instantly lose their minds. But then, a glitch in their nightmare occurred. Someone in the shadows was casually flicking pebbles, instantly executing the flankers with terrifying precision. The clueless mob thought the monsters were just despawning. But 𝐿𝐢𝐭 wasn't blind. His sharp gaze immediately locked onto our overpowered hero. After all, the main character was the only anomaly here. He hadn't flinched a single time since joining this circus. Shaking off his suspicions, 𝐿𝐢𝐭 pushed forward, while our protagonist secretly played the role of an overpowered guardian angel. The ancient ghost warrior, however, was absolutely losing his mind. To the honorable knight, these humans weren't just weak, they were a total disgrace to the battlefield. Instead of risking their lives in formation, these leeches had decided their ultimate survival strategy was to go away from keyboard and let 𝐿𝐭𝐫𝐨𝐧𝐠 solo the entire apocalypse. Our main character had rarely seen the spectral warrior seethe with such intense fury. To cool the ancient spirit's blazing temper, he casually pointed out one harsh truth. Technically speaking, the ghost was the ultimate anomaly in this domain. The rest of these players had deliberately chosen the easy mode labyrinth. Expecting them to possess the razor-sharp instincts of true survivors was nothing but a fool's errand. Yet, the phantom swordsman fixated on an entirely different revelation. A labyrinth divided into difficulty tiers? Such a concept was completely foreign to him. Taking a breath, our protagonist broke down the cruel mechanics of the system's various modes. Naturally, an entity from an ancient era could never have comprehended such twisted gaming logic. The warrior's grim theory formed quickly. Some incomprehensibly supreme being must have forged countless replicas of the original dungeon. The sheer magical energy required for that would defy the heavens. But the true mystery remained. Why would a being of such absolute power go to such absurd lengths? The architects behind this nightmare existed on a transcendent plane, perhaps even looking down upon the gods themselves. A chilling premonition suddenly crept down our main character's spine. The demonic beasts they had slaughtered so far were pathetically weak. If this unseen game master truly desired their annihilation, an apocalyptic boss-tier monster would have been summoned right from the tutorial. Instead, a sinister gaze seemed to follow their every step. Their survival progress was being meticulously manipulated like mere pawns on a blood-stained chessboard. The spectral warrior had once spoken of how arrogant deities found perverse entertainment in watching mere mortals fight for their lives. Honestly, our protagonist was absolutely convinced that they were the main attraction in some cosmic broadcast. The ghost urged him to march straight toward City Hall and claim their objective. However, our overpowered lead stubbornly insisted on trailing from the shadows of this pathetic survivor group. It was not out of overflowing compassion. He simply refused to entangle his fate with fragile extras who were practically begging for death's embrace. The brutal truth was, if anyone besides 𝐿𝐭𝐫𝐨𝐧𝐠 perished, that righteous fool would be emotionally shattered. Our main character already knew this tragic script by heart. In his past life, before the regression, 𝐿𝐭𝐫𝐨𝐧𝐠 had valiantly led a massive party toward City Hall, only to crawl across the finish line as the sole, broken survivor. The ruined streets had transformed into an absolute nightmare. Bloodthirsty monsters swarmed every alleyway, forcing the weak and unawakened to cower in the shadows like cornered rats. As darkness swallowed the ruins, the desperate players gagged on foul monster flesh just to survive. In stark contrast, our untouchable hero casually snacked on premium cured meats, treating this hellish death game like a breezy afternoon picnic. Suddenly, an arrogant shadow loomed over his meal. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠, the self-proclaimed guildmaster of Athens, strutted forward. He barked a command to hand over the food, acting as if feasting on others' supplies was his divine right. When our main character didn't even flinch, 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠's ego shattered. He spat out a venomous threat, vowing to slaughter our protagonist the moment they re-entered the labyrinth zone. Yet, our hero merely smirked and pointed out a fatal flaw in that pathetic logic. There was absolutely zero guarantee that this loudmouth would even survive long enough to see the dungeon again. After all, the memories of his past life painted a hilarious picture. This exact same guild had once paraded around like undisputed kings of the labyrinth, only to be completely wiped off the map during their miserable second raid attempt. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠's face twisted into an ugly mask of pure rage. He unleashed a desperate punch, but before his fist could even slice through the air, 𝐿𝐭𝐫𝐴 intercepted the strike, catching his wrist with an ironclad grip. Completely and utterly exhausted by the thug's endless barking, 𝐿𝐭𝐫𝐴 grabbed him by the jaw and delivered a bone-rattling punch straight to his smug face. His voice dripped with absolute authority as he issued an ultimatum. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠 could hold on to his delusions of grandeur all he wanted, but if he crossed the line one more time, he would be permanently exiled from the raid party. As midnight descended upon the ruined world, 𝐿𝐭𝐫𝐴 stood as the solitary sentinel, keeping watch while the exhausted players collapsed into uneasy slumber. Stepping out of the shadows, our main character approached the silent guardian, casually mentioning how his brutal display had terrified the weaker players. To be fair, their fear was entirely justified, but 𝐿𝐭𝐫𝐴's expression remained colder than ice. He embraced their terror, knowing it was the ultimate tool for survival. Disobedience in the system meant instant death, It was the absolute law of this new world. Moreover, asserting dominance over the trash kept the formation intact. Surprisingly, he bowed his head, genuinely thanking our protagonist for forcing his hand. Yet, our overpowered lead couldn't comprehend this saint-like mentality. With Jungun's overwhelming stats, he could have bulldozed his way to City Hall completely solo, bypassing all this unnecessary dead weight. As a player who had dared to select hard mode, he should have understood the brutal mechanics of reality. Wasting precious stamina on doomed weaklings was a straight ticket to an early grave. The labyrinth boasted a merciless 1% survival rate. Shielding these fragile novices was nothing but a fleeting illusion of hope, a temporary delay before their inevitable slaughter. Righteous fury flared within Jungun's chest for a split second. But as he stared into the dark, bottomless abyss of our hero's eyes, a chilling realization struck him. The man standing before him possessed the heavy aura of a veteran who had witnessed oceans of blood and countless corpses. One undeniable truth crystallized in his mind. Our main character was far beyond a standard normal mode player playing pretend. When the bloody dawn finally broke, Jungun ruthlessly kicked the stragglers awake. It was time to march on City Hall. However, their grand survival strategy had overlooked two fatally critical glitches in the system's logic. First, the monstrous aggro was exclusively hardwired to target anyone stepping toward the City Hall zone. Second, any lone wolf player attempting this route had either secured their glorious clear condition or had been chewed to pieces as demonic fodder. This perfectly explained the horrifying, deathly silence of the empty streets, and as if the system itself sought to mock their hubris, three colossal beasts materialized to block their path. Panic erupted as Jungun roared at the useless extras to run for their lives. His combat instincts calculated the grim odds. He could butcher two of them at most, but three was a mathematical death sentence. As the party scattered like terrified insects, a grotesque fiend lunged toward a defenseless child. Unable to rewrite his heroic DNA, Jungun launched his own body straight into the jaws of death. The safe zone of City Hall was agonizingly close, its grand architecture practically taunting him in the distance. But his survival clock had officially run out of time. Activating his breath control skill, he dove headfirst into the monstrous onslaught. With a desperate flick of his wrist, he scattered a cloud of tranquility powder, erecting a fragile magical barrier between life and death. But the moment he spun around to check the escapees, his blood ran colder than absolute zero. The party had frozen in pure despair. From the shadows, a seemingly endless wave of reinforcements had spawned in, trapping them in an inescapable encirclement. The pathetic players stared at him with violently trembling bodies. Their eyes swam with an agonizing mixture of terror and a sickening, desperate hope. They blindly expected this lone warrior to pull a divine miracle out of thin air. The brutal reality? His inventory was empty, his mana reserves depleted, and his tactical genius had hit a dead end. Could he clash blades with them? Absolutely. But emerging victorious? The system gave him a 0% probability. Abandoning them was the most logically brilliant strategy available. A tantalizing whisper echoed in his mind. He could pop his movement skills right now and secure his own survival. But the crushing weight of their unyielding trust anchored his boots to the blood-stained pavement. If he turned his back on them at the finish line, all his previous sacrifices would crumble into meaningless dust. For the very first time since the apocalypse began, Jungun was entirely paralyzed, suffocating beneath the impossible weight of command. Sure, Jungun was a remarkably noble soul, a compassionate protector who naturally radiated justice. But let's strip away the fairy tale illusions. No one's morality could outscale raw survival instinct. He wasn't about to permanently delete his own existence for a bunch of nameless strangers. Just as his resolve wavered on the razor's edge, our overpowered main character casually strolled to the front line. With a cool demeanor, he simply asked if the great hero was truly planning to cut and run. The question felt like a poisoned dagger to Jun's pride. But our unbothered lead clarified instantly. There was zero judgment in his voice. He was merely fascinated by the repeating echoes of a past life's tragic timeline. Hot tears of ultimate frustration stung Jungun's eyes. Retreating made him physically sick, yet the system offered no alternate route. If only he possessed overwhelming, divine strength, then perhaps he wouldn't be standing here like a pathetic extra, choking on his own helplessness. But before the quicksand of despair could swallow his spirit entirely, a shadow-drenched predator launched a lethal ambush straight at his blind spot. But in a world where our main character exists, death itself is put on standby. In less than half a breath, a blinding arc of aura erupted. With a single godlike swing of his bone sword, He cleanly cleaved the monstrosity into absolute nothingness. An endless wave of monsters charged forward. But our overpowered main character didn't even flinch. With a flick of his wrist, he reduced the entire horde to drifting ashes. He then commanded the survivors to push forward toward City Hall. After what felt like an eternity of walking through hell, they finally breached the safe zone. A few trembling children actually managed to reunite with their parents. In this dark and twisted game of survival, witnessing those tearful hugs made the brutal journey slightly bearable. Somehow, a ridiculous rumor had spread through the crowd. They actually believed 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 was the absolute powerhouse who saved them. But the moment 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 frantically tried to clear up the misunderstanding, our main character ruthlessly silenced him. The surviving players dragged their exhausted bodies inside. But despite the illusion of a crowded room, a chilling truth hung in the air. Considering the massive player count at the start of the tutorial, the number of people who actually survived this bloodbath was tragically low. Later on, while our main character was quietly recovering his stamina, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 awkwardly approached him. He offered a bottle of water like a lowly peasant, presenting tribute to a king. Thanks to the system's community board, he had completely figured out our main character's true identity, the legendary player who had guided him from the shadows. Now, he was here to pledge his absolute loyalty and undying gratitude. But our guy wasn't having it. He coldly rejected the tribute and tossed that useless sentiment right back at him. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 refused to back down, though. He was dead set on following our overpowered hero's path. He practically begged to become his loyal sidekick, or whatever pathetic role he could get. But our main character ruthlessly swatted the water bottle right into his face. He made it crystal clear. He didn't need a useless tag-along just to act as an emotional support pet. Just then, a female presence interrupted them. It was 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭, a hardcore mode player who had been searching for 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭. She initially came to brief him on the current disaster. But right now, her sharp gaze was completely locked onto our main character. Our hero recognized her aura in a heartbeat. Back in his past life, they had crossed paths more times than he could count. She was always infuriatingly strict, a textbook disciplinarian who was deeply obsessed with upholding the system's rules. In this timeline, she had taken charge of the hard mode players. Wasting no time on pleasantries, she cut straight to the grim reality of their situation. Out of all the survivors huddled in the safe zone, barely 1,000 players actually possessed combat skills. And to make matters worse, most of them were stuck in easy or normal difficulty. Calling them an elite strike force would be a massive joke. They were practically cannon fodder. The situation was spiraling into a total disaster. Food rations and safe shelters were running dangerously low, and nobody had a clue when the next nightmare quest would drop. They desperately needed a true guildmaster to lead them. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 originally planned to step up, but out of nowhere, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐭 took over. A pathetic rat who couldn't even solo a basic goblin had forcefully seized the throne. His greatest achievement? Whining loudly about how easy mode players were being discriminated against, and then taking innocent people hostage like a complete coward. The funny thing was, the two hostages, 𝐿𝐢𝐧𝐠 and 𝐿𝐢𝐧𝐠, were actually high-tier fighters. They were definitely not weaklings. So our main character immediately calculated the hidden variables. There had to be a secret system constraint forcing them to surrender. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 wanted to play it safe. She suggested monitoring the faction's movements before making a tactical strike. But our absolute monarch had zero patience for this slow-paced political garbage. She urgently reminded him that mindless violence wasn't the answer. But right now, our hero couldn't care less about her righteous player handbook. The entire world had already degenerated into a blood-soaked tutorial zone. Why the hell should he care about societal manners anymore? But 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 was just as stubbornly rigid as he remembered. She firmly stood her ground. She was the tragic type of hero who would desperately cling to order, even when the system was actively laughing at her. Our main character vividly remembered her tragic end. Even in the final, desperate moments of his past life, she had strictly followed the rules, and it ultimately got her killed while trying to shield others. She could instinctively feel that this guy walked a radically different path. But since she mistakenly assumed he was just another amateur like 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭, she foolishly believed she actually had the stats to stop him. She drew her blade from its scabbard, hoping that her sheer presence would force him to back down. But before her brain could even process the movement, our main character bypassed her guard and effortlessly knocked her out cold. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭, acting like a clueless saint, tried to question our hero's brutal methods. But the main character was already walking away. He had high-priority targets to eliminate, namely, crushing that self-proclaimed dictator, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 was having an incredibly productive day. He and his low-level lackeys were violently extorting some poor beginner under the guise of collecting a debt. That was when he casually glanced out the window and locked eyes with a terrifying boss-tier monster. Back in the labyrinth phase, fate had completely twisted for this scum. He had been running for his pathetic life from a savage beast when a random high-level player swooped in and saved him. But instead of showing basic human decency, 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 did exactly what a bottom-feeding trash mob would do. He cowardly backstabbed his savior, drove a blade through his heart, and looted every single item from his corpse. In a lawless death game like the Labyrinth, morality was a luxury nobody could afford. Only the most ruthless tricksters survived. So to someone like him, pushing an innocent player to their death was just child's play. Fast forward to the present. 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 had successfully brainwashed several high-ranking players into joining his corrupt guild. He kept them leashed tightly through a toxic mix of extreme violence and underhanded bribes. Throw these starving dogs a few scraps of rare loot, and they magically forgot all about their human morality. His ultimate grand quest was to conquer the entire labyrinth. He was drowning in his own pathetic delusions of becoming a king, until Tae Jang's voice rudely dragged him back to harsh reality. Honestly speaking, the game had been going incredibly well for this villain. He had waltzed right up to City Hall without aggroing a single monster. No useless stamina drain, no life-threatening boss fights. Just a free VIP pass straight into the safe zone. Still, he did experience a brief moment of sheer panic. It happened when the overpowered duo, Tae Jang and Jun Sok, finally showed up. But he quickly played a dirty trick. He grabbed another innocent hostage, using their life as a human shield to force the heavy hitters to stand down. Now, his bloated ego was back at max capacity. He started spouting absolute garbage about how solo players were secretly pathetic weaklings. But then, our overpowered main character entered the chat. The thick glass doors shattered into a million pieces as he stepped inside. Just his mere killing intent caused the room's temperature to plummet by 10 degrees. That overwhelming, bloodthirsty aura instantly triggered 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭's survival instincts. Sweating bullets, the coward frantically raised his walkie-talkie. He desperately played his final trap card, threatening to execute all the hostages if the main character took another step. Suddenly, Hui-un stumbled into the room. She was barely standing, leaning heavily on Jun-gun for support. With her last ounce of strength, she begged our hero to sheath his weapon. On the flip side, Jun-gun nervously asked 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 what his actual demands were. Naturally, the trash-tier villain saw this as his golden opportunity to monologue. He laid out his arrogant terms. He demanded absolute authority and guaranteed protection from the system. And, in exchange, he generously promised to let the hostages live. However, Hui-un fiercely argued that an easy-mode player had absolutely no right to monopolize that much power. But 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭 shamelessly fired back. He claimed that true leadership was based on survival experience, not just brute combat stats. After all, he had successfully cleared a labyrinth survival mode through sheer cunning. He was so deeply enchanted by his own toxic narcissism that he completely lowered his guard. He didn't even see our main character teleport into his blind spot, until the hero violently snatched the walkie-talkie and crushed it into plastic dust. Poor, pathetic 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭. He had severely miscalculated the power scaling. When you spend your entire playthrough treating weaker NPCs like stepping stones, you shouldn't act surprised when a max-level boss decides to crush you under his boot. But this slimy rat wasn't entirely out of tricks just yet. He clicked a hidden remote control inside his pocket, triggering a deadly booby trap right above their heads. Massive stone pillars collapsed from the ceiling, crashing violently onto our main character. A sickeningly smug grin spread across 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭's face. He figured that even if this mysterious monster survived the blast, his HP bar would definitely be in the red zone. But when the thick dust finally cleared, our main character stood there without a single scratch on his armor. Absolute terror gripped 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭's soul. He screamed in pure panic, commanding his useless lackeys to gang up and kill him. The main character didn't even blink. He simply drew his legendary ice sword from his inventory. Hui-un weakly tried to trigger a mercy route, but our hero completely shut her down. He made his final ruling absolutely clear. There was zero need for mercy today, because these absolute scumbags weren't even worth saving. With a flick of his wrist, he decimated the cannon fodder. Then, he casually strolled toward 𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭. The real boss battle had begun. Tae Gyang and Junie might have fought tooth and nail against the mob, but our main character? He existed on a completely different plane of existence. The spectating players were practically yawning from the one-sided slaughter. Among them hovered the Ghost Warrior. He lounged in mid-air, acting like he had all the time in the universe. But his eyes finally lit up when our hero appeared at the rooftop's edge. Without a shred of hesitation, our main character hoisted 𝐒𝐭𝐫 by the skull. The crowd gasped. Absolute silence washed over the terrified onlookers. Unlike the trembling mortals, the ghost warrior chuckled with pure glee. Finally, some premium entertainment. 𝐒𝐭𝐫 shivered violently, dangling just one step away from a fatal plunge. Through shattered teeth, the villain stammered. What kind of monster was this guy? But our protagonist only looked down at him with cold, overwhelming pity. After all, this was the second time he was going to execute this exact same trash. 𝐒𝐭𝐫 didn't even have a second to process the terror. Our boy crushed the tyrant's skull and casually tossed him into the abyss. The peanut gallery of players completely lost their minds. They screamed, pointing fingers and branding our hero a cold-blooded murderer. Meanwhile, our main character just stood there, wondering how his past self ever struggled against such a weakling. Back then, he was just another pathetic player. A nobody, barely surviving the system's easy mode. In that past life, 𝐒𝐭𝐫 had ruled the battlefield like a god. Our main character had crawled through the labyrinth for months, swallowing blood and dirt to level up, just to scrape by with a victory. But now? This revenge was laughably easy. 𝐒𝐭𝐫 approached our overpowered hero, warning him that the real nightmare was just starting. Whispers of conspiracy brewed among 𝐻UI and the politicians, but our boy could not care less. Let them plot. Very soon, they wouldn't even have the luxury to breathe, let alone talk trash. Meanwhile, in a supposedly safe zone, a bunch of suited cowards threw a massive tantrum. To these arrogant officials, our hero was a glitch in the matrix, a walking disaster that would shatter their civilized society if left unchecked. 𝐻UI, running entirely on fumes, pointed out the glaringly obvious truth. That absolute monster just soloed an entire army of players, and these desk jockeys expected her to casually arrest him. The sheer audacity was mind-boggling. One of the politicians slammed the table, barking that they couldn't let a single rogue player turn the entire world into his personal fighting ring. They demanded immediate containment. They demanded absolute law and order. For a fleeting second, 𝐻UI actually thought these self-proclaimed leaders had a master plan. She could not have been more wrong. They were completely useless. Even worse, these cowards had never even set foot inside a labyrinth. They were nothing but parasitic leeches, draining resources from the actual fighters. Regret washed over her. Why did she ever ask for their worthless opinions? Now she was stuck with an impossible mission: tame a legendary predator without getting her entire squad wiped out. But before despair could fully consume her, a glowing blue system window materialized. Alert. In 12 hours, the first catastrophic monster wave will commence. Defense nodes have spawned at the north, south, east, and west of City Hall. Objective: annihilate the invading swarm and protect the zone at all costs. Total chaos erupted. Panicked players smashed through the doors, bombarding 𝐻UI with desperate questions. She forced down her own panic to calm the mob. Only then did she notice the bitter truth. The loudmouth politicians had already vanished into thin air. Outside, our hero read the exact same apocalyptic prompt. He smirked. In his past life, 𝐻UI had flawlessly managed this exact crisis. He silently prayed she hadn't caught the incompetence virus this time around. Suddenly, his sharp senses locked onto two familiar auras nearby: 𝐻𝐬𝐭 and Junie. Junie respectfully bowed his head in thanks. Surprisingly, both of these rookies possessed the spiritual awareness to see the ghost warrior. As they exchanged words, our main character's piercing gaze shifted to 𝐻𝐬𝐭. She was young, and clearly, she was absolutely terrified of his overwhelming presence. But there was no time for hand-holding. He cut straight to the chase, laid out the grim reality of the coming war, and ordered them to draw their weapons. First up was Junie, a fighter whose combat style could only be described as the reckless fury of a man begging for the sweet release of death. Next was 𝐻𝐬𝐭, far too timid for the brutal path of a hunter. Our boy refused to let them die as meaningless statistics. So, he chose the only teaching method he knew: an absolute brutal sparring match. Junie hesitated. What was the point of crossing blades with a living god? The power gap was an endless abyss. But our hero shut down his excuses. With a flick of his wrist, he activated a system skill, dragging his own godly stats down to match the rookies. No overwhelming power, no active abilities, just pure, unadulterated combat mastery. Besides, this was not a polite request. It was a command. Fire ignited in Junie's eyes. He gripped his sword, desperate to prove he was not just dead weight. 𝐻𝐬𝐭 watched in pure horror, convinced this was a suicide mission. And to be completely fair, Her instincts were entirely correct. But Junie saw a golden ticket. Under normal circumstances, laying a finger on this monster was biologically impossible. But with their stats forcefully equalized, a tiny sliver of hope bloomed in his chest. And honestly, that delusion was all the fuel he needed. Junie exploded forward, swinging his blade with the supreme confidence of a main character, only for our hero to casually swat it aside like a buzzing fly. A sickening jolt of pain ripped through Junie's shoulder. The hero's blade had already tasted blood. Before the rookie could even blink, a devastating storm of strikes rained down. Junie desperately raised his guard. He fought tooth and nail, but his defense shattered like glass. Leaning in, our boy whispered that Junie should just embrace his pathetic weakness. That struck a nerve. Junie's pride erupted like a volcano. He launched a suicidal counterattack, only to be brutally slammed into the cold, hard dirt. He crashed down hard, but the demon instructor offered zero mercy, zero time to breathe. Our hero slammed his blade into the earth, missing the rookie's face by mere inches. In our protagonist's ruthless eyes, Junie might be a decent fighter in a group, but out there in the unforgiving solo mode, he would be chewed up and spit out in a matter of minutes. The cruel irony hit him. In the previous timeline, Junie had died a dog's death before they ever crossed paths. Now, the boy lay in the dirt, his brain completely short-circuiting as he realized the insurmountable gap in their pure technique. Seeing the shattered look in his eyes, our main character made a sadistic choice. The beatings would continue until morale improved. 30 agonizing minutes and 100 bruises later, Junie collapsed for the final time. The harsh reality finally crushed his ego. He was completely, utterly, at the bottom of the food chain. He gasped for air and finally surrendered. Flawless victory for the demon instructor. Now, it was Taejang's turn. The exact second our hero locked eyes with her, she shook like a leaf and tried to forfeit before a single sword was raised. Unfortunately for her, the word surrender did not exist in his dictionary. Fleeing was not an option. Unlike the reckless boy, her flaw wasn't a lack of physical strength. It was a soul-crushing lack of self-belief. To shatter that mental block, our main character exploded forward like a missile, forcing her to raise her sword or die, trying. Panic hijacked her body, but she miraculously brought her blade up. The impact rattled her bones, yet she instinctively swung back with a desperate counter. Our boy spun into a flawless riposte, fully expecting her to eat dirt. But against all odds, the timid healer actually blocked it. Even Junie had to admit it. Despite flailing around like a total rookie, she was actually holding her ground against the monstrous pressure. Our overpowered main character finally grabbed her shoulder, slamming her into the dirt. Sparring session over. He told her she possessed immense hidden strength, but warned her never to let arrogance cloud her judgment on the battlefield. Just like that, their grueling training camp came to a close. From that moment forward, our protagonist drilled them on the absolute combat skills and crucial survival strategies needed to conquer the deadly labyrinth. As the heavy veil of night descended, he finally wrapped up the brutal lesson. His final order? Pass this invaluable combat knowledge to the rest of the surviving players immediately. Before parting ways, he dropped one simple, yet chillingly vital warning. Do not die. Their reaction was completely unexpected. They exchanged bewildered glances, leaving our guy utterly confused by their sudden shift in mood. Turns out, they had pegged him as some ruthless, cold-blooded monster. Seeing his unexpected kindness threw them completely off balance. Well, whatever they thought was their own problem. With the group disbanded, our hero summoned his system window. The glowing blue interface revealed a grim truth. Only 6 hours remained until the catastrophic monster wave crashed down upon them. Meanwhile, Hui was drowning in a mountain of paperwork, looking like she was ready to lose her mind. She nearly jumped out of her skin when our protagonist materialized out of thin air. He had casually slipped through her window like a phantom assassin in the dead of night. He demanded an immediate situational update. Huion laid out her defensive strategy. Since the monstrous horde would swarm from every possible direction, she planned to split their fragile forces to hold the line. To ensure maximum mobility, her strategy required positioning the players outside before the bloodbath even began. But naturally, convincing these terrified rookies was a completely different story. Cowards in the ranks flat out refused to lift a weapon, forcing her to exhaust every ounce of her patience just to drag them onto the battlefield. Our guy absorbed the information before dropping a request that sounded a whole lot more like an absolute command. Leave an entire flank entirely to him. Shift every single player stationed there to the other zones. Overwhelmed with relief, she agreed instantly and bowed her head in deep gratitude. He vanished into the shadows once more. The countdown clock mercilessly ticked down. 30 minutes until the first apocalyptic wave. The suffocating tension in the air was thick enough to choke on. Trembling players, currently questioning every single life choice that led them here, desperately braced themselves for the impending slaughter. Holding the southern front, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 stood tall before her squad. Guarding the west, Jun fiercely commanded his fragile vanguard. On the eastern perimeter, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐲 and Junie readied their weapons with gritted teeth. But facing the desolate northern front, absolutely and terrifyingly alone, our legendary hero waited in deadly silence. The nightmare had officially begun. A massive magical barrier sealed the entire city hall, trapping them all inside. Within mere seconds, a relentless tsunami of demonic beasts crashed against their defenses. Panic instantly erupted in the southern sector. Terrified players broke formation, scrambling frantically to save their own pathetic lives. But before they could even dream of escaping, a secondary barrier slammed down, locking them inside the slaughterhouse. Hui screamed at the top of her lungs, desperately trying to rally the broken ranks. But with the bloodthirsty horde already breathing down their necks, she had no choice but to swing her blade and dive headfirst into the carnage. A low-level player named Dong Runyang froze completely. His legs shook uncontrollably as a massive beast lunged straight for his throat. The monster unleashed its deadly strike, and the boy squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the sweet release of death. But the fatal blow never came. His eyes snapped open to find the grotesque monster completely slaughtered, Hui's shimmering blade buried deep within its repulsive skull. She roared at the trembling boy and the rest of the cowards to snap out of it and fight for their miserable lives. Suddenly, a series of glowing system prompts illuminated the bloody battlefield. The panicked players finally realized the absolute truth. The system was handing out massive rewards based purely on their individual kill counts. The scent of unimaginable profit completely rewired their brains. Pure, unadulterated greed instantly replaced their pathetic fear. The rookies launched a furious counterattack, finally allowing 𝐒𝐿𝐲 to breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the Eastern Front had turned into an absolute meat grinder. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐲 and Junie were carving through the monstrous ranks like absolute demons. The surrounding players could only stare in pure, unadulterated awe at their overwhelming martial prowess. But despite their flashy performance, they knew the harsh reality. Compared to our overpowered protagonist, they were basically toddlers swinging plastic toys. And speaking of our legendary main character, he was currently holding down the entire northern zone absolutely solo, and completely dominating the battlefield. Even his spectral warrior companion floated there looking completely bored out of its mind. The massacre was just too pitifully easy for a god-tier player like him. After wiping out his entire zone without breaking a sweat, he casually tried to shatter the magical barrier, only to find it completely indestructible. With zero other options and absolutely zero cares given, he simply sat back, relaxed, and waited for the weaklings to finish their homework. Eventually, the other struggling squads managed to mop up the remaining trash mobs. A triumphant system notification rang out. Mission cleared. The massive loot drops would be distributed once they returned to the safety of the labyrinth. But before anyone could even crack a smile of victory, a terrifying red warning message corrupted their screens. The second catastrophic wave was already here. Only this time, a single, solitary entity stepped out of the dimensional rift. Blinded by his own newly inflated ego, one idiot charged forward to claim the ultimate glory. He unleashed his absolute strongest strike, connecting perfectly with the beast's hide, only to realize his attack didn't even leave a scratch. In less than a fraction of a second, the arrogant player was brutally, mercilessly torn to absolute shreds. The monstrous anomaly unleashed a soul-crushing roar, shattering their fragile courage. Utter chaos erupted as the remaining players bolted for their miserable lives. Jungun desperately screamed for them to hold the line. But the moment he turned his head, the nightmare creature swung its colossal weapon. In a single, devastating arc, a massive chunk of the vanguard was instantly wiped off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, back in the isolated northern zone, our overpowered protagonist was literally using the exact same boss-tier monster as a bloody reclining chair. He calmly watched the pathetic slaughter unfolding through the transparent magical wall. The terrified survivors on the other side were practically begging to cross into his safe zone. Realizing the barrier didn't actually restrict his own movements, he finally stood up, rolling his shoulders as he casually strolled straight toward the dimensional rift. He mercilessly butchered every single abomination trying to crawl out of the portal. Ding! A brand new hidden system quest materialized before his eyes. Destroy the corrupted blood vein of the Black Swamp. His piercing gaze locked onto the pulsating organic mass. It was significantly smaller than the catastrophic one hovering in the sky. So, destroying this disgusting tumor wouldn't completely sever the root cause, but it would definitely throttle the infinite monster spawn rate. His grip tightened around the ancient sacrificial sword, and with a brutal thrust, he impaled the dark core. But the dungeon wasn't done playing games. A terrifying new boss-tier anomaly erupted from the shadows. The behemoth violently slammed our protagonist into the earth, striking with enough raw, devastating force to bury him alive. Its overwhelming physical power was absolutely off the charts. According to the system's merciless hierarchy, the lower the identification number, the more catastrophic the threat. The trash mobs they had struggled against earlier were literal child's play compared to this high-tier, 6-digit rank D nightmare. In his previous life, before his legendary regression, humanity had been systematically pushed to the brink of absolute extinction by these exact numbered calamities. Back in those dark days, he had barely survived this exact encounter, forced to humiliatingly retreat 3 separate times before finally claiming its head. But in this timeline, he was going to rewrite history with a flawless victory. Our overpowered regressor didn't waste a single precious second. He instantly triggered his absolute limits, unleashing a devastating storm of blade aura. He carved into the monstrous titan, striking relentlessly with lightning speed, until his blade finally found the beast's catastrophic weak point. Thanks to his completely broken damage nullification skills, the horrific beast's desperate counterattacks felt like a gentle summer breeze against his skin. Then, just to utterly humiliate the doomed creature, he activated supreme ice magic to completely shatter its massive claws, preparing for the final, devastating execution. With merciless precision, he violently impaled both the ancient sacrificial sword and his conjured blade of frost straight down the monster's screeching throat, and just for that extra disrespect, he casually detonated a blazing fireball deep inside its stomach to ensure absolute annihilation. Exactly 1 hour later, he calmly downed a mana potion as the colossal mountain of flesh finally collapsed into a lifeless heap. Boss completely deleted. Without missing a beat, he channeled his freezing aura, completely shattering the corrupted blood vein of the Black Swamp and triggering the epic quest completion. Suddenly, a secondary golden system window materialized in the sky, meaning some other player out there had miraculously managed to pull off the exact same impossible feat. Over on the southern battlefield, Hui stood completely drenched in blood, having somehow executed the terrifying boss anomaly. After witnessing the sheer, uncompromising brutality of the slaughter, the pathetic cowards who had tried to flee finally learned the ultimate lesson of the apocalypse. Running was absolutely useless when the entire system itself was designed to exterminate you. Tragically, most of them had to learn that brutal lesson, and the cost of survival was paid entirely in blood. Crushed by the agonizing weight of her utter failure, Hu fell to her knees in tears. Her heart shattered, completely regretting her shortcomings as a commander. As the protective barrier faded into nothingness, her first desperate thought was immediately of our main character. No matter how absurdly overpowered his system skills were, there was absolutely no way he could solo a monstrous threat of that magnitude all by himself. Or so they thought. Dragging her battered and bloodied body forward, she commanded the remaining survivors to march north and provide immediate backup. She absolutely refused to lose a once-in-a-lifetime genius like our hero, especially since the man was a literal walking one-man army. But just as she braced herself for a suicide rescue mission, a familiar silhouette emerged from the dust. Our overpowered protagonist had returned completely unscathed. The system chimed in with a cold, metallic congratulation on their survival, announcing a terrifying 2-day grace period before dragging them all back to the labyrinth. Out of the massive ocean of players who started this death game, a mere 30,000 shattered souls remained. Drowning in an endless ocean of guilt, Hai practically begged our guy to ascend the throne and take over as the supreme guild leader. But he immediately rejected the crown. He knew damn well he wasn't cut out for leading the masses. And frankly, the survivors were far better off following her guiding light than his blood-soaked shadow. He needed her to swallow a brutally harsh pill. She couldn't play savior to everyone, but the survivors who made it out alive, they all witnessed her fighting with every absolute ounce of her bleeding soul. As the desperate crowd looked to her for a flicker of hope, she forced herself to stand tall, her voice echoing with newfound resolve about raw survival, igniting a blazing fire in their hearts to face whatever absolute nightmare came next. Just as our lone wolf prepared to vanish into the shadows, Jun and 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐫 blocked his path, their faces painted with the bitter sting of farewell. They bowed in deep reverence, thanking him for carrying them through absolute hell, swearing on their lives to grind their skills to the absolute limit. Because this catastrophic disaster proved one pathetic truth. They were devastatingly weak and desperately needed an awakening of power. Hui and Jun stood by, desperately hoping their paths would eventually cross again. But our main character barely gave the sentiment a second thought. Without looking back, he pivoted toward the gaping maw of the labyrinth, completely unbothered and ready to slaughter whatever new calamity awaited. Standing menacingly before the heavy iron doors of the Floor 10 boss room, our guy paused his ruthless conquest. It was finally time to harvest the sweet, god-tier loot he rightfully earned. The system flooded his vision with glowing golden notifications, showering him with bounty rewards for completely wiping out the planetary monsters and injecting a massive influx of system points straight into his account. These precious points could be exchanged for gold, raw physical stats, or ultimate skill mastery. But the gold conversion rate was an absolute scam. Since he could grab gold anytime, he heavily debated dumping the points into pumping his physical stats to godhood. However, one look at his current point balance proved it was merely a drop in the ocean. It wouldn't even leave a noticeable scratch on his monstrous stat sheet. The true, ultimate jackpot was skill mastery, a precious resource that usually demanded months of mind-numbing grinding. By injecting just 20 points, a basic skill could undergo a glorious evolution into an entirely new godly tier, sometimes unlocking universe-breaking potential, though other times the difference was practically invisible. Turning his cold gaze to his spectral companion, he asked the Ghost Warrior for absolute advice on evolving the legendary storm-severing blade technique. The ancient phantom had been lost in a deep philosophical trance since their return. While he didn't hand over a direct walkthrough, he adamantly stressed that forging his physical vessel to absolute perfection first was the ultimate tactical play. Pulling up his glowing blue status window, our protagonist was immediately bombarded by a chaotic mess of dizzying upgrade paths. But one specific category completely locked his attention: the arcane path of magic. Deciding to dive headfirst into the arcane arts, he teleported straight to the Floor 9 safe zone to spill absolutely everything to Lilith. When he casually mentioned he could instantly boost his mastery by 50%, she stared at him like he had lost his absolute mind, her voice dropping to a dead serious whisper. She warned him to take that cheat-like secret to the grave, or face relentless, bloody assassination attempts. In this brutal survival world, higher magical mastery dictated absolute dominance, and right now, his mastery level was so pathetically low that even casting a basic novice-tier spell was nothing but a laughable pipe dream. Labyrinth magic wasn't separated by complex traditional tiers. A caster's true destructive output relied entirely on their raw mastery percentage to bend the elements. Normally, hitting the 20% milestone let a mage squeeze out the absolute limits of basic spells, but they could only manifest half the raw destructive force of novice magic. Upon reaching the 40% threshold, they finally unlocked true mastery over novice spells, and at a staggering 60%, they could manipulate intermediate elemental forces like absolute grandmasters. The time for hesitation was over. Our guy instantly burned 100 points, directly injecting a 10% boost into his sensory detection skill. With this upgraded god eye, he could completely see through enemy weak points, expose hidden dungeon chambers, and even extract highly classified cheat hints straight from the system interface, dumping the rest of his points directly into the magic tree. He brilliantly unlocked magic acceleration and magic explosion, shedding his novice title forever. He could now bend roaring fire, absolute zero ice, and tearing wind to his absolute will. He summoned a fireball just to test the waters, watching it expand into a massive, roaring sun, absolutely perfect for striking primal terror into the hearts of his enemies. Channeling magic acceleration into the blazing sphere, it didn't just break the sound barrier, its explosive force multiplied exponentially. Next, he manifested razor-sharp ice arrows, only to detonate them into a deadly storm of shrapnel using magic explosion. Now, it was time for the main event, the Floor 10 boss, the legendary Ogre Warrior. Our hero casually flicked a roaring fireball, supercharging its velocity with magic acceleration. A raging inferno instantly swallowed the towering beast whole. But obviously, our overpowered main character wasn't about to show even a sliver of mercy. He instantly chained a confusion hex to scramble the monster's desperate thrashing, before dropping a devastating magic explosion right on its thick skull. Still hungry for absolute overkill, he unleashed a relentless barrage of blazing suns and freezing arrows, capping it off with one final, earth-shattering detonation to absolutely seal its fate. The colossal ogre never even stood a ghost of a chance, and just like that, the absolute one-sided massacre concluded, rewarding him with the highly coveted ogre ring. Wiping the dungeon dust from his hands, he arrogantly calculated that he could absolutely steamroll his way straight to floor 20, relying purely on his newfound magical supremacy. The ghost warrior finally snapped out of his endless brooding, nodding in solemn agreement. When our hero pressed him on what dark thoughts clouded his mind, the phantom revealed he was obsessing over the terrifying dimensional rift that had ripped through the protagonist's home world. That single sentence instantly locked our hero's murderous focus. Some unknown, godlike entity had orchestrated the apocalypse of his world, and he would stop at absolutely nothing to hunt them down. According to the ancient phantom's hidden lore, there existed impossibly rare individuals who had successfully scammed death itself, returning with terrifying, reality-bending power. Once a being breached a specific threshold, they shredded their mortal coils completely, ascending into absolute transcendent beings. However, wielding this universe-shaking power came with a lethal catch. They couldn't just casually recharge their divine energy like a common mortal battery. The exact moment their celestial stamina ran dry, they would fade into eternal oblivion. Only by conquering epic cosmic trials and being crowned with a sovereign domain could they officially ascend to the golden throne as true gods. But the cosmic hierarchy wasn't completely bound by these strict system rules. Lurking in the darkest, forgotten corners of the universe were the old gods, nameless, primordial horrors capable of manipulating the mortal realm without suffering a single system penalty. While newly ascended transcendents had to constantly monitor their divine mana pools, the old gods unleashed their apocalyptic power with absolutely zero hesitation. The ghost warrior confessed he had never actually laid eyes on these eldritch nightmares, having only pieced together their terrifying existence through ancient whispers and scattered, forbidden texts. Legend claimed they had vanished eons ago, following a catastrophic war among the transcendents. But right here, right now, our protagonist didn't give a damn about ancient cosmic history. His blazing eyes were fixed entirely on the invasive forces trying to annihilate his reality. Their true motive remained shrouded in mystery. But according to the Phantom Warrior, they lacked the power to deploy their absolute elite fighters. It made perfect sense. Our protagonist still remembered the devastating apostle they had sent before, a monster so overwhelmingly powerful. Even the legendary Taejang could not defeat it. As they conversed, they finally reached the deepest chamber. The Phantom Warrior's voice grew cold, urging our hero to execute the ogre immediately. Our overpowered main character stepped into the boss room, but the wise ogre waiting inside showed zero fighting spirit. Instead, it simply bowed its head, begging for one final conversation before its inevitable doom. Surprisingly, the Phantom Warrior suppressed his blazing wrath. He coldly granted the ogre its final wish. The beast's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The ogre remembered this warrior as a reckless, arrogant fool, someone who refused to listen to anyone, a man completely despised by gods and adventurers alike, simply for having a tragically soft heart. Perhaps that was the hidden reason the warrior had spared him back then. Out of all the enemies he faced, the ogre was the only creature who ever truly let the warrior speak. But in the end, it was a foolish illusion. The warrior walked the path of humanity, while the ogre remained a beast. There was absolutely no deep bond of destiny between them. The Phantom Warrior's spiritual aura flared, ready to explode with rage. Yet, our overpowered protagonist kept his blade lowered, calculating the situation. His piercing gaze was locked onto the ogre's massive weapon, and for good reason. The terrifying aura radiating from it proved it was no ordinary trash mob drop. The Phantom immediately recognized the supreme artifact, an offensive relic of mythic rarity, something even top-tier adventurers bled to obtain. Yet here it was, wielded by a mere floor 10 boss. When pressed about the weapon's dark origins, the ogre cleverly dodged the interrogation. It shifted the focus to how drastically the warrior's soul had completely changed. But then, the beast dropped a massive bombshell. This legendary weapon was gifted directly by the Guide of Sins, handed down with a single, blood-soaked mission: to assassinate the warrior. They had held the ogre's life in a brutal chokehold. The beast had absolutely no choice but to bow its head and accept the cursed contract. The Phantom Warrior's soul boiled with pure, unadulterated fury. The enemy was too cowardly to face him in a true duel. Bribing a lowly monster to do their dirty work? It was the ultimate insult. With its confession complete, the ogre fell silent. It closed its eyes, accepting the cruel hand of fate. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 did not hesitate for a single heartbeat. A blinding flash of steel, a fatal strike, and the encounter was over. The game system chimed, declaring his flawless victory over floor 10. But a chilling notification quickly followed. The supreme beings were gazing down at him. Some watched with burning curiosity, while others radiated venomous malice. As the dust settled, our hero claimed his ultimate boss loot, the ogre's mythical weapon, the devastating blade of calamity. The phantom warrior stood torn between feeling grateful and cursing the ogre's soul. But he quickly forced his focus onto a much more pressing matter. He presented our protagonist with a legendary hidden reward, a blood-drenched sword forged by his ancient ancestors. The system revealed its terrifying passive skill, its attack power multiplied exponentially when tasting noble blood. Yet, the phantom's thirst for vengeance remained completely unquenched. Uncovering the dark truth only poured explosive fuel onto his raging inferno of endless hatred. He issued 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 an epic chain quest. Hunt down and slaughter every single entity involved in his murder. Our fearless hero? He accepted the bloody contract with a savage grin. Meanwhile, hidden in the labyrinth's darkest, most treacherous depths, the Guide of Sins began their sinister move, actively scouting for fresh, disposable pawns to manipulate. You see, half the adventurers who failed to conquer the labyrinth realized they lacked the absolute talent for life-or-death survival. These cowards banded together, forging the notorious syndicate known as the Guide of Sins. Instead of facing the dungeon's horrors like true, honorable warriors, they chose the path of pathetic parasites, becoming leeches who fed off the hard work of others. They established a tyrannical monopoly, limiting how deep new players could go. And anyone who dared to rebel against their system, let us just say they never survived long enough to file a complaint. But our overpowered main character ignored their petty politics entirely. He was busy grinding experience like a true battle maniac. He effortlessly crushed the floor 11 boss, the Skeleton Knight, securing a high-tier counter-bracer as his ultimate prize. His inventory further expanded with an exclusive ogre ring, which was basically a ridiculously massive, flashy bracelet, and a roaring lion ring to aggressively boost his baseline stats. According to the Phantom's elite intelligence, the true masterminds commanding the Guide of Sins lurked far below in the abyssal depths. Their disposable grunts roamed the upper zones like annoying roaches. But 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 could not care less right now. Stepping onto floor 12, a putrid wave of rot aggressively assaulted his senses. The stench was so foul, he almost regretted kicking the doors open. The entire biome of the labyrinth had completely shifted. It was a harsh, unforgiving rule of the system. Every 10 floors, the nightmare multiplied tenfold. From here, all the way down to floor 20. The undead horde ruled supreme. That perfectly explained the sickening aura of decaying flesh filling the air. Venturing deeper into the darkness, he stumbled upon the hidden altar of Maria. Unlike Rosaratos' magnificent, awe-inspiring shrine, Maria's altar looked ridiculously generic and completely ordinary. He would have walked right past it. If the system had not blasted a glowing notification directly into his retinas, the Phantom quickly explained that Maria was the divine goddess of choices. However, he absolutely refused to spoil the trial's mechanics. The system tailored her ruthless tests uniquely for every single challenger. The only absolute truth our hero needed to engrave in his mind? Maria wielded reality-bending, supreme power. And exactly like all arrogant deities, her whims were wildly unpredictable. The instant his fingers brushed the cold stone, a quest window shattered the silence. Maria demanded a trial of worth, and she was definitely not going to hand him a free pass. She mockingly dared him to tackle the extreme, hardcore version of her test. Did our main character flinch? Not a chance. He slammed the accept button without hesitating for a second. A divine, echoing laughter invaded his mind. She forced him to choose. Face an overwhelming swarm of enemies, or a concentrated elite squad? 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐠 had absolutely zero data to calculate the correct answer. But the goddess of choices did not actually care about right or wrong. She simply fed on the intense psychological weight of making a blind decision. The Phantom Warrior's heavy silence confirmed his theory. Relying purely on his finely tuned battle instincts, he locked in the elite squad option. But the sadistic goddess was far from finished playing her games. She immediately demanded another choice. fight a chaotic mix of species, or stick to a few specific types. He confidently chose the latter. The divine presence pulsed with sinister satisfaction. And then, the true dungeon nightmare descended. The chamber walls aggressively warped, expanding into a massive, inescapable coliseum. Before he could even draw his blade, boss monsters from every single floor he had ever cleared began swarming into the arena. The survival rules were brutally simple. Step out of bounds, and the system executes you on the spot. A massive ogre roared, charging with earth-shattering momentum. Tae-san activated his hold breath skill, his aura flaring as he prepared to clash. This was an entirely foreign, claustrophobic combat style, a restrictive deathmatch that completely neutralized his usual tactics. The realization hit him like a devastating physical blow. Maria had engineered this exact, hellish scenario specifically to torment him. The goddess wanted him drowning in the absolute worst fighting conditions imaginable, forcing him to shatter his own limits or die trying. Well, if a supreme being wanted a blood-soaked spectacle, he was more than ready to show her the true, terrifying definition of an overpowered player. He activates the skill, Proof of Struggle, a broken ability that stacks his power with every single kill. Suddenly, a massive orc charges at him, but our protagonist just smirks, welcoming the beast with a devastating, earth-shattering strike. But there is no time to celebrate. A massive horde of grotesque monsters swarms in from the shadows, completely surrounding him on all sides. Reacting purely on instinct, he grabs a venomous snake-like beast by the throat, hurling it like a missile into another monster. He instantly finishes them both off with a barrage of frost arrows. The battlefield is absolute chaos, leaving him without even a single second to catch his breath. The endless wave of enemies just keeps multiplying, but honestly, a wicked grin spreads across his face. He is actually enjoying this bloodbath. Finally, our main character slaughters the vast majority of the monster horde. However, utter exhaustion is visibly taking its toll on his trembling muscles. Only one foe remains standing, clad in an ominous crimson armor, the dreaded Death Knight. He recalls his system guide mentioning that this menace was the floor 20 boss. Yet, the wildly extravagant jewelry hanging from its neck feels completely out of place for a mindless beast. Could this creature be an elite subordinate of Rosaraitos? A chilling thought crosses his mind. Was this monster once a human being? And to make matters absolutely spectacular, there are actually 4 of these terrifying entities. Pushed to his limits, he quickly activates the injured blade skill, just to recover a tiny fraction of his depleted stamina. Honestly, it barely stops his legs from completely giving out. But at least he is still standing tall. The 4 armored knights launch a coordinated charge, and our hero desperately relies on his agility to dodge their lethal strikes. However, walking away unscathed is practically impossible when 4 towering monstrosities in heavy armor are actively trying to turn you into minced meat. Shifting his strategy, he casts Force Duel on one of the targets, fully confident he can burst it down in an instant. But against all logic, the elite knight simply leaps backward, completely shrugging off his provocation. Refusing to back down, he unleashes a blazing fireball alongside a storm of frost arrows, sending the magic hurtling toward the Crimson Knight at breakneck speed. Yet, the undead warrior sidesteps the blast with terrifying ease. Our protagonist instantly realizes that relying on raw firepower alone will only get him killed. It is time to completely rewrite his battle tactics. If pure swordplay fails, and magic is useless, he needs to fuse them into an unstoppable combo. The corrupted knight lunges forward to crush him, but our boy intercepts the grapple, instantly triggering another Force Duel right at point-blank range. Before the armored monstrosity can even process the trap, he activates the Breathless Focus skill. With explosive force, he drives his blade deep into the creature's exposed neck, completely severing its corrupted life force. Unfortunately, that brilliant little maneuver completely drains his very last drop of mana and stamina. And the nightmare is far from over. 3 more armored juggernauts are still locked onto him. Pushing past his absolute mortal limits, he forces his battered body to keep moving. Block, parry, evade, counter. It becomes a brutal, never-ending dance of death. Honestly, his entire soul is screaming for just 1 second of rest. But in this dungeon, hesitation means instant death. Adapting on the fly, he switches his stance entirely and unleashes the legendary Wolf Fang technique. It is the very first form of the Stormscar sword arts. Scorching flames violently spiral around his blade. Every single strike brutally shreds through the demonic knights, exactly like a starving alpha wolf, violently tearing into its helpless prey. Up until this very moment, his martial execution had been rigid and painfully unrefined. He knows the true essence of this divine sword art demands perfection. A true blade must flow like running water, effortlessly slicing through flesh and steel, without losing a single ounce of its lethal edge. Calming his racing heart, he fine-tunes his technique on the battlefield, striking with deadly, godlike precision. Within moments, the sheer, overwhelming power of his refined strikes brings the remaining Death Knights crashing to the ground. The spectral ghost warrior, who had been watching from the sidelines, stares in absolute disbelief. He just witnessed an impossible miracle. Our boy had instinctively awakened the second form of the Stormscar sword arts right in the middle of a life-or-death battle. This new technique, the Severing Notch, is entirely different from the explosive Wolf Fang. Instead of relying on overwhelming brute force, it is terrifyingly minimalist, razor-sharp, and ruthlessly efficient at ending lives in a single stroke. Our hero cannot even decide which technique holds more destructive power, but freely weaving between these two contrasting styles is more than enough to completely shatter any opponent's combat rhythm. Suddenly, the system interface glows as the goddess Maria interrupts his thoughts, finally ready to bestow his hard-earned rewards. The divine entity grants him an epic, shape-shifting weapon, alongside a phenomenally rare system skill known as freedom of choice. Our street-smart protagonist already knows exactly what trap is coming next. A binding apostle contract. Without missing a single beat, he instantly rejects the divine offer. Amused by his sheer audacity, Maria counters with a mysterious alternate invitation. He hesitates for a fraction of a second, trying to analyze the system prompt. But shockingly, the invitation forcefully auto-accepts itself. Before his brain can even process the glitch, he and the ghost warrior are sucked into a blinding vortex, free-falling straight into the radiant warmth of an unknown, celestial sanctuary. The blinding light instantly fades into a suffocating, pitch-black void. The once proud ghost warrior completely loses his nerve, trembling violently like a terrified stray cat in a thunderstorm. The spectral companion is absolutely losing his mind, completely utterly shocked that the goddess Maria actually dragged their souls into this dimension. In stark contrast, our overpowered hero remains as cool as ice. He calmly scans the dark void until his eyes lock onto a majestic, ancient temple looming in the distance. With unwavering confidence, he strides straight through the colossal doors. Meanwhile, the phantom warrior is suffering a full-blown panic attack, frantically begging our hero to stop wandering around like a suicidal fool. But to our bold protagonist, those cowardly warnings are nothing but background noise. A deity personally summoned him here, and he refuses to back down from a divine challenge. He steps into an impossibly long, endless corridor, where the floor is intricately paved with radiant, glittering gemstones that bloom like a garden of extravagant stars. The temple's ceiling stretches up into infinity, so absurdly high that our hero cannot even perceive where the divine architecture actually ends. Finally, he crosses the threshold to face Maria, the omnipotent goddess of choice. She lounges casually before him, but her true physical form is incomprehensibly massive. She radiates an overwhelming aura, looking exactly like a blazing celestial star demanding absolute mortal worship. Her piercing, omniscient gaze locks onto him, completely analyzing his very soul. Meanwhile, the spectral ghost warrior drops to the floor, agonizingly writhing in pain just from being in her overwhelming presence. But honestly, our overpowered main character is not impressed in the slightest. She literally dragged him here against his will, and this oppressive pressure is how she greets a VIP guest? Reading his arrogant thoughts, Maria simply smirks, while the groveling ghost warrior tearfully thanks the heavens for her divine mercy. Finding the ghost's pathetic fear completely boring, the massive deity outright ignores the phantom. Instead, she shifts her full, terrifying focus onto our main character and formally introduces her divine self. Her voice echoes like thunder as she welcomes him to her sanctuary. She reveals her true cosmic purpose: to grant foolish mortals one final shot at redemption after they inevitably ruin their lives with a string of pathetic choices. Even while standing perfectly still, our hero can feel the absolute, soul-crushing gravity of her mana pressing down on his shoulders. The power scaling here is an absolute joke. She exists on a dimensional tier so unfathomably high that it feels like an unfair system glitch. And to make this reality check even more terrifying, it is obvious that hundreds of absolute monster deities just like her exist out there in the cosmos. Suddenly, the trembling ghost warrior begs for permission to speak. Once Maria grants it, he nervously asks how she managed to bypass the system's laws to summon them here. According to the dungeon's absolute rules, such a dimensional pull should be completely impossible, but Maria just brushes off the question with a wave of her massive hand. She calls it godly business, a truth existing far beyond the pathetic comprehension of mere mortals. She bluntly explains that standard players are never invited into this realm, simply because they are trash tier and completely unworthy. But our boy is a totally different breed. He is the ultimate anomaly, the absolute sole survivor of her brutally impossible hidden test. Ever the provocateur, our main character boldly asks what she would have done if he had exploited system bugs to cheat his way through. Maria's colossal eyes narrow, bluntly stating that she would have been highly displeased. The ghostly companion flinches at this remark, clearly remembering his own past attempts at cheating the system, and the horrifying consequences that followed. But brushing the ghost's trauma aside, the goddess cuts straight to the chase. She demands that our overpowered protagonist become her personal, divine apostle. The exclusive VIP perks sound absolutely game-breaking. The promise of divine power is almost too intoxicating to resist. But our hero? He literally could not care less. He throws the goddess a polite refusal without batting an eye. Miraculously, the temperamental deity takes the devastating rejection surprisingly well. Realizing he currently holds the upper hand in this conversation, our boy decides to test the system's limits. He asks the golden question: just how much of his broken stats and secrets do the constellations actually know? A knowing, dangerous smile spreads across Maria's face. She casually drops a massive bombshell. The gods are fully aware that he is a regressor, and more importantly, they already know everything about his overpowered cheat-tier item, the Ouroboros stone he consumed, regurgitated by a serpent. A tragic soul, completely deceived and dragged into the wrong realm. At least, that was her twisted description of him. Her cryptic words left him with more questions than answers. But one truth was glaringly obvious. She was hiding something massive. Before he could even interrogate her, she shoved the apostle contract back into his face. A devilish trade. More secrets. For his signature. This time, he did not even grace her with a response. Maria merely smiled at his cold silence. Taking it as a rejection, she decided their little chat had reached its end. Get stronger. Survive. She practically ordered him back to the living world, promising their paths would cross again. Then, her demeanor instantly shifted. She abruptly severed their connection, irritated by some unwelcome presence approaching her domain. Right before his consciousness was pulled away, his eyes caught it. A shadow. A fleeting, mysterious silhouette lurking in the void. And just like that, he was slammed back into reality. Up until this very moment, our overpowered protagonist had a painfully simple mindset. Farm experience, boost his stats, and completely crush his so-called rivals, Taejang and Enza. But witnessing the crushing, absolute authority of the divine changed everything. If those other dimensions were mere illusions, and this cruel reality held the ultimate cheat code to power, then he had a new objective. He was going to see if a mortal could slaughter a god. Back in the labyrinth, our hero eagerly inspected his newest toy, a legendary weapon with terrifying morphing capabilities. With a single thought, it seamlessly shifted from a lethal dagger to a massive broadsword. But that was not all. He immediately tested his newly acquired free stat allocation skill, a godly ability that let him mold his core attributes however he pleased. Just for kicks, he dumped a fraction of his stamina into pure defensive shielding. The result? An unexpectedly impenetrable barrier. He was essentially a walking fortress. Ready to push forward, his gaze shifted to Maria's parting gift, the so-called goddess blessing. The only problem? Right now, it was nothing but a useless, inactive trinket taking up inventory space. He consulted the phantom warrior bound to him, hoping for ancient wisdom. But even the veteran ghost was completely clueless. Shrugging it off, our hero tossed the item into storage and marched deeper into the abyss. Floor 12 awaited. His opponent? A monstrous insectoid boss oozing with decay. The battle? An absolute joke. He obliterated the creature in seconds, claiming a high-tier pair of gauntlets as his loot. Not a bad haul. But his monstrous growth came with a frustrating downside. The regular mobs on this floor were pathetic, trash tier. And because the level gap was so massive, the system refused to drop any soul essence. He had officially become too overpowered for the early game. With no other choice, he crushed his way down to floor 13, only to be welcomed by a massive, rotting horde of undead. To a monster like him, these zombies were nothing but walking experience points. He carved through their ranks like a hot knife through butter, annihilating the swarm without breaking a single sweat. But just as the dust settled, his gamer's senses flared dangerously. A powerful presence hovered in the air above. Before he could even lock onto the target, a figure crashed down from the sky with an overly dramatic superhero landing. The intruder? Ruby Vasida, an elite adventurer who had just shattered the level 40 milestone. Our main character narrowed his eyes. One glance at the man's towering aura was enough to confirm. This guy was on a completely different level. Smirking arrogantly, Ruby introduced himself as a core member of the infamous 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 Guild. Then, pulling a massive war horn out of thin air, he blew a deafening, earth-shattering note. A fresh wave of monsters instantly swarmed the area. Turns out, this arrogant elite despised being interrupted during a speech. So, he decided to flex his high-level skills and wipe out the mob himself. Watching this pompous intruder casually steal his experience points left our hero visibly annoyed. This was supposed to be his farming zone. The Phantom Warrior, however, was beyond annoyed. He was practically vibrating with pure, unadulterated rage. The ghost recognized this trash. Back in the day, Ruby was nothing but a pathetic coward who would wet himself just looking at the warrior. Now, this worm was strutting around like he owned the entire dungeon. Deciding he had tolerated enough disrespect, our overpowered rookie dashed forward, determined to snatch back his prey. Ruby smirked, treating the moment as a chance to show off his elite moves. But our hero, he was utterly unimpressed. Brushing off the monsters, Ruby finally cut to the chase. He extended a highly coveted, yet suspiciously arrogant invitation. A spot within the prestigious 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 Guild. The Phantom Warrior stayed silent, forcing his host to make this critical choice alone. Meanwhile, Ruby kept running his mouth, preaching that conquering this hellish labyrinth was nothing but a delusional fairy tale. In his twisted worldview, the gods were simply using them as entertainment. He claimed the hidden depths were rigged with impossible death traps. The bastard even had the nerve to sneer, implying that the Phantom Warrior perished exactly because he dared to challenge the impossible. Hearing that, the ghost's fury erupted. He fiercely denied the insult. He did not fall to some pathetic dungeon trap. He was brutally betrayed and murdered by those very guild members. Oblivious to the ghost's wrath, Ruby slipped right back into his sleazy recruitment pitch. He painted the guild as a necessary sanctuary, a noble alliance built to maintain order, guarantee survival, and farm strength without dying meaninglessly. But there was a catch, a massive red flag. To join their ranks, our protagonist would have to permanently sever his connection with the Phantom Warrior. The excuse? The ghost had allegedly broken their sacred laws and assaulted their members. Our main character's eyes darkened. He knew the dirty rumors surrounding this dictatorial faction. In their guild, you did not just level up freely. Even basic power progression required the higher-up's strict permission. Ruby shamelessly confirmed the tyrant policy, dressing it up as a necessary safety protocol. But our hero saw right through the lies. He knew exactly how this corrupt system operated. This was not a friendly invitation. It was a thinly veiled threat. The 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 Guild operated on a ruthless principle. Submit to our control, or get assassinated before you become a threat. And our overpowered rookie had absolutely zero intention of becoming just another silenced pawn on their hit list. Reading the rejection, Ruby snapped. He threw a devastating, rage-fueled punch, fully expecting to crush the boy, only for his fist to be effortlessly caught in midair. Coldly, our hero dared the elite to try that again. Panic flashed in Ruby's eyes as he scrambled backward, his brain short-circuited. That strike was supposed to be a guaranteed one-hit knockout. Yet, the rookie stood completely unfazed. Swallowing his dread, Ruby violently shook his head in denial. It was impossible. This kid was just a floor 13 scrub. There was zero chance a low-level trash could actually rival him. Refusing to accept reality, he launched another ferocious assault, and once again, he was casually deflected. The terrifying truth finally began to sink in. The level 40 elite was being treated like an absolute clown. Before his humiliation could even register, a blade flashed. A swift, calculated stab pierced Ruby's defense. The wound was not fatal, but the stinging pain instantly shattered his arrogant delusions of grandeur. The system's eyes missed nothing. Our protagonist analyzed his opponent in real time. The elite's raw defensive stats were undeniably high, but his footwork, his combat awareness, embarrassingly sloppy. Floating nearby, the Phantom Warrior watched the one-sided beatdown with immense satisfaction, happily mocking his former betrayer to rub salt in the wound. The verdict was brutal. This so-called elite lacked any real martial arts mastery. He was nothing but an overglorified rank B street brawler. Even worse, he had not grown an ounce stronger in the labyrinth. coasting purely on stolen guild merits. Hearing this truth, Ruby's pride completely fractured. Consumed by blistering rage, the veteran decided to stop playing games. He was going to obliterate this disrespectful rookie with every ounce of his power. He unleashed his ultimate, bone-crushing strike, but our hero, he parried the catastrophic blow as if flicking away a feather. Flash! Another razor-sharp strike sliced through the elite's guard. Cold, gripping terror finally wrapped around Ruby's heart. His mind spun in chaotic circles. He had landed a solid, high-tier kick just moments ago. The rookie's bones should be shattered. Yet, his opponent stood there, utterly bored. Panic sparked a wild theory in Ruby's brain. The Phantom Ghost must have transferred some absurd, game-breaking skill to this kid. Spitting blood, the veteran roared wildly, demanding to know the secret behind this invincible defense. But our protagonist was done talking. He exploded forward with terrifying speed, forcing the elite to find out the hard way. Desperately crossing his arms, Ruby barely survived the devastating bare-handed onslaught. He scrambled backward, gasping for air. The terrifying power gap was undeniable. Realizing he was seconds away from death, the disgraced elite made his final, desperate play. He activated his ultimate trump card, the Explosive Gauntlets, a legendary ability usable only once a month, packing 5 times the catastrophic power. This should have been the ultimate game-changer. But reality hit completely different. The dust settled. The villain's blood ran ice-cold. Our overpowered main character had brushed off the ultimate attack like a gentle breeze. Rubeva's stomach tied in knots as the horrifying truth dawned on him. He was fighting a literal monster. The Phantom Warrior did not miss a beat to mock him, reminding the fallen adventurer of his glory days back on the 20th floor. But dodging true life-or-death battles had turned him into a pathetic coward. Our protagonist pressed his blade closer, demanding answers. Rubeva hesitated. Why spill secrets when death was already knocking? That is when the Phantom dropped a chilling reminder. The absolute horrors that could be sacrificed to the transcendent beings. Pure survival instinct shattered Rubeva's loyalty. He started singing like a canary, admitting he had no clue about the exact numbers in his dark syndicate. But based on the 20th floor recruits, the army easily numbered in the hundreds. He then spilled the labyrinth's brutal hierarchy. Every 10 floors a brand new ranking tier began. The deeper you crawled, the harder it became to ever turn back. Their twisted pride simply would not allow it. Then came the desperate warning. No matter how godlike our boy thought he was, facing an entire tier of elite adventurers alone was a one-way ticket to the grave. But our main character? He just smirked completely, unbothered by the sheer odds. In his final moments, Rubeva saw a mirror of his past self. A warrior who once grew stronger through blood and steel. But the difference was night and day. Our hero possessed an endless hunger for growth. A bitter wave of regret crashed over the villain. If only he had fought with his pride intact. But apologies mean nothing to a swinging blade. With a ruthless and calculated strike, our protagonist severed his thread of life, sending him straight into the abyss. As the villain's body hit the floor, an explosive surge of energy awakened within. His mental fortitude skyrocketed, and his status window flooded with massive stat boosts. He immediately checked in with Junie and 𝐒𝐢𝐧𝐠, who had just breached the 3rd floor. Junie dropped the latest survival intel. The easy mode players were dropping like flies. A brutal massacre born from their own weakness. Meanwhile, the normal mode survivors were still breathing. But the looming terror had turned them incredibly paranoid. Over in hard mode, 𝐒𝐭𝐫 delivered a surprising report. Almost everyone survived the previous hellscape. Seeing our overpowered hero in action had delivered a massive reality check. Now they were grinding like absolute madmen, pushing their limits as if death was breathing down their necks. Because quite frankly it was. They were desperate to prove their newfound strength before their next fateful encounter. Junie then mentioned discovering the altar of Vantazaha hidden on the 4th floor. She was torn, debating whether to risk the divine trial. Surprisingly, 𝐒𝐿 had finally shed his cowardly shell. He was practically begging to take the test. Our protagonist smiled. The weaklings were finally forging their own brave paths. He warned them straight up. Their trial would be completely different from his anomaly of a test, so he could not carry them through it. But if their resolve was forged in steel, they were free to step right into the fire. Turning back to the Phantom, he demanded intel on Vanta's specific trial. The ancient spirit chuckled, claiming it was an absolute joke in his prime. Our boy just prayed his comrades would not end up as corpses, especially now that he had equipped his explosive new gauntlets. Pulling up his system interface, the steady flow of progression was beautiful. But his recent power spikes, they were ascending into a completely godlike realm. The Phantom Warrior shattered the peaceful moment. The Guides of Sin would never let 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽𝑆's execution slide. Blood would demand blood. But our absolute menace of a protagonist, he practically welcomed the incoming slaughter. Deep within the labyrinth's shadows, the Dark Syndicate held their sinister council. The news of 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽𝑆's demise echoed through the chamber. The verdict was instant. Erase the anomaly. Meanwhile, up on the 20th floor, Rank 2 adventurers swarmed like vultures, buzzing over the fresh kill. A booming voice silenced the crowd. The executives had placed a massive bounty on our hero's head. The reward? An instant promotion to Rank 3. Suddenly, every thug in the room was thirsty for blood. Since a chaotic mob attack would ruin the fun, they literally rolled the dice to claim the prey. A cocky fool named 𝐿𝐢𝐳 drew the winning ticket to hell. Down on the 13th floor, our hero was casually annihilating a zombie horde. Enter 𝐿𝐢𝐳, dripping with arrogance. He genuinely believed a floor 13 rookie was nothing but stepping stone trash. The fool was busy daydreaming about his glorious promotion, until a devastating punch shattered the sound barrier. 𝐿𝐢𝐳 was instantly cratered into the solid dungeon wall. The Phantom Warrior sighed. All bark and absolutely zero bite. Our protagonist nodded in sheer disappointment. But 𝐿𝐢𝐳's fragile ego refused to accept reality. Roaring in denial, he triggered a monstrous werewolf transformation. He lunged with killing intent. But tragically for him, his movements were slow as molasses. Our hero severed his life without breaking a single drop of sweat. Back at the Syndicate, the life crystal of 𝐿𝐢𝐳 shattered into dust. The mob immediately huffed absolute copium, convincing themselves he merely botched his beast transformation and died from his own stupidity. Next in the meat grinder was Joseph. He tracked down our main character, but was instantly met with a lethal preemptive strike. Joseph whined about the lack of warning. Our cold-blooded protagonist simply scoffed. Why would he ever announce his blade to an assassin hunting for his head? Refusing to be another quick statistic, Joseph frantically deployed a high-tier mana barrier, shielding his pathetic life. A slight glimmer of respect crossed our hero's eyes. The trash actually knew how to cast defensive magic. Seizing the opening, Joseph unleashed a devastating curse of madness. But the system did not even flinch. Our protagonist's indomitable spirit shattered the mental attack like fragile glass. Cold sweat drenched Joseph's spine. The horrifying reality finally clicked. This was no lucky rookie who fluked his way past elite killers. He was facing an absolute master of combat. Panicking, Joseph triggered a particle dispersion spell, following up with a deadly barrage of frost arrows. But our hero casually fired back his own freezing volley. Joseph barely dodged the lethal counter. For an elite graduate of the prestigious Magic Tower, this was absolute humiliation. His pride was bleeding out on the dungeon floor. In a final, desperate gamble, he summoned a catastrophic lightning strike, which our boy effortlessly swatted away like a pesky fly. Joseph's brain literally short-circuited, unable to process the fathomless gap in their power. Before his mind could even comprehend the defeat, his head hit the floor. The Syndicate was left in absolute chaos. Why did their elite mage just vanish? Blinded by arrogance, the next wave of challengers stepped into the abyss, and one by one they were mercilessly slaughtered. The confident hunters were rapidly descending into an endless nightmare of despair. When their pathetic one-on-one tactics failed, the trash mobs tried to jump him in a 5-man raid. But numbers mean absolutely nothing in the face of absolute overwhelming power. After completely wiping the floor with them in just a few short hours, not a single soul dared to step into his attack range. That is, until a sinister new presence entered the stage. Enter 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽𝑆, a terrifying rank 3 demon. Arriving just in time to witness the absolute bloodbath, he growled, demanding the whereabouts of the other players, only for some desperate survivor to lie and say they had fled to a lower floor. But a high-ranking demon is not so easily fooled by mere mortals. With a single, bone-shattering punch, he obliterated the liar, exposing the grim reality that the entire squad had been wiped out. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽's demonic aura exploded as he roared, vowing to personally rip our main character to shreds. Meanwhile, our overpowered hero was completely ignoring him, casually reviewing his battle logs like it was a walk in the park. He had to admit, their individual stats for offense and defense were somewhat decent. But their team synergy? Absolute dog trash. It was painfully obvious these rookies had never actually fought as a real party. Oh well. Their pathetic failure was his golden ticket to massive experience points. Thanks to farming those fools, the system just blessed him with a massive jump of 11 levels. The only downside to power leveling this way? The system penalizes the clear rewards. Ignoring the penalty, he inspected his brand new mana dispersion skill. a devastating technique that practically turns ice particles into an unstoppable storm of absolute destruction. He smirked to himself, figuring that the remaining player factions had finally realized the massive gap in their stats and knew better than to challenge a walking raid boss. But apparently, common sense is a rare drop in this labyrinth, because the death flags just kept walking right up to him. He locked eyes with the approaching demon, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽. Unlike the pathetic lackeys of the Sin Guide Guild he had previously crushed, this boss monster actually radiated some serious killing intent. On the flip side, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 was intensely scanning our hero, sweating bullets trying to calculate how a mere human possessed a mana pool that completely shattered all known power scaling. Suddenly, the demon's eyes widened in sheer terror as a ridiculous theory formed in his mind, the only logical explanation for this overwhelming aura. This guy must be a polymorphed dragon. The surviving players instantly turned as pale as ghosts. Because if our main character was truly a member of the legendary dragon race, they might as well just dig their own graves and log out from life. In this world, even the absolute lowest tier dragon can casually rip through dimensional space. Defeating one is literally a completely impossible quest, unless you happen to be a ridiculously overpowered demon lord. So, how did our hero react to this wild misunderstanding? He did not bother to confirm it, but he definitely did not deny it either. He simply flashed a cold, arrogant smirk, daring them to make the first move. Terrified of aggravating a mythical beast, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 completely lost his fighting spirit and bowed in absolute submission, offering a clear path forward. The spectating players' jaws practically hit the floor. They were completely paralyzed by shock, unable to process how this nightmarish force of demonic destruction just surrendered without throwing a single punch. But the tense atmosphere was completely shattered when the ghost warrior companion completely failed to hold back his laughter, bursting into uncontrollable chuckles. Breaking character, our hero turned to the spirit, casually asking for some lore about these so-called dragons. The realization hit 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 like a massive critical strike. His face twisted into absolute demonic fury as he realized he had been completely played. Boiling with humiliation, the demon instantly casted 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽's corrupted flora magic, summoning colossal, mutated roots from the earth to crush his humiliator. But our overpowered hero did not even blink. With a casual flick of his wrist, a blazing fireball completely reduced the demonic roots to mere ashes. Refusing to accept defeat, the enraged demon chanted once more, summoning 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽's dark crows, plunging the arena into darkness as a massive swarm of shadow beasts swarmed the target. Steel sang against the shadows as he unleashed a relentless flurry of sword strikes. But it was like fighting the ocean itself. The pure numbers of the infinite swarm were threatening to completely swallow him alive. Amidst the chaotic crossfire, a sudden realization hit him. He had zero data on magic that could physically manifest living creatures. The ghost warrior casually chimed in from the sidelines, explaining that his divine power system belonged to the heavenly gods, which operated on a completely different dimension from the vile arts used by the demonic faction. Hearing them casually chatting during a life-or-death boss fight, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 completely lost his remaining sanity. His demonic pride demanded a flawless one-on-one duel of absolute dominance. Smiling menacingly, the ghost warrior raised his hands, swearing on his honor that he would not interfere in the slightest. This sudden betrayal made 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐽 pause in sheer confusion. From the demon's perspective, it looked like the master and his summon absolutely despised one another. Honestly, this internal conflict was music to the villain's ears. He quickly tossed the useless logic aside with a sinister grin. Divided enemies meant an easy victory, and he was ready to claim his bloody trophy. Channeling dark energy, the demon unleashed the terrifying phantom flames of 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐧𝐠. Our protagonist instantly fired a barrage of piercing ice arrows, but they melted into absolute nothingness against the hellfire. Left with no immediate counter, he was forced to activate his overpowered absolute nullification skill. The demon boss froze in utter disbelief. How could a mere mortal possess a cheat skill that simply deleted high-tier magic? But his shock turned to wicked glee when the second wave connected, and this time, our invincible hero actually took a solid hit to his health bar. That single drop of blood was all the proof the demon needed. He concluded that this arrogant human was just randomly spamming broken skills without understanding their mechanics. Smelling blood in the water, he began chanting his ultimate execution move, the Despair of Naberius. It was a horrific mental attack designed to completely shatter the victim's sanity. A vortex of absolute darkness erupted from the ground, violently swallowing our hero whole and dragging his consciousness into an endless void of nightmares. Observing the chaos, The ghost warrior muttered that demonic mental attacks were nearly impossible to counter on the first encounter. Even in his prime, he had almost lost his mind fighting this exact magic. However, he also knew that their main character was built ridiculously different from normal humans. And right on cue, the unbreakable illusion shattered like fragile glass, with our hero emerging completely unfazed, actually taking mental notes to copy the spell for his own arsenal. Driven to the absolute edge of madness, the furious demon resorted to spamming his Shadow Crow swarm once more. Analyzing the attack pattern with his god-tier perception, our protagonist realized that the individual summons had trash-tier damage stats, but an endless tidal wave of them? That was an annoying crowd control problem. Switching gears, he instantly activated Repulsive Force, unleashing a devastating omnidirectional shockwave that completely vaporized the dark flock. As the brutal deathmatch dragged on, his sharp battle instincts noticed a glitch in the enemy's logic. Those ultimate hellfires from earlier were hyped up to melt reality itself, yet he had barely taken a scratch. Replaying the clash in his mind, he realized the heat signature was completely off. When the flames had struck him, they lacked the true, terrifying burn of actual elemental fire magic. The system-shattering truth suddenly clicked. The demon's so-called hellfire was nothing but a cheap parlor trick, highly compressed, dark mana disguised with visual effects. Hearing his ultimate secret exposed, Jagan was absolutely paralyzed by the fact that a pathetic lower lifeform had deciphered his high-tier demonic arts. Blinded by pure, unadulterated rage, the demon foolishly spammed his corrupted flora attack yet again. Big mistake. Our battle genius had already completely mapped out the spell's attack patterns. The massive roots erupted from the exact same spawn points, moving in predictably pathetic trajectories. 3 casual sidesteps to the left, 2 precise strides forward. Like a majestic dancer completely mocking his opponent, he flawlessly evaded the entire area of effect execution. The ghost warrior's jaw dropped in absolute awe. The true terrifying nature of this overpowered monster was not just his insane stats, it was his monstrous, godlike adaptability mid-combat. Broken and utterly humiliated, the arrogant demon finally collapsed in agonizing defeat, completely at the mercy of the player. But the execution blow was put on hold. Stepping heavily onto the demon's chest, our hero glared down with eyes as cold as ice. He needed the answer to a crucial side quest. What was the exact cheat code to unlock and master demonic magic? Up until now, the lore stated that dark magic was strictly race-locked to the demon faction, impossible for human players to equip. Coughing up black blood, the defeated Jagan revealed a massive loophole. Demonic arts simply required a fusion of base mana and demonic energy to activate. While demonic energy is naturally generated by high-tier fiends, this mysterious labyrinth operated on a completely different set of game mechanics. Inside these twisted walls, any player who managed to clear the hidden requirements could actually steal this corrupted power for themselves. The ultimate unlock condition? Securing a personal audience with the legendary demon god itself. Rumor has it, this twisted deity absolutely adores overwhelmingly talented anomalies. If our protagonist could somehow trigger the encounter, impress the dark entity, and survive its lethal hidden trial, he would officially unlock the demonic faction's exclusive skill tree. His eyes practically glowing with greed for new skills, he immediately turned to his spectral guide, demanding the coordinates of this so-called deity. Digging through centuries of dusty memories, the ghost warrior smirked, confirming that the hidden boss room was actually just a few zones away. Knowing his health points were stuck at 1%, Jagan offered a desperate final plea, begging for a swift, honorable death without being offered as a sacrificial tribute to the gods. Honoring the fallen boss, our hero delivered the final strike. Instantly, golden light showered down as the system announced another massive level up, alongside a brand new, ultra-rare drop, the Phantom Flames of 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐧𝐠. The system notification rang out like a choir of angels. He had successfully stolen the enemy's ultimate technique, granting him full mastery over the legendary, demonic hellfire. The weak had officially become an unstoppable force of nature. Sure, the skill sounded absolutely legendary, but there was one tiny problem. He did not possess a single drop of demonic energy yet. Brushing off that minor setback, our main character shifted his deadly gaze toward the shadows. A group of pathetic adventurers was lurking just outside. He silently dared them to step inside and face their doom. After agonizing moments of hesitation, the fools finally crossed the threshold, but their bravado was gone, replaced by uncontrollable trembling as they stood before his overwhelming aura. Voices quivering with absolute terror, They begged to know what he wanted from them. His response was chillingly calm. He simply demanded their experience points and raw stats. His original plan was a total massacre. But let us be real. Squashing bugs at his current godlike level would not yield any decent power-up. Instead, he offered them a devilish deal. If they valued their pathetic lives, they would report to their superiors that he had perished in a glorious battle against a dragon. In other words, they had to weave a flawless lie. The notorious sin-guiding guild could never find out that the anomaly known as our hero was still drawing breath. Hovering on the razor edge between instant death and absolute obedience, the cowards agreed faster than a blinking eye. Still, our hero turned to his spectral companion, the Ghost Warrior, just to double-check if sparing these worms was the right move. The phantom swordsman barely spared them a glance. After all, these weaklings were not the ones who had stolen his life. But a burning question consumed his phantom soul. He cornered the second-floor representative, demanding the true identity of the mastermind behind his assassination. The terrified man hesitated, but under that suffocating pressure, he finally spat out the ugly truth. The mastermind was none other than 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐧𝐠, a noble bearing the bloodline of the cursed kingdom. The revelation struck like a devastating lightning bolt. Out of every soul in existence, 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐧𝐠 was the absolute last person the legendary warrior would have ever suspected. They had once shared a genuine bond of brotherhood, or at least, the closest thing to trust you could find within the blood-soaked walls of this death labyrinth. Meanwhile, the dynamic duo of 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐧𝐠 and 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐭 made their triumphant return. They brought spectacular news. They had flawlessly conquered Vantaha's grueling trial. The brutal test had forced them to stare directly into the abyss of their deepest, darkest fears. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐭 had to clash blades with a monstrous, towering spider. As for 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐭, he was forced into a desperate deathmatch against a colossal, rampaging elephant. Listening to their harrowing tales, our hero could not help but wonder. What terrifying nightmare would the system have spawned for him? After bidding his comrades farewell, the overpowered youth turned his intense gaze back to the Ghost Warrior. It was time to unearth the phantom's buried past. But contrary to expectations, the spectral swordsman let out a hollow laugh. There was no epic saga or grand tragedy written in his history. He hailed from a crumbling, forgotten kingdom. He had simply wandered into the labyrinth as a lost soul, surviving endless, agonizing days surrounded by mindless beasts who could not comprehend a single word he spoke. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐬𝐧𝐠 had been the lone beacon of sanity, the only person he could truly converse with. That connection had been his lifeline in the darkness. Yet, burying his sorrow, the phantom reassured our main character. This heartbreaking betrayal would not derail their ultimate quest for dominance. With the heavy emotional baggage cast aside, our unstoppable protagonist surged forward. He completely obliterated every monster across the 14th and 15th floors like a walking natural disaster. But before stepping onto the 16th floor, he made a strategic detour to visit Lilith. From the enchanting demoness, he unlocked two absolute cheat skills, invisibility and slow. It was Lilith's first time witnessing the legendary slow magic in action. Eyes sparkling with pure excitement, she dared him to test the spell on her. And without missing a beat, he unleashed the magic right at her. She found the sluggish sensation incredibly amusing, at least for the first few seconds. That was until reality hit, and they realized they had stumbled into a ridiculous predicament. The overpowered genius had absolutely no idea how to cancel the spell. Thankfully, the heavens showed mercy, and the magical restriction shattered on its own after 10 agonizing minutes. With that hilarious crisis averted, our main character finally shattered the barrier and set foot onto the 16th floor. Following the cowardly floor representative's intel, he navigated the desolate corridors. Within a seemingly abandoned chamber, he would supposedly discover the legendary blacksmith he desperately sought. He recalled 𝐒𝐢𝐬𝐭's vivid warning. She had described the blacksmith, Hafran, as a man with a heart of absolute ice, a stoic giant who never leaked a single emotion, treating everyone strictly as mere business transactions. Yet, after surviving the relentless mockery from arrogant non-player characters and sadistic labyrinth gods, 𝐒𝐢𝐭 had actually found immense comfort in that absolute, freezing indifference. Hafran grunted, breaking down the rules of the system to our hero. Labyrinth beasts drop 2 types of loot, finished gear and raw materials. The raw stuff could be dumped for gold or forged into legendary artifacts. If our boy handed over the right ingredients, the master smith would hammer out weapons of mass destruction. As a rare, one-time newbie bonus, the stoic dwarf actually offered his divine services for free. But before our hero could even place his order, Hafran's hardened eyes locked onto the spectral companion. He recognized the ghost warrior instantly, leaving the phantom utterly speechless with shock. The grizzled blacksmith let out a gruff scoff. He frankly admitted that he assumed the warrior's entire party had been wiped off the face of the earth ages ago. Considering the catastrophic bloodbath caused by the Sin Guiding Guild, his assumption was perfectly logical. Not that the cold-hearted smith actually gave a damn. As long as fresh forging materials kept flowing in, the lives of his miserable clients meant absolutely zero to him. To dodge any annoying guild drama, the blacksmith laid down an ironclad rule. He fiercely warned them not to even dream about proposing some tedious exclusive forging contract. Skipping the useless small talk, our overpowered youth demanded a top-tier gauntlet. Hafran snatched up the high-grade materials and gruffly ordered him to return in exactly 30 minutes. But sitting around doing absolutely nothing? That was simply not the way of an action hero. He casually decided to obliterate another entire floor to kill time. Upon returning, he was tossed a brand new, reinforced wrist guard. He equipped the gear, feeling a decent stat boost, and was just about to bounce when his phantom companion decided to stir the pot. The spectral swordsman smirked, calling out the master smith's bluff. He bluntly pointed out that Hafran possessed the godly talent to forge an artifact infinitely more devastating than this basic trash. Hafran glared, fully aware of his own peerless skills, but stubbornly insisted he was missing critical mythic materials. However, the ghost warrior was not talking about some trivial resource shortage. He was hinting at something far more legendary: the forbidden power transfer equipment, a mythic tier item that only Hafran's divine hammer could manifest. Our main character stood there completely clueless, demanding to know what kind of overpowered secret these two veterans were whispering about. The phantom dropped a massive lore bomb. He revealed that Hafran was a tragic soul bound to the system, just like him. But there was one universe-shattering difference. This grumbling blacksmith still possessed the miraculous right to return to his original dimension. Hafran scowled, his aura thickening with intense skepticism. Was this arrogant rookie truly worthy of hearing such cosmic secrets? To shatter his doubts, the ghost warrior proudly flexed our hero's insane battle record. He revealed how this supposed rookie had ruthlessly crushed assassins from the 30th floor, despite only being a level 13 newbie. But the stubborn blacksmith flat-out refused to believe such an impossible feat. A weakling defeating higher floor elites? Pure nonsense. To expose this so-called lie, he proposed a deadly trial of strength. If our main character could annihilate the nightmare beast he kept locked away, he would acknowledge their strength with absolute submission. The phantom turned to his master, asking if he dared to accept the duel. He confidently explained that he had purposely provoked the smith because the timing for a massive power-up was just too flawless. Our adrenaline junkie hero, whose entire existence revolved around breaking past his limits, did not hesitate for a single microsecond. Though, a tiny voice in his head did question if this suicidal gamble would actually yield decent experience points. Reading his mind, the ghost warrior swore on his phantom blade that the rewards would be absolutely astronomical. Hafran finally stomped back after completing his dark preparations. And there it was. Our duo found themselves staring down a terrifying, magically sealed Balrog. The phantom swordmaster recognized the demonic aura instantly. It was one of the legendary apex predators that exclusively hunted in the abyss of the deepest floors. Seeing the tension, the blacksmith let out a cocky sneer, telling our hero there was no need to wet his pants just yet. This once apocalyptic demon had decayed severely over the centuries. Its current combat power was barely equivalent to a late-stage boss from the 20th floors. Hearing this, our overpowered protagonist grinned. Challenge accepted. The absolute second the final seal shattered, the Balrog lunged forward like a raging titan, spewing a suffocating breath of demonic aura. But our hero? He simply sidestepped the lethal blast like he was taking a leisurely stroll. With a snap of his fingers, he slapped the monster with his new slow magic, before raining down an apocalyptic barrage of explosive fireballs and piercing ice arrows. Hafran's jaw hit the floor, his eyes bulging as if he had just seen a ghost. Ironically, the actual ghost hovering next to him looked equally paralyzed by the sheer absurdity of the boy's power. Our cheat-level protagonist was not just breaking his own stat limits. His monstrous spiritual empowerment skill did not merely amplify his raw destructive force to godly heights. It actually allowed him to mercilessly steal and weaponize his opponent's absolute ultimate moves. Before the colossal dungeon boss could even process the overwhelming gap in their stats, our overpowered main character instantly obliterated it with a single, devastating strike. Just like that, another flawless system victory.